The page just turned over to 2022. After 3 races in Europe, 4 teams have been crowned 2021 IVRA Endurance Full Champions. But now attention shifts to the other side of the pond in the spring of 2022. Will these 4 teams claim the title of IVRA Grand Champions, or can anyone spoil the party? The road to glory continues here with the 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen. Hello everyone, and welcome back to RaceSpotTV for the 2022 spring season in the IVRA Endurance Series. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are around the world. Delighted to have your company today. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined in the comms box by IVRA veteran Ewan O'Leary and RaceSpot debutant Zach Sweeney, with Ryan Bauer behind the scenes controlling the action. Ewan, it's great to be back. IVRA is all about wheel-to-wheel racing mixed with the chaos that safety cars bring to the mix. And Watkins Glen is fast, furious, and bound to be full of chaos.
It is, and it's bound to be full of good racing here as well. It's a fantastic sports car racing circuit, and I very much enjoy sports car racing around here. It's fantastic, and obviously IVRA Endurance Series, very unique indeed, as you mentioned, the safety cars there, but also the fact that we don't run to time, as a lot of these sports cars events do. We run to laps. 1,000 kilometres around here is going to be the thing, instead of a number of minutes. So, looking forward to that as well. It's going to be fantastic. Our first IVRA kind of race of 2022 in the Club Sport Championship came down to the very final 4 corners or something like that. So, we're looking forward to this. Hopefully something similar is in store for us this afternoon.
It was back and forth in that final race of the season at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. But we kick things off here in the middle of February at Watkins Glen. We'll see trips to Interlagos in March, the midway through March, while at the start of April we'll go racing at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. What a fantastic place to close things off. But Zach, we've got 4 classes of competition, but 3 classes of cars, and that always makes things interesting when it comes to the multi-class traffic. We've got LMP2s, the departing GTEs in the real world at the very least, but they stay here on the sim, and of course GT3, the staple of sports car racing around the world.
Yeah, no, it's always a challenge, especially at a track such as Watkins Glen. The P2s, the GTEs having to get through on the slower cars as they come through. It's not the longest circuit in the world as well, so the quicker P2 is definitely going to catch up on the GTEs and the GT3s pretty quickly. And with a big field, it's going to be tough. It's going to be one of those challenges. It's one of the biggest challenges of endurance racing, sort of as a whole, is how well can the P2s negotiate their way through. It's almost a skill or an art in of itself, and that's really where sort of the more experienced drivers are really going to gain some time save.
It's hard to practice multi-class traffic. You just have to do it over and over until you drill that into your head. Update on your BOP as well in the GTE. No changes to the BMW, but the Corvette and the Porsche both get a weight and fuel change. In the GT3s, weight added to the Mercedes, Lamborghini, and the Porsche. The BMW stays unchanged. Qualifying has just gotten underway, so let's very quickly get you up to speed with how things went last year in the 3 races that have passed in your GT3 Pro-Am category. Now, one thing to note is there's multiple championships on the line. Like I said at the start, Grand Champions will be crowned across all 6 races, but at least when it comes to these 3 races upcoming, we are still focusing on the spring of 2022. Here's how the pro standings look, where of course Alpine-Stage Geodesic Racing took the championship in the fall, but in the Pro-Am, it was about the Archer brothers in the Triple 3 that took the title quite comprehensively over 49 Motorsports and the other cars behind them. Don't think those have been updated, actually. That looks wrong. It was Archer Brothers, 49 Motorsports, Maniti Motorsports, Talk Freak Racing, Sim Republic, the top 5, and the ever wonderfully named Rusty Spatulas in 6th position. But this Pro-Am Championship, Ewan, is all about the drivers that are still coming up. We've got I-rating restrictions, and that always means that we get that different flair. And don't count these drivers out and these teams out from being up at the front of the overall GT3 category.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of different things to kind of conjure with here, with the 4 different categories, and yeah, it was all, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, it was all very close at Barcelona. It was going back and forth in the final hour of the race, especially in LMP2, which we're going to focus on in a little bit of time. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to fight for here, as we were talking about a couple of days ago. The Grand Champion spring kind of season champion over the next 3 races, and of course we've already crowned fall season champions as well. So there's a lot there's a lot to be getting on with, and we won't be bored because there's a lot of stuff to be working out, and there's loads of different championships for us to figure out when we get to our finale, Road Atlanta in April.
So lots of math, and like we always say, never trust a commentator's maths, but we'll wait and see how much math we'll need to do over the course of these next 3,000 odd kilometers. Like I said, qualifying is underway. It's 15 minutes per class. So let's quickly run you down through the format of today's event, because with 4 classes of competition, there's plenty of action. Here's how it looks. 6 minutes have already expired from the Pro-Am qualifying. There'll be a minute's rest between each of the classes just to facilitate the cars to be able to finish a flying lap around this track. And of course, it all builds up to the green flag dropping for 181 laps at 4:15 GMT. So about an hour and 10 minutes from now, we'll get underway with this season. And of course, we would like to thank new partners to the IVRA paddock. It's the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO. And if you are wondering, you want to learn a little bit more about Gomez Sim Industry, the makers of high-end esports equipment and controls, go check out their full lineup of sim steering wheels at GomezSimIndustries.com. But here we are then, Watkins Glen International, and qualifying is underway. The times have already begun to start trickling on down, and in a time-based qualifying like this, Zach, it's all about building up the speed. You may go out there and do a couple of laps where you're just getting your comfort level and getting the car where you want it to be, and from there you go pedal to the metal and you start pushing.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to bin it off in the first couple of laps. Of course, when you first come out of the pit lane, you're on those out laps, your brakes are cold, your tyres are cold. You don't want to be going full beans, straight out of the box. It's not going to help anyone's case by any stretch of the imagination. So it's about settling in, getting into a rhythm, especially around a track such as Watkins Glen. It's very punishing. If you make even the slightest of mistakes, you can see here, they're going very quickly, foot to the floor, and there's a barrier just to the left and right-hand sides of them. So it's about settling in, getting into a rhythm, and hooking the lap up, more importantly. It's better to be clean than be trying to send it in under brakes very quickly, because especially in sort of iRacing, the laps that don't particularly look like they're going to be particularly quick actually oftentimes do, because the drivers are being smooth with their inputs. They're not sliding all over the place, they're not soaring at the steering wheel, they're just taking a nice smooth way around the circuit, and it's just about maximizing your lap time.
Do remember as well, you cannot, if you have an incident, you can't take the tow back to pit lane and head back out onto track. You have a crash, you're done in qualifying. So that process of building up the speed, even more important. We'd also like to thank the GSI team for sponsoring a new qualifying award, the Velocity Prime Award, which will be awarded to the fastest times across of each class in total. So all the races will tot up their times, and the driver that goes quickest across of the 3 races will end up as your GSI Velocity Prime Award. And with that comes a couple of prizes as well. In the LMP2 and the GTE category, it will be a GSI Formula Pro Elite Prime with dual clutch and aluminium paddles, while in the GT3 combined class, will combine the Pro and the Pro-Am to make a single class there. It will be a GSI GXL with carbon paddles awarded to them. They'll also be able to customize if they want to build their own custom colorway of that steering wheel. 9 cars with lap times set so far in this GT3 Pro-Am class. We're watching the 327 working its way around the track. That is the Element Sim Racing Earth car as it comes up the hill, rejoining where the Watkins Glen layout where the NASCAR stock cars will come and run every single year. And this is a track of 2 halves, Ewan. It's at some points fast, flowing, and terrifying, but then in that boot, things slow down a little bit more, and that's where you need to be a little bit more technical. And adapting the setup to both those various elements of the track is going to be where we see teams able to find a little bit more speed.
Yeah, it is a little bit more twisty and technical through the boot section. However, it remains flowing around here. There's no start chicanes and all of that kind of fiddly stuff we see at modern circuits. Even the bus stop chicane is very flowing around here, and you can take a lot of speed. So I would start to bias my way towards downforce a little bit, especially in the LMP2 cars that have already got quite a lot of downforce on them, because the longest straight up towards the bus stop chicane, it's not really a great overtaking opportunity anyway, to be quite honest. So you do end up shoveling on quite a lot of downforce here, but then again, you do want to have that little bit of straight line speed because you want to be able to. You don't want to be stuck in traffic. Certainly, throughout this race, it's going to be a very, very long day for you. So there is a balance to be struck. But I find that high downforce cars do often run well here because it doesn't often really get slow, and that aerodynamic that aero grip that you get from shoveling on more downforce is quite beneficial around here, even at a corner like this.
It's a catch-22 though, isn't it, Zach? Because we're watching GT3 cars, but like Ewan was mentioning with LMP2 cars, if you add downforce, you get speed through the corners. But maybe you get bottled up behind traffic that you can't necessarily pass in a straight line, because you do have to be somewhat careful when it comes to passing the slower cars, not just because you don't want to ruin anyone else's race, but you don't want race control to take a look at you and say, you've been a naughty boy, you've got a penalty coming down on you.
Yeah, exactly. It's you nailed it in that it's always a balancing act. Of course, in qualifying, yes, perhaps having a high downforce setup around here is really going to help you just nail every corner. You can chuck the car in, it will stick, and you can have that trust and confidence. But then in the race, you're going to be a sitting duck down any straight and into a corner. You can't exactly overtake mid corner. It's all about that run down a straight into a corner, not while you're through a corner. In that sense, but yeah, certainly as you say, it's about traffic. It's the P2's outright responsibility in order to lap safely. All the GT guys have to do is to be predictable. Don't be weaving around and being say, oh, I'm going to move out of the way from, no, I'm not, and then coming back over. The P2's, they just have to pick their moments. If they slow down, they have to slow down. So yeah, again, it's about just all the teams are going to have taken this into account. They're going to be thinking, right, this many laps, we're this quick, we're going to do this and this, and we're going to just run this amount of downforce in order to make sure we can get through the GTs without sacrificing our own pace as well, because yeah, it's just that balancing act, tipping the scales one end, a little bit too much this end, and you've lost time.
Blake Bottoms in the Sim Republic 318 has gone top in qualifying, and I think has called it a day as well for this Go Fast session. We're watching 49 Motorsports, who finished second in this GT3 Pro-Am Championship. Not always the best of results. They built themselves up over the course of the year. Red Bull Ring, they finished fourth, and then third at Barcelona to put them up into second, beating the Maniti 378 car by 1 point to second in the championship, getting a bit of a tow from the Porsche in front of them as well. That might prove to be vital, because we talked about how fast this circuit is. Get that car punching the hole in the air in front of you, take full advantage of that slipstream at this newly renovated Watkins Glen International. One thing to note is track limits, especially there, can be run a bit wide, but race control will be keeping an eye on that. You also are not allowed to pass cars with all 4 tires off the circuits. There's Samuel Robson, in the 301, the full champions in this GT3 Pro-Am Championship, winners at the Red Bull Ring, and then 4th place at both the Nürburgring and Barcelona, bookending their seasons as they work themselves up the hill. The BMW, like I mentioned earlier, Ewan, no BOP added to it. It'll be interesting to see how it performs in comparison to the rest of the cars.
Yeah, it certainly will. It was very strong, actually, during the first part of the season. We saw the Archer brothers using it. They are again. We saw 49 Motorsports using it as well. They've changed to the Lamborghini, I believe, in this one. So, yeah, the BMW was very strong. Maybe a slight encouragement, or it's encouraged the organisers slightly to hit it down a little bit, let's say, in the second half of the season, because there were a lot of them previously. Now slightly less, but it will still be a strong car, as shown by the Archer brothers, really running with it here in 3rd place at the moment. They're a very solid team, and they'll be absolutely fine, despite the fact they'll be pegged back slightly. They'll be absolutely fine in terms of getting results out of this one. It's still going to be a force to be reckoned with in the spring season.
Zach, first time I'm commentating, we'll quickly take a look at the track conditions. We'll get warmer over the day as well. 23 in the air, 31 down on the track, with the sun really beating down because there's only partial cloud cover. Not much wind to speak of as well, and like I said, about 2 p.m. here in upstate New York, that's when we'll see the peak temperatures on the track itself. But that front end of the BMW, I'm curious what you think about it.
Well, let's ask you in that question, actually, should we? Or are we not doing that? I mean, it's It's going to satisfy different people. I think for me, it's a little much. Yeah, it is. It's big, but you know that's what BMWs are. They're big, bulky, big things. You know, if you saw that on a Lamborghini, it would be completely out of place. But on a BMW, I think it sort of fits the aesthetic of a BMW. You know, they're renowned for being big and bulky, but even then, that's just I don't know. I don't really know what it is. You can't pinpoint one thing. It just doesn't look 100%. But yeah.
On board with the number 327 as he rounds through the final corner with time ticking away in qualifying. Benchmark for Marcus Fox is a 44.798. Marginal improvement, but won't better where he stands in qualifying. Now we jump to the VRS Satellite Racing Porsche 911 GT3R. Coming out through turn 1, drivers have been instructed through that corner to keep at least 2 tires, so that will be the right side tires on the curbing on the exit of the corner, so watch there. Make sure that we see not too many teams taking full advantage liberties with track limits. Michael Massey has been replaced with Eduardo Freitas in Formula 1. He'd be having a field day if we were talking about track limits, but not necessarily going to see too much drama then. At least for now, in this Pro-Am qualifying session with 1 minute remaining, there is a 10th and a half that splits Sim Republic and the 322 Nomad Sim Racing car. The Archer brothers are further 2 odd tenths back. Then you get down to the gap split by hundredths of a second, and then the only car that's really not on the same pace is the Element Sim Racing 327, but in a race like this, you will always see safety cars mix things up, and we've seen cars upside down on their roofs 10 minutes into a race somehow still come back to win. So never give up and make sure you're always looking forward. In terms of manufacturer representation at the top here, we do have a bit of a mix. It will be interesting to see how that's going to stay over the course of this race. But that's one thing that you've seen in the course of your time here in IVRA. Things are always open to chaos.
Yeah, they certainly are, and there's a lot of different people involved, as you can see on the left-hand side at the moment. But yeah, I mean, it can be. I kind of feel sorry for these guys a little bit in GT3 Pro-Am, because we often see, especially sports car races at Watkins, Glen, the run up the hill through 2 and 3 and 4 is very narrow up there, and sometimes there's accidents, and those towards the back of the pack just have nowhere to go quite often and get caught up in an incident. I kind of feel like that could be a trend once again here today, where we see a safety car because of a complete mass pile-up, because it's so narrow going up through there. Because I've just seen it in so many sports. For whatever reason, it's multi-class sports car racing that seems to have it the most as well. So it's not a particularly serious thing. It's not a. I suppose it is a kind of a track thing, isn't it? I suppose, but you know, this combination of cars, for whatever reason, just always provides a complete blockage at some point throughout the race. In my experience over the last half year at least, I've done at least 3 races where there's been a complete block.
Well, Pro-Am qualifying's done. The Pro cars are rolling off for GT3 qualifying, and we will have updated standings from those 3 races in the fall to walk you through. So let's quickly take a look at them while temperature builds up in the tires. We see them roll out onto track. Maniti Racing in the 278, your champions by 34 odd points. Winners at the final race where they scored a perfect race. There are also halfway points awarded in these 1,000 kilometer races, so a maximum of 150 points. And they backed that up with a 3rd place in the season opener, only 5th best in the Red Bull Ring midway through the season. Not ideal for them. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 2nd after a win for them at the Red Bull Ring, while Fiercely Forward consistently up there in the top 5, top 6 cars. They finished 3rd. Impulse Pure Sims 5-Star Motorsports through the top 6. So the GT3 pros are going to roll themselves out. And Zach, you know, from a driver's mindset, when we mix these classes together at the start of the race, how aggressive do you want to be as a pro car if you're bottled up behind a Pro-Am?
Well, that's the thing. It's about patience. Of course, it's 1,000 kilometers. You have time to take your time and get through. But at the same time, as a driver, your instinct is, I'm bottled up here. I want to get through. I want to get to the front. I want to be doing my thing. I want to carve my way through. And it's just about being able to, it separates the good from the great. The good are quick and will just send one to the inside, crash each other out. Not race done, but it's certainly a step backwards. Whereas the great drivers will think, I have time, I'm going to pick my way through. They start battling amongst themselves, they drive themselves slightly wide, I can pick my way through, that's 2 in 1, off I go. So it's just about being patient, analysing each situation, because each one is different. Each driver drives slightly differently. One will be slightly wide coming off the bus stop, that can open up a gap into turn 5 or whatever it might be. So one of those things, and it's just about being able to analyse your opponent, analyse where you're quicker, analyse where you can get through without causing a massive crash.
Do remember you can stay up to date with us on social media by using the hashtag IVRA. We'll be checking out the Twitter machines over the course of the day, so do make sure to keep in touch with us. On board with Raf van der Linden down the hill in towards the boot section here, climbing up. Use the camber of the track, use gravity to help you up as well. Nicely through that corner as they work down in towards turn 10. There you see the draft, Ewan, and I do think that's going to be important, but how close do you want to be? That Lamborghini, that German sim racing car behind, is rather close to van der Linden. If van der Linden makes a mistake, German sim racing will feel the pain, as the 262 says, you go on by. That lap clearly not that good.
Yeah, clearly, and I don't really think the slipstream is going to be much of a factor, I've got to be honest. Through this circuit, it's quite twisty. I know there are some straight sections and whatever, but unless it's teams working together with their multiple cars, I really don't think it's going to be too much of a factor here throughout this race, as we see the first few lap times come up on the board. It's hard to really do anything in terms of getting slipstream off of somebody else in this one, and you've got to stay really close, as you said. You've got to stay really close through the corners as well, which is obviously not ideal. If they make a mistake, or all manner of things can just go wrong. You can get held up, etc. So it's too risky. If I was them, I would just focus on my own qualifying laps. Just get on with it and see where it puts you, really, instead of worrying about everybody else.
That Sim Republic time looking quite good with the Vector by RSR, WS Racing 202 fiercely forward, the Quasar and Virtual Motorsports cars all going slower than your Pro-Am pole position winner in the early stages. We jump on board with Pure Sims in the 216. What a lap time by the T3 Motorsports by Maniti. 278 car Luca once just punched in a 43.167. It's about half a second quicker than the 318, and you'd expect that maybe tires might even be able to go a little bit faster, and Wunsch has done it without the benefit of the draft as well, so it gives you an indication of just how rapid that Porsche is. We've seen Maniti in all sorts of manufacturers. Usually the big green machine is a BMW M8 GTE, but at least here in the GT3 is all attention on this rear engine Porsche 911 working its way through the penultimate corner, indicating he's coming down to pit lane, and you'll see there that yellow line. You will see all drivers during the race pull to the right, and they have been instructed that they are allowed to drift very slightly, but they have to be very careful about keeping tucked in to the inside, because it's going to be a point of contention, Zach. The fact that the entry to pit lane is also on the racing line coming through that final corner.
Yeah, it's a very sketchy pit lane, to put it bluntly. That's the short story. And of course, in an endurance race, it's a very important and often very live place of the racetrack. So you don't want to be catching people out by being unpredictable. It needs to be clear that you're on the right. That means you're sort of coming into the pit lane. You're in the yellow. Whereas it's similar to sort of tracks like the Red Bull Ring, where you're coming through turn 9 and you've got the pit entry on the right hand side. It's important to stick between the white lines of the pit entry. So yeah, it's a good rule to have. It's a good clear indication, a good clear clarification to have as well for the drivers, so they know they're not going to accidentally slip up. And in all honesty, a bit of common sense, to be honest. Yes, they're racing drivers, they don't want to lose time, but it's you're going onto the race line to come into the pit lane, and you've got to be careful. You've got to take an air of caution, especially when there's a good 40 odd cars around you. So yeah, it is certainly important to have.
It's that time when we talk about corner numbers, as we see the Quasar Lamborghini up through the hill. Different track maps that I've seen, Ewan, have the bus stop chicane not listed as a corner. That is wrong. There is no doubt that is wrong.
Well, yes, I agree. I don't disagree with that, but if there's one thing you should know about Americans naming corners, then it's that none of them are right, in my opinion. No, I can't name a circuit, an American circuit off the top of my head that's got it right. I've got to be honest.
I think Barber. No, Barber's got those A and B ones, doesn't it?
We've got C. Barber. Yeah, so yeah, we forget that. Yeah, it's a mess, to be honest. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, normal, all fine. Then we go on the back straight, and then if you can call it the inner loop if you want, or the bus stop chicane. It's just not named at all. And then obviously you got the long kind of carousel-like corner at turn 5, apparently. So yeah, I think because every corner here has a name, I'll stick to names rather than numbers. It's a bit safer.
I like the apparently. Question coming into the YouTube chat about how these drivers are split up into Pro and Pro-Am. It is based on the I rating of the drivers, which factors into the IVRA internal driver ranking system, very similar to the FIA bronze, gold, silver levels. We've got our own ranking, and it's somewhat independent of I rating. The base ranking is taken from I rating, but IVRA reserves the right to adjust up and down the relative licenses of the drivers. There's also drive time restrictions depending on which class you're in with which type of drivers. It's always something to watch out. New pole sitter is the 5-star Motorsports Lamborghini, as they have led on past the Impulse Racing car in front of them. They've put in a 1:43.115. They've slowed things down, maybe going to come down to pit lane this time by half a tenth of a second, splitting first and second, with the Hell Racers Gluttony in third, Pure Sims Esports down in fourth, with the Impulse 257 Raymond Schaefer's in fifth positions. Bit by bit, the Pro GT3 cars are working their way up. That Sim Republic 318 lap time, Ewan, might stand the test of time, given that we do know that the track is only going to warm up here as we get further and further into the day through qualifying.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, it's all going to be. I do believe this to be true, by the way. In the order, the GT3 guys are going to be just shoved onto the grid in one big. I don't want to say one big mess, but they're not going to be ordered into Pro and Am different sections. So they are actually gaining a little bit of time there, I guess, Sim Republic, by putting 3 of the Pro cars in between themselves and their nearest Pro-Am rivals, which is going to be very useful at the start of this race. They can have, immediately you've got at least, a second, maybe a second and a half in there when it all single files its way out. So, yeah, that's going to be very useful to them on the early point of this race. And of course, as this race goes on, we're going to see those Pro-Am cars slowly climb the order, really, and it's going to be no surprise at all to see one in the top 10 of GT3 overall.
Yannick van der Zande does not improve in the Arvensis Racing number 12. Bit by bit, working our way to now seeing the GTEs roll out onto the track. Up the hill. If we're going to see chaos, whether it be on the initial start, whether it be on one of the restarts that we are bound to have, that is likely going to be where it is, surely, Zach.
Yeah, it's just a tough circuit overall, isn't it? You've got to be careful. You've got to take an air of caution wherever you go, really. And the bus stop, it's so quick, isn't it? It's quite deceiving. And with restarts and things like that, all that is sketchy. With the I think there's a Porsche parked there. No, it's a Lamborghini. But yeah, it's good that they managed to stop. And that's another thing, is when you do have a spin, when you come back onto the circuit, that's something that's equally is you've got to be careful, because yes, you've got the little black box, the relative in your bottom right, or wherever you have it set in iRacing, telling you where people are. You've still got to be able to pull yourself back on and know how long it's going to take you, and you don't really want to be pulling straight into the course of someone else.
Absolutely not, as BMW running a little bit wide, as up the hill they'll come in towards that final turn on the boot. An ultimate couple of corners coming up now, seeing cars diving down onto pit lane as well. So maybe the final set of tires for one final flying run, but time is slowly ticking away. The closer you cut it, the closer you come to not getting onto the track in time to be able to set one final qualifying attempt. There's the Hell Racers Porsche, the 229, 7th in the championship in the 3 races we had in the fall. It could have been up there in the top 5 if they had actually finished the race at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya to close out the season. Being consistent in terms of their pace, not just in 2021, but across of the entirety of IVRA series history. We see these guys across of the gambit of IVRA competitions. If you want to follow live timing and scoring, head to timing71.org. You can follow your favorite teams and drivers across the best in real and virtual motorsports. Use their world-class suite of data analysis tools as well to try and keep up to date with the strategy games that I'm sure we'll see played, because in a distance-based race, Ewan, it always means that you play things differently than you do in a time-based race, because you can work backwards with a firm number of laps in mind. Even if you're in some of the slower cars, you've got a target in mind, and knowing that you've got halfway points as well, you're basically looking at 2 different races for each team within the course of these 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, I mean, for the LMP2s, definitely it makes things a lot easier, because they know exactly how long they're going to be running out here. For the GTs, it's not that much easier, to be quite honest, than a timed race, because you don't know how many times you're going to be lapped. You can try and guess, but it's never going to be bang on, so that can be difficult. But yeah, I kind of find that the halfway points are kind of a secondary thing to these teams, that you get half points at halfway, for those that haven't seen an IVRA Endurance Series race just yet. And it's kind of secondary, the main prize really, in the races. They don't often tend to do anything wild on strategy to get those points, which is fair enough, I suppose, because it's only half points. But it is a secondary thing to think about. And yeah, we were talking. I'm kind of stealing Lorenzo's thunder a little bit here by saying this, but he was posting it about yesterday and saying about how this is going to be a very strategical race in LMP2. It's going to be 6 26 lap stints if you can do that. But the problem is that is difficult, of course. So yeah, it's going to be a challenge for everybody here today to make it on those stops. I believe it's 7 27 6 lap stint, but you get what I mean.
Yes. No, I know what you mean.
It's a nice round number if you can do that 26, and we're going to find out within the first hour of the race whether or who is going to be able to do that. That is, of course, before we have added the safety car complications.
Yep. 1 minute warning has been given out for the GT3 Pro car, so basically it is finish your lap as we watch the 202. Lucas Lang behind the wheel right now in the WS Racing BMW coming through the bus stop chicane. I don't think this is really on for a good time, and I don't think he's got time to wrap himself around the circuit and get going once more. So I think that's qualifying done for the 202. The question will be for the likes of 5-Star Motorsports, T3 by Maniti. Can they go faster? T3 is coming up the hill into the penultimate corner. Here's the onboard with the 278. 4 champions in this Porsche 911 now for the winter season. Can Luca Wunsch start this campaign off with a statement in qualifying all the way to the wall? 1:43.167 his best lap, a 43.031 to beat. He improves, but it's not good enough for pole. It is still 5-Star Motorsports on top, Zach.
Yeah, well, that 5-Star, we're definitely going to be having their heart pounding in their chest, but it's still it's very, very close amongst the entire grid. A tenth, half a tenth ish between each place. It's very, very close indeed. And unfortunately for T3, they couldn't quite hit pole position, but it's a 181 lap race. What much really is 1 lap in qualifying if you think about it? They're still second place. They're still on the front row of the grid. They're still going to be able to put their front foot forward. The most important thing really, brush off this, second place, sweet, fantastic, 181 laps, get your head down, that's what's important. Of course the GTs won't do 181 laps, they'll do closer to something 160, 150, something along those lines. Depends how quick the LMP2 guys are, but it's about getting your head down, being consistent. That's the main thing in endurance racing. Qualifying, yes, important, get the track position, great, but if you can't maintain that through the race, not really much point.
Well, GT3s are done, and it's 5-Star Motorsports that win pole position here for the 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen. The GTEs are getting underway. They're rolling themselves out for qualifying. Here's a look at how things went in 2021. It's another championship for Maniti. This time it was in the GTE category. Can they back things up? Ruben Bonga behind the wheel of that big green machines will be on those Bonga drums. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, they're always strong no matter what class you put them in. Second place for them after winning the season opener, second at the Red Bull Ring, and then unfortunately it wasn't the smoothest of runs in their final race of the season. They finished down in 6th, and that was enough to hand the championship to the 178. Team RSO, they finished this season in 2021 in 3rd with 2 podiums to their names. RSR by G Performance, well, disaster for them at the Red Bull Ring. They might have been up there in the mix if they had managed to survive to the end, and German Sim Racing complete the top 5 here. But these GTE cars, Ewan, I mean, yes, we're not really going to see them much in the real world anymore, but they are still fearsome beast. A little bit less downforce than, rather more downforce than their GT3 counterparts, less driver aid, and overall just faster.
Yeah, they are just that little bit faster, but still have that GT feel to them. There's no doubt about that, and it is good to see because almost every championship in the world is phasing them out at this point in the simulators right now. So this is going to begin to feel like a bit of a throwback in a few months' time, I reckon. With obviously the phasing out of the GTs in real life, people wanted to emulate that in sim, but either sticking with the GTs, and I like that. I mentioned at the top of the show about how unique this championship is with the safety cars and the fact we run 2 laps here instead of time. This is another unique thing. Not many other championships that in the world in iRacing at the moment are running the GTEs anymore. They're becoming less and less popular, but IVRA Endurance Series is unique once again and choosing to keep these on board for at least another 3 races.
Here is Ruben Bonga, always quick no matter what car you put him in. We've seen him rising up with T3 and Maniti in these last few years. Maniti, of course, announcing that partnership with the real-world organization T3 Motorsports at the start of this year. And we did see T3 Motorsports have a small esports effort in a couple of years ago. We saw it live on RaceSpotTV, but this is now in partnership with one of the few, I'll call them pro-am teams. They're not, a full-time operation in a lot of ways compared to the likes of Redline and Kawanda, for example, but we've definitely seen how committed Tim Matska and the entire crew behind him are, and great to see T3 coming on board and not just completely changing things. It's a slightly new name, but it's that same great paint that we've come to love as the times will begin to come in. Orion Race Team with a 39.743. Ruben Bonga only good enough with a 39.896. But that's the thing with these GTE cars, is that the tires may come up to temperature. We may see these cars going fastest on lap 2 of the run, I would think maybe, Zach.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's a specific window in terms of the tyre temperatures. Too cold and the tyres can't delaminate enough. They can't change shape enough in order to withstand the lateral forces of these cars, especially around a track like Watkins Glen, where you really do demand a lot of the tyres. Just look at how much speed they carry into even the likes of turn 1, and then you've got the S's, the bust-up chicane, things like that. There's a lot of strain on the tyres, and the more strain you put on them, the more the temperature is going to get. And then they get to a point where they're too hot, they're changing shape too much, and what you're getting is the car sliding around underneath you, and that's really not what you want, because the smoother laps are oftentimes the better laps. The more times you have to sort of turn the steering wheel, and even on corner exit, if you have a massive snap, you're going to cost yourself exit time. So by having that window, and as you say, that was very close to the wall, pretty much as on the limit as you could possibly get without absolutely smashing that front fender off. But yeah, it's about that window and maintaining that window. So yeah, the first couple laps probably going to be the ones where we see the best times from the guys.
Now do remember, again, balance of performance in this class. TFR Lab helping the IVRA stewards to be able to put that together. It is penalties added to 2 of the cars. The BMW is the only one that's unchanged. 17 kilos of ballast go on to the Chevy Corvette C8R, but only got, I think, 1 of them in this series, and that is the Team Hoisingfeld 148 that we've seen over the years. Then you've got 21 kilos onto the Porsche 911. That's got a 99% fuel restrictions, as maybe it does look as though lap 1 is the fast lap for these GT cars, because Ruben Bonga has followed the train in towards pit lane. You will see in the LMP2 car, at the very least, 2-lap, 3-lap runs potentially as they build up those tires into the correct window. Here's John Atkinson in the 114, the Phoenix Racing Esport Porsche 911, getting towed around by the Alpine Stars geodesic car, starting a lap this time by. It's a good spot to be in. He is far enough back that he will get the benefit. The only problem is now he's got some traffic coming out of pit lane. That's not going to really help him, Ewan. That German sim racing car is going to have to be very careful, and, well, coming up through the S is always a sketchy place to be.
Yeah, just about did enough to get out the way there, really. Didn't impede the Porsche at all for Phoenix Racing, so that's all good in the end. But yeah, look how close they get to that wall on the right hand side going into the bus stop chicane. It's frightening stuff on occasion, and we did see a brief push on the wall a little bit earlier on, and that won't be the last, you can be sure. But these guys pushing so hard, it's going to be a real shock when we get into the race and we see them all of a sudden taking things a lot easier, because they're not going to be going like this for 181 laps. It's simply unsustainable.
You've watched an IVRA race before, haven't you, Ewan?
Well, yeah, but I don't think people will, I certainly wouldn't be willing to brush the barriers 181 times and hope that it worked. Well, maybe, but I certainly wouldn't want to be going anywhere near it, to be honest. It's such a long race.
Yeah, there is a reason why we're up here in the comms booth, isn't there? And not down there on the track, to say the very least. Not just because you can never trust a commentator's math, but if you see a commentator in your rear view mirror, they say those who can't do teach. What does that say about those that go and talk about people doing stuff then? Don't want to know about that. If you want to see commentators race, there is a commentators race coming up. What was it? Midway.
Ages away.
Yeah, it's ages away. It's way too far away, to be completely honest. And that's because we're all busy. We wanted to schedule it during a week 13, and it just happens as though not this upcoming week 13, because we've got an IVRA race, if I remember correctly, an endurance series race. But the next week 13 after that just happens to be during this certain little Headley French countryside race that happens every year for 24 hours. And let's be honest, we'd all prefer to be watching that than to be racing around in our virtual cars. I think that's a bit of an understatement. By the way, again, left side of the screen at the top, you'll see 33 minutes left in qualifying. That is not indicative of how much time is actually left for each of these classes to be running. So, bit by bit, time is ticking away. We've only got one more class after this one, and it is the fastest cars of them all. The Dallara LMP2 cars will be rolling out onto track. And we're talking about fast and furious. The reality is as well that when you get three classes, three completely different speeds coming out on track here, Zach, that first pass through traffic is always scary. The second pass through, when usually you get the GTEs and the GT3s mixed up as well with the LMP2 cars, it's not just scary, but that is a recipe for disaster.
It's terrifying, to say the least, and put it bluntly, because, you know, yeah, the first time around, we've only got LMPs coming through on the GTEs, and there's a big speed difference between them. You get to the second time, the GTEs are now starting to catch back up on the GT3s, because yes, they're quicker, but not quite the delta between the P2s and the GTEs per se. So the GTEs are having a much harder time of getting through the GT3s. Top on that, you've got the P2s trying to get through on the GTs as well, and it's just an absolute kerfuffle of trying to find your way through. It's a kerfuffle for us because, you know, from a distance, GTs and GT3s aren't too, you know, dissimilar or similar. Well, no, they look quite the same from a distance, the GTs and the GT3s. So it's difficult to pick apart. But yeah, as a driver, especially a P2, you've got to pick your way through. At the same time, you being safe. You don't want to lose time. You don't want to lose a good 5 seconds, because you can lose upwards of 5-6 seconds a lap being tucked up behind the GTE. So it's again, how much of a risk do you take? Especially, you know, the first couple times are going to be, you know, an hour into the race ish, maybe. So you've still got a long way to go. You don't want to throw it all away just by lapping a car.
RSR by G Performance in that 199 car, currently on top with a 39.075. 10th and a half back to Obsidian Racing, making their IVRA Series debuts. Edu Morales behind the wheel there. Then 3/10 to the German simracing.de by Hetzner Porsche. Top 4 Porsches, Corvette in 5th, and then the sole BMW for Maniti down in 8th position as it stands. RSR has come down on towards pit lane. Did look as though it was a decent lap from them. Now looking down the hill with German sim racing Porsche. Look at how close they get to the outside. Those new curves as well, easier to straddle than the curves that we had before. The original, the very dated scan of Watkins Glen International, basically almost around since the start of iRacing as a public service, going on what, 14 odd years, something like that. So it is welcome. It is a welcome rescan of the track. What's a bit of an issue with the track surface itself when it was first released, when it was chewing up the tires, which would have been a big factor when it came to the tire limits for today's race, because teams are limited to 5 sets for the race, and that includes the one that they start on. But with that being fixed and it's gone back to normalcy just a little bit, tires are still a factor, but not as much as they would have been in prior iterations of this update to the track. And I mean, we're not seeing the sweltering track temperature that sometimes you see here in upstate New York. We've seen 50, 60 degrees during the iRacing 6 hours of the Glen before. Here comes that BMW for the Alpine Star Geodesic. So excuse me, there are actually 2 BMWs, but Bo Rigor has not set a time just yet, and time is really starting to wind down. I just wonder if he's been pushing those track limits just that a little bit too much, Ewan.
It's possible, although then again unlikely, because these guys have been so good so far this season. They were second in the Fall Championship in 2021, having taken a race victory at the Nürburgring, and yeah, you could say had the championship stolen from them at Barcelona with a bit of a poor result in the end. They lost 21 points, came in with a 7-point lead and lost 21 points. So yeah, you do the maths. They lost the championship, unfortunately. So they'll be looking to bounce back with a Grand Championship victory, and maybe a Spring Championship victory, kind of 2-for-1 deal, if you like. And yeah, that's what they're aiming for. But yeah, I mean, this circuit can still chew up the tyres. There's no doubt about that. I remember the Watkins Glen 6-hour special event that we did in the summer around here. When it gets hot here, it does get very hot, and I remember I didn't really understand what was happening at the time, but the temperatures were going so high and people were really worrying about the tyres. So you know, it just makes sense at a circuit like this. The resurfacing and all the new updates to iRacing have helped with that, but you can still get those very hot and very difficult days out here in Watkins Glen.
Well, Bo Rigo does put in a time, but it's only 9th best in that 162. Ruben Bonga on those bonga drums, only good enough to slot himself up into 5th, 6/10 off the pace. Qualifying isn't always just about the, results aren't always determined by the race pace. Look how squirrely they're getting over those curves. Look how much they're launching them over the curves at the bus stop chicane. I think I'm now starting to err with you in here, Zach, about how we're not likely to see that over the entirety of the 1,000 kilometers.
Absolutely not. It's qualifying. It's pedal to the metal. Get your best lap times, and you're a racer driver. You want to maximise everything you can, but at the same time, doesn't stop it being sketchy. And in an endurance race, you chuck it over that curb, you scrape the floor, you unsettle the car, you're around, and you're already going very quickly through the bus stop. You know, relative to sort of a chicane, it's really high speed, and if you bottom out the car, if you spin the car, you are in the barrier. That's, you know, near enough your race over. So you've got to be careful through the race. But yeah, they're maximising these curbs. Of course, you hook the curb, it hooks the car around as best you can, and through the bus stop, it minimises the distance you're having to go through. So it really does gain you a bit of time. But yeah, the risk versus the reward is something people are going to take into account in the race.
If you've got a setup that can handle the bumps, why not use it? Risk it for the biscuit. 1 minute has already been told to the drivers in qualifying, so might be final laps coming in. Rigor doesn't improve, but just off his best mark, and I think that's going to be him done for qualifying. Here comes Mike Dam in that Orion 144. 39.651 to beat. He puts in a 39.418. Does improve the time, does not improve his standing in qualifying.
Yeah, we've seen a remarkable qualifying session here, really. T3 Motorsport by Maniti leading the championship, but they're only 5th. You've got Geodesic in second, they're only 9th, and RSO in third in the championship was 7th. So a real turn up for the Bucks here.
Ruben Bonga, is he going to improve through the bus stop? Looks okay, but those BMWs seeming sluggish around Watkins Glen, at least for now. Do they have something in reserve for qualifying? This BMW is a big base, and it's a bit of an odd GTE car, to put it mildly, Zach.
Yeah, you've got to wrestle that BMW. I haven't really driven the GT3s on iRacing myself. I've only had it for just after Christmas, really. And you know, the GT3s in themselves are a challenge, and each one has their own thing. I've only driven the Ferrari, so and the Mercedes, actually. I'll give myself credit for that, and the Mercedes. But I haven't really delved into the difference in GT3s. But from what I've heard, yeah, the BMW it's welcoming to new drivers, from what I've heard from other people, but it can be a bit of a handful. So, you know, do you want that much of a handful? Are you going to adjust that in the setup? Are you going to maybe go for a softer suspension, more camber on the tyres, more toe, whatever it is, little tiny adjustments to make it that little bit more comfortable? Because at the end of the day, it's an endurance series. You want more eggs in the consistency basket as opposed to the pure pace basket.
So that's qualifying done for the GTEs. It is RSR by Butt Kicker, the 199, that has put it on pole. Here's how the fall went in the LMP2 category, and this was chaotic. 3 races, 3 different winners, and Pure Sims, after a perfect season opener at the Nürburgring, then devastation for them at the Red Bull Ring, where they finished all the way down the running order in 13th position. They bounced back at Barcelona with 2nd, and that netted them the championship. Do note as well, they were very impressive when it came to the half points. First in the Nürburgring and Barcelona at the halfway marker, second at the Barcelona, first at the Nürburgring and the Red Bull Ring. So they always seem to have a card up their sleeve when it comes to those strategies to get them to the right place at the right time. Apex Tech Racing in 2nd, Impulse 3rd. Then VRS Satellite Racing, they won the final race of the season, but they need a bit more consistency in those half points to get themselves up into the championship mix. Private Label Team Hype 5th, with the ever-quick Delta Sport down in 6th. And watch out for Team RSO, who have had plenty of interesting fights with, in particular, Delta Sport over the years. Turn the wick up. It's now time to get these prototypes out there on track, and they'll just be glad that they don't have any traffic, at least for the time being, Ewan.
Yeah, they'll be relishing the opportunity to really put their foot down at this stage and spread their wings almost, and kind of use the full circuit, because it might not last for that long really. They'll be mired in traffic throughout the entirety of the 1,000 kilometres this afternoon, you'd imagine. That's just the way these races go. That's part of the charm and then part of the challenge. But yeah, every driver relishes qualifying. I think low fuel, new tyres, and the opportunity to push these cars as far as they can go. That's exactly what Paulo Munoz is going to try and do right now for Pure Sims. Full season winners, as we've just seen, looking to emulate that in the spring season, and by default they will be grand champions as well. So lots of things for them to aim for, lots of things to think about.
Coming through the final corner, let's ride around for a lap here at Watkins Glen International with the Pure Sims number 16 across the start-finish line. Hopefully you don't go bowling down into turn number 1. The track falls away from you, but get onto the anchors nice and early to clip the apex on the inside, clip that curb, and avoid running too wide. Race Control will take a look at that one. Up the hill, through the S's. You have to watch out with traffic, but there's no traffic here in qualifying. Paulo Munoz is pedal to the metal, foot to the floor, and focus on the bus stop coming up. We've already seen how the GTEs are launching themselves over the curb. What's it going to be like here in the P2? Just a little bit less aggressive on the entry, but through the exit, sets up into the outer loop, down into 3rd gear. Look how early he attacks the corner. It's almost an oval corner here in the 16 car, in these LMP2 cars. Then down the hill, in towards the chute. This is where you slow things down just a little bit more. You get onto the brakes just a little bit more, up into the toe, use gravity to help you on the entry, use it to help you on the exit as well. Get onto the power nice and early, get that car turned in, and run yourself wide. A little bit of grass separation from the edge of the track as you get out onto the exit of the corner. Then into turn 8 at the heel. This is where you will see a couple of cars running wide. Paulo Munoz taking full respect of the track limits there. Up the hill, very tricky through turn 9. The car always wants to step away from you. The track is cambered away from you as you come over the crest onto the power, penultimate corner. foot to the floor in these LMP2 cars on low fuel. Might not be that way in full race trim. Final corner, carry the momentum. You can run all the way to the wall on the outside to the start-finish line. Benchmark for Pure Sims was second in their first lap. They go even quicker on lap number 2. Excuse me, no, they don't. They've actually gone a little bit slower. Still a good lap from them. RSO leads the way. Delta Sport's gone up into second. Look at those gaps. We are looking like we have a very fun LMP2 battle on the cards here, Zach.
Well, if you take out Team RSO, yeah, definitely, because yeah, it's incredibly close. That was sport between Apex Tech, a couple of attempts. Impulse just slightly slots in between the two. It's literally, blinks of an eye between these guys. We look at it and think, oh well, they've gone quicker, but if you look at the lap side by side, they cross the line, pretty much to the human eye at exactly the same point. It's nothing between these guys, and that's what they always say. A second is a lifetime in racing, and each fraction of that is built up and is relative to a different amount of time. It's hard to explain to people that are new to racing that they think it's a tenth of a second. That's nothing. Yeah, it is, but in racing, it's everything. You've got to be able to extract those tiny tenths of a second, as you can see Darling maximising those curves, which I honestly didn't think they'd do in the P2s. I thought these P2s would be a little bit more sensitive to the sudden changes in elevation, I guess you could say. Because over those curves, you're disrupting the airflow into the car. That's, a lot of these P2s rely on that ground effect, sucking the car to the floor. You disrupt that, and you end up going around. But yeah, Darling doing a good job of it at the moment. But Team RSO, they've had a good breakfast this morning, I think, as Pure Sims. The closest they can get is 2.5 tenths. So yeah, they're doing a really good job at the front.
Delta Sport closing the gap just a little bit more now, down to 2 tenths out front. And Apex Tech goes even faster now, a tenth and a half. The other thing when it comes to the P2 cars is a stiffer car is always a better aerodynamic platform. It doesn't move around as much, so it goes kind of hand in hand with that. A lot of the downforce from this car is generated from the underside of the car. Fascinating to see how we see the cars running in race trim. Here comes Satellite Racing, not going to be on a flyer this time by. It was all about getting those tires conditioned for this final lap. We aren't seeing them down into pit lane, so while 5-Star Motorsports and Impulse and the Phoenix Racing number 5 car all coming down to pit lane along with the private label Team Hype, for Satellite Racing, they've got something else up their sleeve as up the top of the S as they come. Got clean track in front of them as they try and chase down Team RSO. And towards that bus stop they come. Look at him. He's so confident, and that's what you need in qualifying. You want your most confident driver out there putting the benchmark down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason for them not to have confidence either, Satellite Racing, because they had a fantastic Barcelona race. They really were wonderful, actually, during that race. Coming from behind to win that one, they only picked up 27 points at the halfway stage, which just shows you how far down the field they were at that point. Coming through to win it, I think they were only a couple of points off at one stage of actually taking the whole title as well. That's how crazy it was at Barcelona, but they weren't quite able to do it. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed that they had such a good run right before Christmas and they had to stop all the momentum they just built up, and they couldn't go flying into another endurance race, because they would have quite possibly they would have flown away with it, to be quite honest. But no, they're looking to emulate that kind of form here. Paul Donald's not had a great start to this qualifying session. He's nearly a second down on Team RSO, but we'll see what this lap time will produce for them. It's much better from him. He's able to move up into 6th place, knocking on the door of a top 5.
Important qualifying, I think, as well, because that first time through traffic, you need to put yourself in the right place to not get separated from those around you. Yes, you'll have the safety cars to bunch things up, but you can never rely on being saved by the caution coming out at the right point in time, especially if it came out midway through a cycle. Things would change. 5-Star Motorsports starting a qualifying lap this time by as Max Riedmuller dives down the hill. Car will emerge out of pit lane and slow things down. That's very courteous from the Pure Sims car, which sees Paulo Munoz again behind the wheel. We will also see, by the way, today, I believe Tommy Milner might be jumping into that private label Team Hype car. Of course, drives for Corvette in the GTEs in Full Metal Motorsport, but co-owner of the private label Team Hype. Seen him in action in other endurance series before. Riedmuller really launched it into the air on the exit of the bus stop chicane. That might have compromised him very slightly as we tick down towards the end of qualifying. Bit by bit, we are getting closer to time expiring and drivers getting one final chance to fly around Watkins Glen International. And surely at this point, if you are an LMP2 car, you're thinking now not necessarily about this lap, Zach. You're thinking about the next one, the one where those tires maybe are at the right conditioning. Because again, we haven't seen lap 1 be the fastest. It's lap 2, maybe lap 3, where you really extract the maximum of the car.
Well, yeah, you have to take that installation lap in. You have to get yourself into a rhythm. You can't go out and expect to do a personal best straight off the bat, and you've got to set onto that rhythm a little bit wide. That is how close it can be sometimes. He had to back off a little bit. Probably cost him a little bit of time in the 55. Didn't quite manage to improve. Was that because of it? Perhaps so. But yeah, it's all about setting yourself up for that final run, that last chance, one shot, get it done. Even though they've had the last 15 minutes in order to do that, it's get that final lap, get it done. But also, just as importantly, have these laps now as a banker, because it's very easy. You can't put everything into that final lap, because if you mess it up, you're at the back of the grid. You've put yourself already on the back foot for a long race, and you do not want that at all. It's all about a hop, skip, and a jump. Hop through quali, skip through the race, and then you're done. You've had that. You've had that momentum. You've carried it forward, because if you have a bad quali, you're going to carry that sort of mentality into the race, and you're not going to be doing yourself any favours. So even now, it's important to set a decent lap.
So here comes Impulse in the 56, entering down in towards the boot. Where are the guys that will be coming around to finish laps? Because the 1 minute warning hasn't just come out yet, so we got some time. Graham Saunders is starting a lap now, so he's got potentially 2 laps to go while we wait for that warning to come on down. The 97 Team RSO car that's on pole is going to come through the final corner now, and does look as though it might be on a good lap time. I'll track on my timing screen how he's going to do. Here he is, in fact. Here's Mats Thorsholtzfeld. Goes faster. Yes, it's only marginal, but Team RSO has a rocket ship in qualifying. So 1:30.173, the new benchmark to beat. Here comes the 5 of Phoenix Racing Esports. He won't improve on his time. The gauntlet is being laid down right now by the German Team RSO.
It certainly is a bit of a surprise, I have to say, given the performance of them in the first half of the season. But let's not forget, even though European circuits and the American ones are not that different, it can still play a role, and RSO finding some form. So our private label Team Hype, by the looks of things, Connor Harrington straight up to third, a massive improvement.
It was a really good lap at the death as well as time winds down. Josh Clogg not looking so rapid out of the final corner, and even though I don't think that was the lap that he was setting up for, I don't think it sets him up nicely for the next lap either. You lose the speed down the hill into turn 1. Can Graham Saunders improve? The 62 car round the penultimate corner. Always spiffy. The Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team with their black and gold liveries. 36.99 his best. It's a 37.53, but again, he'll get at least one more lap. Still waiting for the 1 minute warning to come down. Here's the Apex Tech Racing 13. No improvement there, about a second slower. Might have some damage on the right front of the car, and then runs wide for good measure as well. RSO, Delta Sport, and one of the Phoenix Racing cars all coming down into pit lane. They're done. They are done for qualifying. There was not going to be enough time for them to get back out onto track and to finish the laps that they're on. So now it's all about if the cars on track can improve. Connor Harrington having a couple of technical issues there as he rounds through the final couple of corners. There's Josh Clogg in that fiercely forward number 34. Is Connor Harrington going to set a lap time? He is. Is it going to be better? Well, I don't know if it's going to be better because my timing screen is playing tricks on me. Connor Harrington is actually setting up for one final attempt now. He went about 3 seconds slower. And I think what we're seeing from some of these cars, Zach, is they're just backing up when they finish a good lap and then getting one more good lap out of the tire. So very different to what we've seen from GT3s and GTEs.
Yeah, after one lap, you go in full throttle, absolutely hammering it. You're going to overheat the tyres a little bit, going to wear them out. So you want to have a lap, then cool down a little bit, or even if you make a mistake, back off your lap just to preserve the tyres, because you don't want to be on older, slightly warmer or too hot tyres for your final run. It's that all or nothing run. You need to maximise it as best you can. So that's what they're going to be doing now. They're going to be putting everything on that final lap, as Connor Harrington still is having those slight technical issues. Don't quite know where he is. There he is. He's come back now. But yeah, it's so close, and you need, especially in a field like this, just look from Apex down to, well, Pure Sims. They're separated by, what is that, a tenth-ish, maybe? Yeah, about that, just under a tenth. About 0.8 of a tenth, and that's nothing between those guys, as Harrington goes very, very wide. I think, I'm not quite sure, I've seen a lot of people do that. I think they get away with that.
You can get away with it with an iRacing, but I think Race Control might have a couple of issues. That would be qualifying done for Connor Harrington with the off-track. The 1 minute warning has come out, and the checkered flag has flown as well. 5-star across the line, Impulse across the line. No further attempts will be forthcoming from them. It is qualifying done in the LMP2 class. Maybe we'll see Graham Saunders improve. Paul Darling in that 64 satellite racing car is also looking quite good, as Saunders gets his slide on coming up through the midway section of the booth. That was mighty stylish.
Yeah, it certainly. It remains to be seen whether that was fast or not, really. But certainly a 10 from the judges, you would say. But yeah, he's just really wringing the neck. I think it just showed that these guys are on the absolute limit at the moment of what these cars can produce. They've got a lot of downforce. They're very low to the ground these days at Watkins Glen as well, because it's not as bumpy as it used to be after it's resurfacing. Very close to the wall on the exit of the final corner as well. Can't see Sanders really improving here, and he just about doesn't. But a good level of consistency there that he'll be able to take forward into the race.
I think now we wait and see for the likes of Hell Racers, Nicholas Helm, to try and improve. Straddles the curb through the penultimate corner. Again, a 39.43, his best. Oh, and he clobbers the wall. That is done for him. Satellite Racing then, following in close pursuit. Does Paul Darling improve? I'm looking at the timing screen. I don't think he did. It was about 3 thousandths slower than his previous time. That was the margin. Impulse, I think you've realized, they were looking decent on the pace and then had to bail out of that lap. So that's qualifying done for all 4 of our classes. We are about 8 or so minutes away from seeing the green flag for the kickoff of this winter, because apparently it's the winter, not the spring like I thought it was. The winter season in 2022 for the IVRA Endurance season. Midway through the day here in the virtual Watkins Glen. Great look at the track. Takeaways from qualifying then, Zach. Let's start in GT3. The fact that we had the Sim Republic Pro-Am car up there in the top 10 overall in GT3. I think we're in for a race where pro cars that are qualified back in the pack, they're in for some pain at the start here.
Yeah, for sure, because maybe there's a number of factors that could have happened, because, you just look, the Sim Republic inside the top 8, right amongst the mix of some of the pro guys, but, as I said before, it's one lap in quali, he might have hooked it up a little bit better, and the pros who have, more experience over the AMs are going to be able to have a better initial getaway from the start, and you can see a lot of the pros in amongst some of the AMs as well, which is certainly less than ideal. They're going to have to get their way through that before they then have to actually get some positions up on themselves. So it's sketchy, but it's a long race. That's where their experience and their sort of their overall consistency is really going to aid them.
Well, we cycled through the GT3 results, but let's actually run you down through the starting grid, because we are getting ready to go for the 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen here midway through February to get this winter season of the IVRA Endurance season underway. Here's a look then at your LMP2. These Dallara LMP2 spec cars are done in qualifying, and it was Team RSO with a rocket ship, a 1:30.173 pole position for the 97, almost 2/10 quicker than Jamie Conway in the Apex Tech Racing number 13. The private label Team Hype, late qualifying lap there for Connor Harrington, but good enough for third. Alongside him on row 2 will be Alexander Gravui, while Impulse Pure Sims row 3, just about a 10th splitting 2nd through 6th positions. Then down in 7th, we will see the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car Paul Darling in that VRS Satellite Racing 64 alongside, while on the edge of the top 10, 5-Star Motorsports and the Phoenix Racing Esport number 5. Element Sim Racing Fire will be inside of the Hell Racers Tershine car. Hopefully not too much fire in the lap traffic for the number 27, while final car in your LMP2 category will be that fiercely forward number 34 with Josh Clogg behind the wheel. Then in the GTEs, RSR by butt kicker Sean Campbell with a 139.075 put it on pole. Obsidian Racing line up alongside them on the front row on their debut in IVRA competition, while German Sim Racing by Hetzner and the Orion Race Team share row 2. Fifth goes to the Big Green Machines, and your full champions for the IVRA Endurance Series. They'll be alongside the Corvette and Jansen Tikowski for Team Hoisingveld. Down in 7th is Neil Carstensen for the RSO by V-Rig KC Racing number 197. They'll share row 4 with the Apex Tech Racing GT machine, while through the top 10 is Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Phoenix Racing Esport, while the Samba Racing Team final car in this 11-car class. Then it's the big old GT3s, Pro and Pro-Ams mixed with one another to get things underway. It was 5-Star Motorsports with a 143.031 that put in the pole position time. T3 Motorsports by Maniti in that 278, 1/10 slower than them. Leon Penn in the Lamborghini will line up inside of the Hell Racers 229 Porsche, while Impulse and German Sim Racing, it's an all Lamborghini affair on row number 3. Arvensis Racing inside of your Pro-Am pole position winner, Sim Republic. What a lap time from them in that Porsche, while Vector by RSR share row 5 with WS Racing Esports. Just outside the top 10, we find Fiercely Forward and Nomad Sim Racing. Great qualifying as well for the 322. Well then, this is where we see those mix-up of the Pro-Ams and the Pro Machines, VRS Satellite Racing and Archer Brothers alongside 13th and 14th positions. Virtual Motorsports lining up next to the T3 Motorsports by Maniti, Mercedes and Pro-Am, while the Rusty Spatulas inside of the Quasar Sim Racing 225. Then it's almost all about the Pro-Am category with Talk Freak Racing, Alpine Stars Geodesic, 49 Motorsports, Westwood Racing Esports, and then the Element Sim Racing Earth Team. A full pace lap here at Watkins Glen International, and it gives us plenty of time to get things up, get you up to speed with what we expect to see in this race. Let's these drivers get some temperature and pressure into the tires as well. So we talked about the Pro and Pro-Am mix-ups. Let's talk then about LMP2 strategy once more, Ewan. We were talking about how for these cars, fuel saving will come into the mix, but again, they've got to be on their toes. Safety cars, an ever-present threat here in IVRA.
They certainly are. It's what makes this series so great, really. The added strategy elements with that one. But yeah, if in this hypothetical situation, if this race runs entirely green, then 7 26-lap stints, or 6 26 and 1 25. But you get the idea. If you can get to the end of the race with the 181 through doing that, it's not easy, but you can do it. And that may be ideal to just staying out of the pit lane. We see often in the longer endurance racing, staying out of the pit lane is half the challenge, and it may prove to be the case here in this one as well. But yeah, I think it is going to come down to the safety cars. What we've seen so far in the races, keep yourself up towards the front, especially on the lead lap. For goodness sake, don't get one lap down because your race is completely screwed. But stay on the lead lap, stay up towards the front.
No, don't say that.
What?
Don't say that, because like I said, you can be upside down on your roof,
yeah,
and still win an IVRA race.
This is true, but for me, you've got to stay up towards the front on the lead lap and wait for the final safety car, and then obviously you don't know when the final safety car is going to be, but you know, just be there on the restarts, be ready, and yeah, you get a good result that way.
From your perspective as a driver, Zach, how do you approach having the halfway points as well? You have to be in a position at both points of the race to get the points, as redundant as that sounded.
Yeah, but your priority always should be, I mean, the halfway points will always be in the back of your mind to get there, get those points. But the checkered flag in an endurance race is an achievement in of itself. You always set yourself these little milestones. Finish the race, a top 10, a top 5, a podium, a win. Anything else in between is a bonus, really. But yeah, it's about getting to the end, getting to the checkered flag. That's where the big points are scored. Yes, the halfway helps it. Obviously, it can, if there's a retirement halfway, if you get to 3/4 of the way through and retire, you've still got that little, scapegoat, that little backup of points to help you in a championship. Not all is lost, but still, you don't write everything off. You don't really go into a race with the halfway points in. We're going to get to halfway and then, whatever. It's about getting to the end, getting it to the end at the checkered flag in the highest place possible, get there first ideally, which is what a lot of these guys are going to be aiming to try and do, and get off to the Winners Series to a good start. But I can't say I'm particularly experienced in these endurance races.
Well, already some drama. Nomad Sim Racing has had an issue. Into the start zone we go. We're ready to kick off the winter season of the IVRA Endurance Series. Green flag flies. We're racing at Watkins Glen. LMP2 cars almost 4 abreast as they run down into turn 1. Hell Racers will ascend to the middle, back on the edge of the top 10. But Team RSO leads the way as they climb up through the hill, single filing themselves out. Here comes the Hornet's Nest. Here comes the GTE machines. Down the hill they plunge. RSO by Butt Kicker leading the way as they'll single that filed themselves out too. Nomad Sim Racing in that GT3 class, not sure what happened to them, but they've already towed back to pit lane. 5-Star Motorsports in their Lamborghini leads the way. We're racing at Watkins Glen and a good clean start in all 4 of our classes.
Yeah, it is. It's a fantastic start, and the early green flag, it helps to space them out just a little bit into turn 1, which has helped massively, single filing it out a little bit further down, which is what we want to see. And nice racing going on up and down the field, just outside the top 5 at LMP2 here. Looks like a little bit of side by side between some of the guys just below Pure Sims. We're on board now with the Impulse car trying to get through on Geodesic through the boot section of Watkins Glen.
We've survived lap 1 so far. I think the question will be, how does it go the first time through traffic? Now on board with the VRS Satellite Racing 64, just the Satellite Racing car now, no VRS added to the name. That was 2021 Arjuna. But as they were, they are the VRS Satellite Racing car. I knew I was right. Oh, wow, that is some abuse of track limits. But again, that first time through traffic is going to be the most drama-filled. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing looking to the inside of the Pure Sims car as they dive down the hill into turn number 1. Side by side they go.
Great racing between the two, just trying to make it. Big snap from the Impulse car. That is going to be, you do not want to be having that in the first couple of laps of an endurance race. Luckily for him, he managed to save that and hasn't lost too much momentum, which is a scary thing, having that tank slap right at turn 1. But look in front, you can see P6 and 5 going side by side in towards the bus stop chicane. That's going to be sketchy. It's going to be hard to do, and you can see the Alpine Stars just backing off, saying, okay, fair enough. If one of us has to back out, it's going to be me, just in case you don't. So the Geodesic, after having a great move through turn 1, immediately has to back off, and this is the fight, I think, for P1 in the GT. A bit of a train going on, 3 cars between a second. So yeah, definitely getting spicy, and we will always see good racing amongst the GT.
Timing screen shows that Team Hoisingveld and Jan Sentikowski had a bit of an issue there in their Corvette. Not sure exactly who they came to blow with. Also was a swap around for the GT3 lead. They're going back and forth. 5-Star Motorsports reclaims it from Luka Wanch in the T3 Motorsports by Maniti Porsche 911 GT3R. Here is that GT3 battle looking rearwards from 5-Star Motorsports as looks like Maniti is squeezed back up the inside, coming through the outer loop, down through the chute. It's a 4-car breakaway in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, it's a fantastic battle in GT3 at the moment. 5-Star Motorsport got off to a good start, but they weren't able to hold on to their lead for very long at all because T3 Motorsport by Maniti were able to get through nicely. Hell Racers are right here, GSR as well. So it's all looking very good in GT3, but the Porsche looking strong, it has to be said, along with the Lamborghinis in this front group. The 2 strongest cars rising to the fore, you might say, yeah, providing a good battle already. The top 4 racing away from the rest of the field.
Delta Sport's gone up to second in the LMP2 category. RSO, rocket ship in qualifying, might have a rocket ship in the race. Trying to break out of the drafting range, about 1.3, 1.4 seconds. That's the magic number for that 97 car. as they come down the hill in towards the boot themselves. Couple of penalties to get you up to speed with as well. There was a 30-second penalty for the Arvensis racing car that misregistered. Error in registration for the second. They're coming down to serve that right now. There was also a penalty handed down to the 216, Leon Penn, behind the wheel of that GT3 car for Pure Sims Esports. That was an issue during qualifying. It's a drive-through penalty adjudicated to them, and it's not how you want to start your race off already on the back foot, Zach.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. A lot of drama. Just look at that conga line-esque of the GT cars. They just throw their way through the bus stop. I think this is between the 5-star and the T3. Just look at them there. There's 4 cars, the top 4 separated by just under a second, and already trying to put the pressure on. Going defensive in towards the chute. The Lamborghini running a little bit wide. That's going to allow the Porsche to get the drive down the chute in towards the toe. Has he got the speed? The Lamborghini going defensive has that launch. The Porsche looking around the outside. That's surely not going to work. Trying to use gravity to get on the power as early as they can. But for now, the 5-star stays in front.
Plenty of action up and down through the field. Team Hoistingbelt still trying to recover from whatever happened to them on lap number 1, but that Corvette C8R machine already bundled down the order. Remember, it's a 181 lap race. When will that first safety car bring out the stop and start nature of proper endurance racing? Fortunately, there's no barrier repairs or anything that need to go on here in the virtual world, so at least those safety car periods just a little bit shorter. What I would argue, Ewan, is that potentially if you are Maniti, stay where you are, do a bit of fuel saving, try and let this front 4 run away from the rest of the GT3 cars behind.
Yes, it's not a bad idea. However, it doesn't look like either of them are letting up at the moment, really. And I think as we go out on board here, once again, with Runst, he's going to be making another move, isn't he? Going down towards the bus stop chicane. We'll see if they have had a word with him, and he will decide to back off this time. He stays in the slipstream. Now, does he pull out? Now he's starting to follow your advice. We've seen from these opening 3 laps, it's been absolutely brilliant entertainment, but not necessarily very efficient what they've been doing up the front of the field. And so now I think the kind of pre-race adrenaline is starting to die down. You're starting to settle into your race, and here after 3.5 laps or so, finally deciding, this is going to go on for 181 laps, and we can't do this for a whole 6 hours or however long it's going to be.
You see that Impulse Lamborghini just on the outset of the shot here. They're a bit in no man's land, 1.2 back from the German sim racing car at the tail end of the train, but they are about 2 and a bit seconds clear of the 202 WS racing car. So plenty of separation there. Satellite Racing GT3 AM, they're holding up the Quasar Sim Racing 225 GT3 Pro car that's trying to close in. And if you want an easy way to differentiate the pros and the Pro-Am cars in GT3, you can look at the number boards on the windshield of the car, different colors there, and same when it comes to the number plates, but also the numbers. 200s are the pros, 300s are the AMs, and this is what we were talking about earlier, the difficulty of working your way through as a pro car on these Pro-Ams, Zach, because the Pro-Ams have a race of their own going on as well.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to drive their own race at this point. Yes, you've got the likes of the front trying to really fight for those positions, those crucial track positions, because it will add up, it will help later on. But for these guys back here, they're running different races, they're on different strategies, it might be. So trying to settle their way through, pick who they can sort of tag along with, maybe getting a partner in Slipstream or whatever, just to help yourself along. We often see that a couple of times as well. But yeah, it's just about tag along, getting into your own races. We see the Porsche is again just pushing with the Lamborghini. I think these two are actually, as Ewan said, taking your advice and just working together. I think the entirety of the top 4 really are. They're not really pushing for moves. They know it's not worth it really. What is T3 gonna gain from getting through? Is it track position? Are they that much quicker they can get through? Are they being held up? Probably not. The best bet for them in a race where we know strategy is going to be so important, sit back in the slipstream. In the slipstream you require less of the engine, you can save a little bit of fuel, you can lift and coast into corners, and already we've got the P2s having to dart their way through.
Looks like the Vector by RSR 272 has also had an issue as, someone's had a tow. Oh, that's the Nomad Sim Racing car, excuse me. He had the issue on the formation lap.
Lovely.
Sorry, what are you seeing?
Very nice move for the lead. Delta Sport around the outside of Team RSO at the toe of the boot there. and around the outside of one of the Porsche GT3s as well, as it was free wide in the background. This is exactly what you were referring to not 10 minutes ago, about the fact that the first run through traffic is going to be easily more chaotic than the start of the race. And
there was contact. There was definite contact. Private label team hype takes advantage. Maybe it was the Apex Tech car that came to blow with Paulo Munoz, because that Jamie Conway-driven Apex Tech car has lost about 5 seconds on this lap. We'll take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay and just check this out. This is after the move for the lead has already happened. Ewan was right. I missed that. I was too busy trying to see what had happened to Nomad. But up the hill, Lamborghini trying to squeeze to the inside, and it just all causes a stack up there. And that Porsche, that's the... Now. No, that was the Satellite Racing AM car. For a moment, I thought it might have been your pole position Pro-Am car, but no, it's the poor old Ryan Robertson Porsche that got bullied by the LMP2 car. And race control, well, it's good that we have live race controls, Zach.
Yeah, certainly they can have a look at that and make a best decision. The good thing about sim racing is you get all the data. It's not like in real life where you've got limited cameras, limited this and that. But just look at it looks like, oh, and then that's a bit of contact. Oh no, this is the still replay. Absolutely, I'm completely oblivious to the top left of your screen. But yeah, the Porsche just tagged round. They're so sensitive, a little bit to contact. There's just so many cars in one space. There's so many cars trying to claim the same bit of circuit, and it's just never ever going to work. So yeah, luckily we have the race control. They can look at all the different camera angles that iRacing has to offer. They can look at the telemetry, whatever it might be, in order to make a better decision. But in moments like them, can you really put blame on one person?
I know what you mean, but
maybe.
Yeah, no, maybe. And I'd also say that it's the first time through traffic. You can lose it so easily on lap one. You can't win it on lap one unless you somehow take out everybody in the race. What we have seen, though, is that first time through traffic isn't always just the craziest, but it's always the one where you see a bit of separation starting to form. Looks like about 3 seconds is separated between second and third. This is what happened to the Vector by RSR 272 car. Oh, and those are the curves. That's what we were talking about, Ewan. How aggressive are these guys going to be?
Well, I suggested that they shouldn't be that aggressive because this kind of thing can happen, and it's very, very easy to get unsettled over those curves, as we see a pit lane stop already for Apex Tech Racing. Now, Jamie Conway was the one who got into the Porsche, wasn't he? He was the one who made the contact, or at least the first bit of contact. Pure Sims got the second bit of it, but the first bit came to Apex Tech. I wonder if they are pitting to rectify any damage to the front end they've received due to that bit of contact.
See how long the stop is for the 13. Remember, second in the fall series winners at the Red Bull Ring, second at the Nürburgring. Might have been in the championship mix a little bit more at the end of the season in the story if the Barcelona race had gone just a little bit better for them. Here are your GTEs. Maniti car has got up a position into fourth. The separation now has opened up between RSR by Butt Kicker and the Obsidian Racing Edu Morales powered 138 car as we see them come down into turn one. That's a long stop for Apex Tech Racing, 52 seconds and counting. So whatever damage they've got, it's pretty significant. Looking at the gap as the LMP2 cars as well, Zach, I mean, we're already looking at almost 1 second now between Delta Sport and Team RSO. So we thought maybe RSO had the rocket ship, but Delta Sport has grabbed the lead with both hands and is now just trying to stretch their legs.
Just a little bit, but we don't know what sort of what their plan is, what their game plan is. Are they going to go harder in the first thing, get that track position, and try and carry that forward? Is RSO saving a little bit more fuel, maybe trying to go for those 26 lap stints, as Ewan said a little bit earlier on? Is Delta Sport maybe planning to go a little bit harder and spend a little bit more time in the pit?
Oh,
we'll have to wait and see.
Your Pro-Am pole position winner. What's happened to Sim Republic in the 318? Is this lap traffic, or was this an inter-class rivalry between Pro and Pro-Am machines? Sorry to cut you off, Zach, but that is crucial in the championship mix. Straight to the replay machine. Let's take a look at what happens. They're side by side on the exit of the corner as they come up the hill into the penultimate corner, and that's with the Alpine side Geodesic race. Oh, and that is likely on the Sim Republic car.
Well, to be honest, for me it seems like a racing incident, but even if it is on the Sim Republic car, then they've self-penalised almost. As we look backwards here, you just see There's a slight bit of contact. I think the only way that can be Geodesic's fault if they really came down on the 318 there, and I don't feel like that is the case in that particular incident. It's just really unfortunate. Yeah, I was just about to say, having a battle that they did they really need to be having?
Right.
Well, sort of, because the Archer brothers were right there and they didn't really want to let one car through because it might lead to another. However, that situation was probably better. Losing a place, losing the lead is better than the situation they find themselves in now, without doubt.
They're all the way down in 18th overall in the GT3 class. They're still 6th if my quick check is looking at. 6th in the Pro-Am standings, but yeah, was that a fight that with 170 odd laps still to run that you wanted to get yourselves mixed up in? Riding on board at the front of the GTE category, on board with the German sim racing car, as they're trying to chase down the Obsidian Racing Porsche in front of them. Porsche's looking really, really good here, Zach, and they do have the LMP2 cars coming up to lap them here, so maybe this is going to cause things to be interesting. Oh, we'll get back to that. More carnage in GTE. Looks like Alpine Star, Geodesic Racing, and the Samba Racing team, BMW and Porsche, have come together, and it's caused a huge incident. I'm seeing so many cars off the track now.
I suspected this might happen at some point. It always seems to in multi-class endurance racing. We'll get some replays in a few moments' time because it sounds like there's a lot going on around the other part of the circuit. But yeah, I said it earlier on that it's likely to happen because some of this circuit gets quite narrow, and you can get nowhere to go very, very easily around here.
And somehow we don't have a safety car. I saw about 6 cars involved on the timing screen. The Alpine Star Geodesic BMW, I think, has got significant damage. Not sure if they're going to be able to get that back to pit lane or not. They do appear to be rolling, so at least we've got that going for them. So no caution at least now, which is good. Early stage of this race, we do want to see it going green. And I think that Alpine Star Geodesic Racing car should just about be able to pull it down. And poor Apex Tech Racing, I think they got mixed up in that incident because they had done about a 70-second stop, and they're now back down onto the pit lane. But it's all going very difficult for that 13 car. Not the easiest start to the season for them, Zach.
Yeah, it's always bad, especially in the first 10 laps. You don't really want to be spinning out, as the P2 is really putting a stun to this fight between the Porsches at the moment. But yeah, you really do want to just sort of get off to a good start. You carry that momentum forward into a race, and of course the back end of the summer or the fall season would have definitely helped them help carry some momentum into this one. But yeah, especially getting off to a good start is always important, and the fact they haven't done that could tarnish them for the rest of the races to come. But yeah, still between third and second. The two Porsches, as we said earlier on, running really well. Probably attribute to the rear engine of these cars, putting more weight on that rear axle. These real drive cars allows them to get better traction off a lot of these traction zones that we have here at Watkins, Glen. That could be a big attribute to their success today.
So here we go. This, I think, is going to be a look at what happened. So this is the Alpine Star Geodesic LMP2, not the GTE that was mixed up in the incident. So they're coming down in towards the end of the boot section here. I think we'll get a better look at the replay in a couple of moments' time. This is not necessarily the one that we were going to be focusing on.
God.
That's a separate incident. That's the Element Sim Racing number 27, just going for a little bit of an excursion picnic by himself.
But is that a result of what you're talking about? Because they might have been involved as well somehow. Oh, this is.
That's the damage.
Else.
No, that's the Apex Tech car. So that was. They got whatever damage they had got from the initial incident that we saw coming through traffic fixed, and then that is the result of the further contact. And okay, so that's Samba Race. Oh God! And you're right. Element was mixed up in that one as well.
Yeah, there it is. We don't know how the geodesic car got there. However, it was there right on the racing line, and two cars went in. There's a Porsche involved in this. You can see they're trying to reverse out the way there in that BMW, but yeah, it's unfortunately it was Beauregard, by the way, at the wheel. Unfortunately, not able to get out the way in time. Jamie Conway hit him, Joey Petrig as well in the Element Sim Racing fire car. Those two were the ones that came into contact. I think that Porsche we saw did end up getting back running again, and is fine because there's nobody else in the pit lane, just those three, and they won't be there for a short amount of time.
I think Jamie Conway in that Apex Tech car tried to bring it out of pit lane once more, but is that going to be a caution? Because he has stopped. Where is he stopped, though? That's the question. I see him stopped. I just don't know where. Could this be the first caution of the day? We're about to find out. Oh, no, he's back on. No, that's Joey Petrick. Excuse me. That's the Element Sim Racing 27 car.
Apex Tech are in the pit lane as well. I've just seen them stop in their box.
So they requested the permission from Race Control to take the tow, and Race Control have done that without requiring the safety car to come out. So that is good news, and at least for now we'll stay green. Delta Sport have scampered away you in 2.4 seconds to clear now.
Yeah, they have. It's slightly down to a little bit of traffic, but also the fact that Team RSO are now getting a little bit of pressure from behind in the form of Pure Sims. Not a great qualifying from Paulo Munoz, it has to be said, but we know that they are very, very good in the race as they dive bomb their teammates there, ironically. But yeah, applying the pressure for second. This always helps the leader get away when the two in second and third start battling. The leader will always get away here. And of course, being the first few traffic, kind of got a clear view of things up in front. Even if the GTs may be a tiny bit surprised by your presence, you can at least pick your way through all you like. And without that pressure from behind, you'll have a lot more of a clear head making your way through these.
So on board with the Pure Sims car, looked like just a touch of fuel saving going on. And remember, we did talk about the need to do fuel saving in these cars, and traffic is sometimes a good opportunity to do that, Zach. You might lose a bit of time if you get stuck behind a car. Why not use that to do a bit of fuel saving?
Well, yeah, because these P2s are going to brake a lot later than the cars in front of them, aren't they? They're going to really have to back off. So why not lift off a few meters earlier, as I think Pure Sims get themselves into second place. Very dicey once they're negotiating the traffic, but the RSO car really going backwards, which is something we didn't expect. They got off to such a good start, but maybe they're really orientated on those quick bursts of pace, them second wins where they burst out really quickly, or they're doing something we don't know, saving the fuel through this traffic a little bit more efficiently, lifting off, because look, they're going to close up and just look at the amount of cars. There's no point pushing through as if you're on a quali lap. Lift off a few meters earlier, use that backwards momentum and save fuel at the same time. It's a win-win. You're not really going to lose anything by doing it, and it will help you. It adds up. 1 litre here, 1 litre there, half a litre there. It adds up, and it really does benefit you over the course of 1,000 kilometers like here. Also, just doesn't look as though the RSO car is as good in traffic. Not necessarily setup related, but working the way through the traffic. Is look at that, too wide, too deep, up through turn 9 just behind him. It just doesn't look as though they've got that ability and that comfort to be able to dice their way through. Back on board with the bongo drums in the T3 Motorsport Big Green Machine in that BMW M8. Chasing down German Sim Racing and Obsidian Racing. The qualifying pace wasn't there, but it does look as though they've got some decent race pace. Last time by, they were the fastest GTE on the track. Faster than the leader in that RSR by Butt Kicker Machine as well. So good pace being shown by that T3 Motorsport by Maniti car. And 15 laps or so done without a caution. Now, these GTE machines will do about an hour or so on the fuel, and maybe a little bit less.
Yeah, they should be able to do an hour in this one. And it just remains to be seen how many hours that will be, or how many stints it will end up being, really, in this one. If we're working it on an hour or so, and what the lap times, well, they're around 1 minute 40 or so. Not a great thing to divide by, so we'll do some maths in a minute, or I will anyway. But yeah, it's so difficult for them to know how many laps this race is going to be. Obviously, they can try and calculate how many times they're going to get lapped by the LMP2s, but in reality, they just don't know. And it can make fuel strategy very, very difficult to work on. I think an easy situation for them is a race with some late yellows and so on, and kind of a dash to the flag where you don't have to worry about fuel and don't have to worry about the race going 1 lap longer than you were expecting, for example. So you don't have to have that awkward splash and dash with 2 minutes to go.
You love a good splash and dash. As we watch the GT3 machine, the GTE cars, you can tell by the red banner on the top of them. RSO hunting down Apex Tech 6th and 7th out on track. The gap for 3rd in the P2s has also come down. Private Label Team Hyper closing on Team RSO. We're also seeing behind them Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing closing on the Impulse car. In fact, on board with Graham Sanders, who's got a great run out of turn 1. Using the draft, you'll go outside as they run down into the bus stop. Not where you actually want to be as you work your way into that fast and flowing corner. And at least for now, he'll concede and try and line up the pass one more time. You can see that traffic in front of them, that they're all coming through. The traffic gives and the traffic takes. That's the reality of endurance racing, and knowing when to push your luck sack is one of those innate qualities that makes a great endurance racer.
It is, and the only way you can learn that is to go and do it. We say it time and time again, experience is the best teacher in terms of these things. You know, do the race, learn what works, what doesn't, and you can carry that knowledge into your future races. That's why the more experienced, the more veteran, the better drivers will be able to negotiate traffic a little bit better, and that might be the downfall of Team RSO. It might not be, we don't know, but it's just about picking your way through, knowing what works, what doesn't, where you can realistically go for moves, because does turn 1 work, does turn 2 work? You don't know until you go out there and try it. Yes, you can make theories that, oh, it's this wide, it's this fast, it should work, but no, it's a race situation. Everything is different, and there's a lot of things going on, tire grip, etc., and it's just about knowing in yourself what you've experienced before and then what you can apply in your future races.
Couple of first warnings being handed down for track limit violations in turn 1. Already seen about 6 or so of them going to mostly GT machines, to be honest. No LMP2 car with their a little bit of extra downforce that they can fly through the corners. Have seen that yet. As we watch this GTE battle, note the front right of that Obsidian Racing Porsche. It's got a little bit of damage. They've now been passed by the German sim racing car. I wonder if through the menagerie of traffic that has come through these GTE machines, and I wonder if that car has taken some damage and that's why he's falling off the pace.
Well, it must have done, although if you look at the rear end of that car as well, there looks to be a little bit of rear right fender damage as well, so I wonder if he scraped the wall on the right hand side. You see, we'll see in a minute through the S's. We're trying to zoom in and see here on board with Bonga behind. Is there rear fender damage there? It doesn't look quite right to me, that rear fender either. So if you look at them, it's not quite symmetrical. So I just wonder if perhaps up the hill here, this is the only place I can think of, up the hill through turn 3, the left-hander, just go a little bit wide and you scrape that wall with your right hand side there, and that could be where the damage was suffered for Morales, and it's certainly costing him at the moment, because he was at the front of this train not so long ago. We've seen the German sim racing car get through without too much of an argument really, and now Bonga is looking very, very impressive and looking like he's going to be able to make his way through before long.
Maybe as well, you mentioned the bus stop, right? How close they were getting. Maybe he's just gone a little bit too aggressive on the entry. Now, there is a sweet spot that you can hit. You turn in very early, you shortcut the curb, and it's risky, but there's a reward as well in terms of lap time. Now, is that what will have happened? I'm not 100% sure. On board with the Graham Sanders 62 Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing car as they zoom through the bus stop, rounding through the outer loop. Private Label Team Hype have lost a little bit of ground to Team RSO, so I think maybe it is all traffic. Delta Sport is looking great. Alexander Gravui, 3.2 odd seconds clear of Paulo Munoz. And we've seen the Delta Sport fans jump into the chat. I see Christoph Herbigno. Hello, Christoph. Hopefully we'll see you in the car at some point today. Also seen a comment from apparently a RSR by Butt Kicker fan saying there won't be a battle for the GTE until after Sean Campbell jumps out of that car. And there is the 199 car. Last time by for him was a 41.7. Does compare to a 41.4 for German sim racing behind. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that one, Zach. I think that 167 is looking pretty feisty right now.
Yeah, he certainly has got some pace. The gap is only 2.6 seconds, so as long as they can find a little bit more time, consistently of course, they can then try and close that gap. But again, they've been lapped by the P2s. It's not been the most ideal situation. They've lost that time through maybe things that are slightly out of their control just a little bit. So yeah, they're gaining a little bit. We've seen the gap sort of come down. It's just fluctuating. It might be a sort of a stalemate between the two, and the deciding factor could be traffic or a mistake here and there, because at the moment the 199 and the 167 seem pretty damn equal.
Back to your GT3s now as The two leaders are now the ones that are broken away. German Sim Racing in the 2:46, 4.5 seconds back from Luca Wunsch, who was just punched in the fastest lap of his race. Excuse me, never mind. I'm seeing two different lap times on two different timing screens. That's the wonder of having multiple data sources. I'm seeing a 44.861 on timing 71, and then locally in the session I'm seeing a 45.212. I'm going to go with it's likely a 45.212. Oh, Virtual Motorsports in the 213, they've had an issue as well. It's not been as much chaos as maybe I expected, and now based on the track map I believe that Virtual Motorsports car has looped it in the final corner, so they should be able to get that onto pit lane rather quickly and get the damage repaired. Here's the replay, and what happens here, Ewan?
Well, it's quite busy for a start, which is never a good sign. He's mired in the Pro-Am traffic as well for a pro car. Gets onto the grass on the outside line. Does he hit the wall? Oh yes, quite hard actually. So that might well be a little bit of a repair for that 213 now. But yeah, the classic clipping of the grass, and you're about to see here, there's nothing that Buzzman can do here once he's on the grass. The mistake has already been made and the damage has already been done.
It's a hard hit as well. Might be significant time on pit lane. Alpinestar Geodesic in the LP2 class have just slotted their way past Impulse into the top 5. We jump back with the Apex Tech Racing GT machine as they plunge down the hill in towards the toe of the boot here. And I always used to get confused about what the corner names were, but then it was told to me, and I will never forget this, you'll always get the toe before you get the heel.
Words to live by.
Words to live by, yes. Hopefully you don't have to experience that. Delta Sport running really wide. And okay, I'm going to have to go and clarify with Race Control if they are monitoring track limits at that turn 8, because Turn 1, they are definitely monitoring the excursions. Now, I haven't seen any warnings come down for Turn 1 just yet, but we've seen some liberal uses of the entirety of the track there, Zach.
Yeah, well, they're racing drivers. If they can get away with it, they're going to use it, aren't they? You know, you don't want to make the track shorter than it needs to be, especially if your rivals are getting away with it, because then the argument is, well, if they can do it, I'm going to do it, and then I'm going to gain time off it, because, you know, if you see one person do it and they get away with it, you think, well, I don't want to lose time to them, so I'm going to sort of get on and you know, and do it myself. And this is so dicey. That's the thing with the P2s, they're so much quicker, that coming through such a fast portion of the circuit, it's just so sketchy. You've got to be so careful, because, you know, through the S's and then to the back straight and then the bus stop, it's just such a big difference in speed. I think we're going to ride on board and see it from Alex's point of view. The Porsche goes up the inside of the BMW, which is sketchy in of itself, and then here he comes. Has to go around the outside of one, around the outside of the other, and yeah, that is just remarkably sketchy.
And that's the three classes intermingling with one another, GTE, GT3, as well as the LMP2. So it's that first time pass. Can see as well the cloud cover has very slightly shifted. Track is being baked in right now. It is 35 degrees Celsius on the track. It's warming up. What will that do for the tires across the entirety of the 40 odd cars? Almost 50 strong is our field here in the winter season opener of the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO. Working through the traffic once more. Heads up driving from Graham Saunders, as in front of him he's now got the private label Team Hype car. He's done a great job now in this stint. +2, might be looking at +3 as they run themselves down in towards turn number 1. Oh, that's close with Obsidian, who's just trying to get down to the apex. That might cost Obsidian the position to T3 Motorsports by Maniti, as that BMW grunts its way up the hill, ducking and diving all the way through the S's. And there was the run. You saw it very briefly. Maniti looking to try and close, but there comes the Impulse car to say, hello, I'm here as well. 3 wide, they'll dive their way into the bus stop. Obsidian holds the inside and holds third, at least for now.
Yeah, Bungan not able to quite get through, but this arguably is the most important time in the race, or the most dangerous time in the race, because not the first run through traffic, but the GTEs are having their first run through GT3s, while the LMP2s are trying to come through on everybody. Literally everybody in this order is on the same piece of racetrack at the moment, and it's very scary for absolutely everybody at the moment. Really, really exciting stuff, you could say, but also you do not want to be here if you're any of the drivers, but literally the entire field is on the same part of the racetrack.
What's happened to Alpine Star Geodesic in the GT3 category?
It was at the hill. I don't want to say this, but it might have even involved their teammates.
Oh my god! And that is the definition of unsafe. Now I understand that Raf van der Linden just wants to get out of the way, but
he was already in an unsafe place.
No, that's true. What? No, that's Team RSO. Didn't get the best look at if that was just a blatant lunge way too late, or what happened there. I see Torque Freak Racing in the 358 has also had an issue, but just look at this. It's a parking lot, and Raf van der Linden just wants to get out of the way.
Yeah, you don't want to be here by any stretch of the imagination. He's stuck in a really horrible place, and maybe now he can. No, maybe now I can. Yeah, there we are. Get myself out of the way. But yeah, that did look pretty. Didn't look like a great dive from Team RSO. In all honesty, at the heel of the boot there, it was big contact and really big consequences, I'm afraid, for Geodesic.
Couple of LMP2 pit stops to note. Satellite Racing, Fiercely Forward, and 5-Star Motorsports have all come down onto the pit lane. I don't know if they necessarily expected that maybe we'd see a caution come out, but maybe you just wanted to try and be a little bit safe. Looks like Torque Freak Racing are back as well, underway after their issue that they had. So it doesn't look like too much damage for them. Seen plenty of incidents, and I do agree, now that I've rewatched that from the replay, Raf van der Linden did basically what he could. The only thing that maybe you could have a slight criticism of was the fact that he was still creeping rearwards while cars were oncoming, because I mean the ideal thing is you hold your brakes and wait until that right opportunity. There was never going to be a right opportunity, and I think now we know exactly what Team RSO have been doing, because Delta Sport are down onto pit lane in LMP2 along with Pure Sims, private label Team Hype, and Impulse. They have been doing the fuel saving. They are trying to hit the numbers, Zach, that we've been talking about throughout the start of this race.
Yeah, that's the thing. Delta Sport shot off. We thought they had some remarkable pace, but it seems like them, coupled with Impulse, just sort of did their own thing, shot off, used a little bit more fuel than everyone else. We see quite a few of the prototypes in the pit lane, but RSO and the Alpine Stars, even if it's a lap extra at this point, is going to help them in the long run. If you add that up over the stint, you know, it's going to help them. How long can they go realistically though? And if they can get to 26, it's going to be a nice even number of around, well, literally 7 stops, 6.9 if you put it in your calculator. 7 stops for these guys if they can get to that lap 26, but that's the big challenge, is getting there. Have they saved enough, or have they pushed a little bit too hard? And RSO have had their own issues along the way as well, driving into the side of the Geodesic car as well, which again is less than ideal, but they all clear their way through, and we'll have to see how it unfolds between all, well, how the different strategies all funnel in towards the end, because that's usually what happens.
Did you hear that, by the way, Arjuna? A bit clutching in going down towards the hill.
Stole the thought out of my mind. I think Geodesic, Graham Saunders has been able to balance that pushing versus the balance of not going too slowly while fuel saving. But interestingly, both RSO and the Geodesic 62 are in this time, so they only hit 24 laps complete. Not going to be good enough. Hell Racers will come in as well. Now, one thing to remember is that they had the full pace lap as well, so that would have decreased the amount of fuel. Lorenzo Bondo jumping in to say that 25 laps still leaves you a bit of a splash and dash at the end, but it's all about as well where you're positioned if we get a late race caution to really mix things up. Now again, we won't see the GTEs for a while. Should be noted, we've got a drive-through penalty that I think has just been, no, it's a stop and go penalty, excuse me. It's a 5-second stop and go for Team RSO, and now that's for the contact with the 162, the Alpine Stars Geodesic GTE machine. Now that's not related to the RSO on Alpine Stars Geodesic GT3 contact that we just saw, Zach.
which is a strange thing. Maybe they put it down to a racing incident or something, but yeah, 5 seconds.
No. They just haven't investigated that one yet.
Right. Well, we'll have to wait and see, because it could go for a bit of salt in the wound for these guys then, because yeah, that's certainly less than ideal. They do not want to be getting it off on that, because we said at the start, the less time you spend in the pit lane, the better. And these stop and goes for very avoidable incidents, it must be said, is not going to help.
To quote Lewis McLeod, suboptimal for the pole position car in your LMP2 class, but you live by the sword, you die by the sword. They can't give up now. Still have an opportunity to try and win this one. German Sim Racing by Hetzner have fallen back behind the T3 Motorsport and Obsidian car. Now I wonder if we missed a slowdown penalty of some kind. Maybe it was that incident with the GT3 machine that they lost out the most time of them all. I'm not exactly sure. And a good point as well that I see from one of the 49 Motorsports drivers is the fact that even if you're not going to make it to the very end with the LMP2 fuel saving, you might just position yourself nicely for the halfway points as Phoenix Racing Esports in that 5. They're the ones that extended it the longest. They're down onto pit road this time by. Focus back on the GT3s. You went on board with Luca Wanch.
Yeah, and there's clutching in going on here as well, because this has been a good 23 laps now that Runx has been stuck behind. Well, I don't want to say stuck behind the Lamborghini. I think he's kind of volunteered to be stuck behind Isaacson at the moment, because he's just saving that little bit of fuel. And we'll see how that benefits him a little bit later on. As I said earlier, though, more difficult to work out what the strategies are in the GT categories, because we don't know quite how many laps they're going to do here today. Either way, saving fuel is never a bad idea, especially this early on in the race.
Just gives you more options, does fuel saving, especially if you know that at a draft heavy track like this, you're not going to be able to break away in the same way that you would potentially at other track. Now, I do wonder if the 97 might already have served its penalty. Now, you can serve penalties at the same time as you take your service. However, a 5-second penalty then becomes a 46-something second penalty. So, I believe that potentially with a 63-second stop, the RSO car might have taken their penalty already. Now, again, that's maybe preferable to coming down and spending the 33 seconds that you do on the lane itself, but just based on that, I would speculate that you'd be better off just serving it separately, even if it's a bit of a pain. You'd still be saving, give or take, about 10 seconds. Looks like Maniti in the GTE class has gone and past that damaged Obsidian car. We'll look to the inside of the 202 coming down the hill. That's the WS Racing BMW, I believe. I don't think it's going to be too long before German Sim Racing goes through as well. This is where Zach will start to see just what the race pace from the Maniti car is. They're 5 seconds back from Sean Campbell in that 199 car. They've got some work to do.
Yeah, definitely. That gap has sort of grown from the 2.5 seconds it was when we last checked in with them. But yeah, he's also got the pressure from behind. He's got 3rd and 4th. He doesn't want to get himself knocked off the podium or lose that track position that could be very crucial around a track like Watkins Glen. You know, the Obsidian Racing car, the German Sim Racing car, both pushing the BMW around this circuit. The P2s as well, sort of getting in the way a little bit, might play a factor, but it's just get your head down. He's being hunted by 2 Porsches, that beefy BMW. How long can he go? How much, how good is his composure? That's the main thing. He looks in his mirrors. How well can he stay on task? He has a task he has to do. X amount of fuel saving, X amount of tyre saving, whatever it is. They've got a limited amount of tyres. They're going to have to tyre save a little bit, but he has to keep it composed, has to not drop the ball a little bit and maintain 2nd place, because 6 seconds is a big ask. He's got to do that in the pit lane.
Saw Delta Sport losing a bit of time with the traffic. The gap to Pure Sims came down, but it's grown once more. Traffic gives, traffic takes, and it's taking from both of your leaders in the LMP2 class. All of the chaos has meant, by the way, that Alpine Stars Geodesic, after starting down in 7th, they're actually up into 4th as we start to see the GTE pit stops getting underway. RSR by Buttkicker, the first to have dived on in. Of course, they've been going really quick at the front of the field. There won't have been much fuel saving there, but we see Ruben Bonga saving fuel. We see his teammate in the GT3 saving fuel as well. And that's something that you see different in sim racing than you would in the real world you, and the fact that you get on the clutch to get into the corner. Now, I've looked at telemetry for some of these cars. You're not actually saving more fuel than you would if you just let the engine roll into the corner, even though iRacing sometimes does burn engine fuel when you're off the power and not on the clutch. But it means that you carry the momentum in. You don't have that engine braking into the corner. Just a little bit more committed through the corners when you use the clutch in part of the fuel saving.
Yeah, you can gain that little bit from doing the clutching in, and over a stint it does add up to quite a lot, as we've seen. I'm sure that the Phoenix Racing eSport cars doing a lot of this in the LMP2 category, for example. Remains to be seen who's quite doing what in the GTs, because we've not seen many pit stops yet, but you can be sure there's not much fuel saving, not much of this going on for that RSR car. Sean Campbell is just going absolutely all out by the looks of things. But as to the rest of them, got to wait over the next 15-20 minutes or so to really find out who's been doing what over this first hour.
Back on board with the pole position winner in the GT3 Pro-Am, who have climbed their way back up to third in class, just behind the T3 Motorsports by Maniti Mercedes, as I do like to call it. They've got some P2 traffic coming on past. They're about 7 seconds now back from the Archer Brothers 301 that leads this class. Archer Brothers and Samuel Robson grabbing this opportunity with both hands as they try and carry forward the momentum from their title-winning campaign in the fall of 2021. Only one car in the GTEs has made a pit stop, and it was for 21 seconds. So likely fuel only. Now, it's been a while since I've raced any GTE machines, but wait and see how short the rest of the class is going to go, because maybe we'll see Maniti, the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car down this time. Doesn't look like it will, as the speeds still look quite high from them. Still watching as Luka Wunsch continues the fuel saving behind of the 5-Star Motorsport car. And this is a position, Ewan, where if you're 5-Star Motorsports, you might want to do the fuel saving, but you're not going to be allowed to. It's as simple as that.
Well, yeah, you're not really going to be allowed to. It can turn into a bit of a game of cat and mouse. We've seen it in the past. We saw it in the Club Sport race a couple of weeks ago. I've never seen anything quite like it, really. People lifting off and just feathering the throttle down the order because they don't want to lead. They want the slipstream and they want the fuel saving benefit from that. It's not quite got to that situation yet, because those guys in that race were completely desperate for fuel. We're not quite in those situations just yet, but if this does turn into a fuel race a little bit later on, if there's a safety car with 40 laps to go or something, then it really could turn into something like that. But yeah, you're right, the 5-Star Motorsport car in an awkward place. You're just towing your rivals around and letting them save fuel. It's not a nice place to be, but what can you do about it?
Into the bus stop they'll come. And this is something, Zach, that I love about how sim racing has taken the leaps and bounds forwards in the last couple of years. I mean, you have established sim racing teams that are making partnerships. They're not being taken over. They're not, rebranding completely, but they're partnering with these real-world organizations. T3 Motorsport, of course, we see them in the AC GT Masters and other sports car championships, competing at the top level. But they've wanted to make the step into sim racing, and they've done it in a way that is giving them some really strong drivers, while also putting them in a position to say, we're going to carry on your legacy, we're going to continue what you've been building, and you're going to run the show. You're going to do it your way, the way that has gotten you to where you are today.
Yeah, sim racing, of course, has been aided as an industry as a whole over the last couple of years. Of course, everyone's been inside at home. They've got time to sort of jump on their PlayStation, their PC, onto the sim rig and have a go. We've had, obviously, the events being put on over the lockdowns, and even now today, the series that have gone, and it's just grown and grown and grown as a new industry, and it's got that real world attention. We see a lot of racing teams, F1 teams getting involved in esports as well. That it is just such a big industry. It gets a lot of attention now. So yeah, it's great that it's grown so much and it gets the attention it deserves. And the platforms themselves, iRacing is incredibly realistic, and the physics engine and the things like that, the sounds, the cars, everything like that. keeps getting better, keeps growing by the day as obviously the technology improves and things like that. And it's so accessible as well, which I think is the great thing, that anyone can just jump on and have a go. And yes, they might not be blisteringly quick, but they can jump on, have fun, get involved in some racing series. That's why we have sort of the AM categories and things like that. So yeah, it is certainly great to see.
And Zach Sweeney will be racing later today in the Rocket F4 Championship on another simulator as you try and win a ride in a real world F4 car. Not bad.
No, not at all. It's again, these prizes that come through. Of course, people recognise that sim racing could be a gateway, not necessarily a feeder series, but could feed into the real world and help people that potentially don't have the financial backing to spend £300,000 on a Formula 4 drive in real life. To sort of give them a chance and say, well, hey, you're decent on the simulator, let's give you a chance in real life. We saw, of course, James Baldwin racing the British GT with, relative success. He got pole position in his first round, got a podium, I think a win as well. And of course, Jimmy Broadbent, the streamer and YouTuber, going into the Praga series, getting a win at the final round. It shows that sim racing, some of those skills, some of those the core talents do transfer over into the real world, and it's good that we have these prizes and there can be that link established, because before, give it 10-15 years before my time, it's on a Wii remote or whatever it is, and you're going around, you're just chucking into corners, doing whatever you like. But now it is a real considerable thing.
Take a look at what happened to the Apex Racing GTE machine. The 133 was already 6 or so laps down. Got the car fixed up and the curbs claim another victim, and that's a big old crunch for that Porsche. Going to be nursing that car all the way around back onto pit lane, and I think safely navigated by Kamal Hashimi. Right on board here, Ewan, and just watch as that curb upsets the car, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, eventually he had the car under control actually, but just didn't have the stopping space to actually keep it out of the barriers, and yeah, that's a very, very sad looking Porsche going into the pit lane at the moment. So it looks like they're going to be, if not out of the race, then at least set back even further after their earlier setbacks. So yeah, it's not looking good for them at all. I believe in IVRA competition that you have to be complete 90%, isn't it, to get classified and get points in these races. I believe that is the case. And so in this situation, you can't be 19 laps down or more. We already do have the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing GTE already 22 laps down, so I don't believe they're going to be scoring any points from this race, which is a real shame considering they came in second today.
Fiercely forward splits up the battle in the GT3 Pro lead, but it will tighten up once more as into the penultimate corner the yellow and black car dives to the inside. Maybe a little bit less fuel saving for Luca Wunsch as he gets back bumper to bumper. Penalty update for the incident between RSO and the Alpine Stars GT3 machine. It's now a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. It's about 40-odd seconds, give or take, that you'll lose. It's about 25 total pit lane time. 27, 30 seconds, depending on how aggressive you are on the entry and the exits on towards pit lane. Getting closer and closer to seeing pit stops potentially for the GT3s. We still haven't seen GTE pit stops, which makes me curious about what we've seen from the RSR by Butt Kicker car, Zach, where that earlier pit stop, he's been back on track now for 4 or 5 laps, only 21 seconds in the pit. Now, is he just taking a short stop now rather than at the end of the race? Because I'd make the argument that with safety cars, always a threat in IVRA, that is the opposite of how you want to look at these races.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ideal thing, is to take say you look at it from a completely green race, good thing to do. You get the splash and dash out of the way now, so then you've got time to gain that time back up. Whereas to do it at the end of the race where you're having to then take a stop and you've lost that time, you haven't got any time left in the race to make it up. But as you say, with the safety cars, it's going to completely write things off. People are going to come into the pits anyway. It's a complete reset. You get your ideal strategy from a completely green race and just completely throw it out the window, because it's not going to work. You're not going to get those times in. Say a safety car came out right now, it would disrupt the P2s. Probably wouldn't disrupt the GTs as much, because an hour stint for them is probably around about 36 laps, so they could probably get away with it. but it's going to make a lot of disruption, and people are going to have to think on the fly, on their feet, in order to get the ideal strategy out. But yeah, it might work. We'll just have to see how much of this race is green. But one safety car, and their plan is sort of they're already back onto the back foot again, and then at the end of the race they're going to have to do another splash and dash. I'm
going to knock on the wood, because I've been known to do plenty of commentators' curses in the past, but the fact that we haven't had a safety car is a bit of a miracle, and it bodes well, because if you can get through those opening salvos, those first couple of times through traffics where each class is much more compacted than they are right now, Ewan, where they've broken up very slightly, it always means that there's a likelihood that you can get through safely for the rest of the race.
Oh yeah, I suppose someone had to say it, didn't they?
Yep, it was going to be me. I'll fall on the sword.
And ruin. Yeah, we'll see if it does ruin anything. But yeah, you are right. It's been good so far. Relatively clean, I would say. But yeah, we do unfortunately still have retirements. I believe there possibly could be 5 already in this one. Not sure as to all of those, whether all of those are actually retirements. You know, are Apex Tech Racing and MP still going? Is Jamie Conway still running out there? You know, sometimes it's hard to. It looks like they are actually. And Element Sim Racing might be as well. But yeah, so it's difficult to tell. Either way, there's a fair few cars, quite a long way down, a number of laps down, whether they're going to run again or not.
Team RSO coming in to serve the second penalty of the day. Now only 10 incidents have been reported to race control, and that includes the registration infringement from the Arvensis Racing Camp, as well as the 3 qualifying incidents. Only 6 incidents during the race. That's a pretty good day for race control. Here come pit stops in the GTE. Obsidian Racing then the second to blink, as there's RSO completing their hold time for the 10-second penalty. Obsidian Racing followed in by the Orion race team, so at least 2 takers this time by in the GTE. We might see a couple more next time around, as here's Mike Dam in that 144. And it is good. I mean, I was a bit worried about the pace of the BMW once I saw what was happening in Quali, Zach, but that BMW clearly has got some decent race pace under its belt. Yeah, here comes the Phoenix Racing car as well, sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely no worries. It seems like the time for the GTEs to start coming in around about lap 36, so maybe my maths were a little bit more on the correct side this time around, but do not ever trust the commentator's maths, especially Lewis's. But anyway, the BMW, it seems to be a comfortable car, which is what you want. You know, maybe the Porsche or things like that are going to be more front-endy, more less stable on the rear, because the more you've got on the front, the less you've got on the rear, the easier it is for it to go around on you. And in an endurance race, you do not want that unpredictability. It's the thing in endurance racing. I'd rather understeer than oversteer, because at least you can predict the understeer.
Interesting you say that, though, because I just commentated on the iRacing Daytona 500, where the refrain was loose is fast. And I think in some ways it goes here, at least in the GT categories, maybe not as much in the LMP2s. But loose is also fast. It's how much you can deal with the car sliding underneath you to still extract the maximum performance from the car. Focusing back on the GT3, so as Luca Wunsch still does his fuel-saving games behind the 5-star Motorsports Lamborghini. The GTE leaders, T3 Motorsport by Maniti, German Sim Racing, Team RSO, and Team Hoisingfeld, they all come down onto the pit lane this time by. We'll see how they cycle out in comparison with the RSR by Butt Kicker car, but I don't think you're wrong, Zach. I think that you want something that you can be consistent with over the course of an entirety of the race. Now, the interesting thing in these GTE pit stops is the fact that we're getting driver changes from Maniti, Hoisingfeld, and RSO. Johnny Verhoff will jump into the 178, taking over from the Bonga Drums, Ruben Bonga. That's going to, by virtue of the longer pit stop, promote the likes of RSI by Butt Kicker to the front of the field. Team Hoisingfeld, Janssen Tukowski passes over to Christian Frank, while in the RSO car, it will be Keith Calamari that takes over there. Now, this will likely mean longer stops because they'll take tires, but Hoisingfeld leaving the old rubber on for Christian Frank to now deal with, Zach.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why when you chuck a new driver in on these old tyres, they're going to be used to jumping in on some lovely and fresh tyres. But now they've got to settle in on tyres that aren't fresh. They've done 37 laps in this race. It's going to be so less than ideal. Maybe they factor that into their practice. They've done some stints on some old tyres and things like that. But yeah, it's going to be a big learning curve, and that's why you usually want to put your drivers in when you change tyres, because then they can adjust a little bit easier. They can get up to speed a little bit easier because it's something they're used to, and then the pace drop is then going to be a lot more gradual, as opposed to them having to jump in on something that quite possibly could just drop out underneath them. But yeah, we'll see how they get on. Of course, they know what they're doing. They're some of they're really accomplished sim racers. They can do it. They can do it. They're leading the GTE, so it's not like he's just some amateur that's been chucked in on some old tyres. He knows how to adjust, and the adaptability is one of the key features of being an endurance racer.
Pit stops underway for the GT3s as well. 5-Star Motorsports in the Lamborghini, followed in by the Hell Racers Gluttony car, as well as German Sim Racing, Fiercely Forward, and WS Racing cars. There you see the look at pit lane. Long pit lane, but plenty of shared stalls, at least for today's race, because of the size of the field that we have. And so they've got about just past the hour mark, which is going to be important because it gives you that rough fuel number as well. Looking now at the Rusty Spatulas, who are, of course, the GT3 Pro-Am car. Should be due into the pits maybe this time, maybe next time by. Still trying to now figure out the strategy for RSR Pipe Kicker here, Ewan, because even if you compare them to the Team Hoistingfeld, they do have a 30-second advantage, but they are very, very off kilter on the strategy call.
Yeah, they are. I think it's one of those ones that you just have to leave it be and to see how it develops kind of over the race kind of thing, because we've got no idea really as to what they're doing. Only they know, and it's certainly a unique strategy because nobody else has decided to join them on this one, which is not exactly surprising. But yeah, they've got the lead for now. It's just a case of whether they can hold on to it or not, and what's it going to be like if there's a safety car thrown in the mix as well, which will happen, I suppose, at some point. Let's have a look at a replay though. We said spotted the 3949 of Zach Schaller been off the road somewhere. Second place in the GT3 Pro-Am Championship. Let's not forget, into turn 1 on the rear brakes. Doesn't get hit by anyone, fortunately.
That's the Maniti 278 car, isn't it? That almost wiped into them as well. That was a close-o call.
It was close, but it looks like Lukovic was able to get out of the way, and he's in the pit lane indeed as we speak. Is Vunks, but yeah, it's a nervous moment for anybody approaching on this.
The ride on board with this Porsche now. Remember, Lamborghini will spin by himself, mid-engine car versus rear-engine car. And that's good heads-up driving. That is good heads-up driving from the green Porsche to stay out of harm's way. As we do have a penalty that has come down for the 318. That's the Sim Republic car that put it, of course, on pole in your GT3 Pro-Am category. And it's a 20-second penalty as well. This is for an incident with the 387 Westwood Racing car. Now, what's happened here with the German SimRacing.de 246 car? So they've just come out of pit lane. Lorenz Stump has taken over responsibility for the car. Got the Impulse LMP2 car going the long way around and in towards the bus stop. Are we about to see another victim of those curbs? Turns in early and, well, deja vu, Zach.
Whoa, bloody hell. That is a big one. You can see it's really bouncing. It's that thing going over the curb. The car bottoms out and going that quickly. Even riding on board now. Tries to brake, chucks it in over the curb, and it's that bump at the rear that really then unsettles the car. And that is just such a fast crash. I don't really know that. I think that it's a very damaged car for sure, but I think they're lucky they slammed it against the door as opposed to the front end.
Yeah, it's a spine-crunching one, but it might just have hit in a way that maybe has not damaged the steering arms, and that's always the thing that you want to avoid. It will take a lot of time to fix, and if for whatever reason it doesn't get entirely fixed, then you're left with a car that's offset and you've got to try and drive around it. Now looking back at LMP2, tail end of the top 10, Phoenix Racing Esports with the last car to come down to pit lane, and 5-Star Motorsports is going to blow past them on the run down into the bus stop. No defense offered from Christoph Mont towards Max Riedmuller. I think Riedmuller might have taken a couple of tires because there was about a 16-second delta in the pit lane between these two cars. We haven't focused too much on LMP2, and that's because it really has broken up between all the different cars. We'll give you a quick update. Delta Sport lead the way. Alex Grando Gravui behind the wheel of the 33. Paolo Munoz chasing him down for Pure Sims about 3 seconds down the road. Graham Saunders in the Alpine Stars Geodesic 62 runs in 3rd spot, while Connor Harrington for the private label Team Hype is in 4th. Impulse Racing round out the top 5, 3 seconds back from that number 7 car. Hell Racers Tershine then 10 seconds back from 5th spot, with Paul Darling trying to chase them down. 2 seconds the gap there, as Sim Republic will come in to serve that penalty. Josh Clogg, Max Riedmuller, fiercely forward in 5-star 8th and 9th positions. A lot of separation there to the cars in front of them. We just saw Phoenix Racing down into 10th, and Team RSO, 2 penalties so far today. They're hanging on to the lead lap, but it is closer than they would have liked. This is the closest battle in the GTEs then, Ewan. We're riding on board with Samba Racing.
Yeah, just trying to make a move here really, but not able to. Just for now, it's been very heavily Porsche based, the GTE field this time, and indeed it has this season. There's only 2 BMWs and 1 Corvette actually, and the rest are Porsches. So yeah, it's not much to choose between them. Phoenix Racing Esport just up in front at the moment, trying to defend, and doing a fine job at the moment of doing that. Their LMP2, by the way, I wasn't a bit surprised to see the 5-Star Motorsport car get in front there, because if you think about how much fuel the Phoenix Racing car is actually saving to be able to make it 25 laps on the last stint, they've got to be going slower. They've got to take a bit of pace out of that car, and that's exactly what they're doing there. 5-Star Motorsport are pushing to the max, and so absolutely not a surprise to see that pass happen.
Another car with a second penalty to its name is the Arvensis Racing car that has had a pit lane infractions that will likely be for not following the proper rule when it comes to the fast and the slow lanes. They've got a drive-through penalty in that car. There is Yannick van der Zande behind the wheel. So it's another penalty heading the way of that car that sits down in 16th at the moment in your GT3. Focusing back forward as the pit stop cycles have rounded themselves out. Fiercely forward and Marie Huschka ride in 3rd. Now they're only 6/10 off of 5-Star Motorsports. There's been some split strategies going on here, and we talked about tire set limits, Zach. 5 tire sets in total, including the ones that you start this race on. Luca Wants from Maniti and Adam Isaacson for 5-Star have taken tires, whereas Hellracers Gluttony, who now lead in class, as well as the Fiercely Forward 234, no tires taken there, and I wonder if the track temperature played a factor here.
Yeah, it's all little things like that. You know, the hotter the track is, the more the tyres are going to grain and wear down a little bit, and it is quite hot, 36 degrees Celsius. You know, it's not exactly a cold track. So yeah, it probably does play a factor. The tyres are going to be more worn down, and that's probably why they've had to take them. But again, they've got the limited sets. They've got to be careful how much they use, and of course, each tyre change they make prolongs their pit stop, and they want to minimise the amount of time spent in the pit lane. Are they going to gain the extra time back by the time they get to the next stop? That is the question. Can they utilise these fresh tyres before they wear out? Because this hot track could be a lever in terms of the playing field, because even though they're fresh, they're hot, and you can't extract as much from them. Because on a colder track, the benefit from the fresh tyres is that they can get up to temperature a little bit quicker, and therefore maintain that temperature window, and therefore the fresher rubber can be utilised a lot better than this hotter track. So yeah, we'll have to see how it pans out. But yeah, the tyre situation, the limited tyres, it's not like they can change tyres at every pit stop they do, because one, that's going to prolong the pit stop. It's not like Formula 1 where it's box in, all 4 tyres off, all 4 tyres on, and go. You have to change each one, and it's a lot slower. So yeah, we'll see how it pans out, how different teams take tyres at different points, because ideally you want the fresher tyres right at the end of the race so you can have that final burst of pace towards the finish line.
Maybe throw them on during a safety car, or will we see, if there is a late minute safety car, will we see some drivers elect to gamble, stay out there, and hope that track position works in their favor? bit by bit closing towards the 1/3 marker in this race, towards those halfway points as well. We ran you down through the LMP2. Let's give you the GTE update as well. RSR by Butker, 40 seconds now clear of Johnny Verhoff for the T3 Motorsports by Maniti 178, but there is a fascinating strategy game going on right now that we still can't quite wrap our heads around. Team Hoisingveld sits in 3rd. Christian Frank taking over that car from Jan Sentikowski, but is on old rubber, while Obsidian Racing, German Sim Racing, Team RSO, as well as the Orion Race Team all taking 4 fresh tires in that last cycle of pit stops. Phoenix Racing Esport and the Samba Racing Team round out the 9 cars in field as we jump on board with the Corvette. A car that we're going to see make a transition from GTE to GT3 soon, and hopefully it's not too long before we get the GT3 here on iRacing as well, Ewan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we've seen it in GT3 form in the real life IMSA, haven't we? At the Daytona 24.
Well, kind of. That is a heavily modified GTE machine that is being run in the quote-unquote GTD spec, because it's not technically a GT3 car, but it's being given permission from IMSA to run in the category, while Corvette builds a proper GT3 car around the C8.
Oh, I didn't realise they were building a different... I thought they were just converting their GTE. I thought that was it, what we saw at Daytona. So I was wrong on that one. But yeah, it just looked weird, to be quite honest. After seeing it at Corvette in GTE and GTLM, as it is in America, for so long, it just looked weird seeing it in amongst the GT3 cars. So it would take some getting used to. There's no doubt about that. Whether it, or however quick it comes to iRacing, if it does at all, of course. And when we see it in real life, yeah, I'm going to be. It takes a lot of getting your head around.
It was interesting at Daytona watching or seeing visually some of the changes between the cars. For example, the rear diffuser has been heavily reworked in the GTD spec version of the car. Now, it should be noted as well, it's not like Corvette don't have somewhat of a history of having GT3 cars. Yes, it wasn't really a manufacturer-backed effort, but the Callaway Corvette that ran in the likes of the ADAC GT Masters, really lovely looking car as well. But now it is a full manufacturer involvement. And hopefully, we waited for a long time for Chevy to give us a car after the GT1 car that we have here on iRacing. It took a while for it to come, but Pratt and Miller finally working with iRacing. Hopefully we don't have to wait the same length of time before the new GT3 car comes. And of course, more and more GT3 cars are being announced in the real world by the day, it feels like. Of course, plenty of Evo kits, for example. This Mercedes AMG GT3, the version that we have, is actually a pre-prototype version. It's not the homologated version that eventually started to run almost 6 odd years ago. Instead, it was the prototype that was run during a VLN race that was then scanned to iRacing. So there's minor differences between this and that first production GT3 model, and there's already been an Evo kit. Rumors abound about a second Evo kit incoming for the car. Of course, we got the Ferrari Evo. We might get the Audi Evo as well in a couple of months' time. I think there's another one of those coming as well. The thing that intrigues me the most about these new announcements, though, Zach, is the fact that Ford have announced a Mustang GT3, and the reason why it intrigues me is I love myself a good Team Fordzilla car. However, I've only ever commentated, other than in one series, on Fordzilla driving in not Ford. So hopefully we can now be talking about Fordzilla in an actual Ford.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I think it was a Rallycross championship, if I remember correctly. That one.
Yes.
With a Ford, yeah. I was taking a browse through RaceSpot, I just managed to stumble across it. So, yeah, it's the thing, because the Ford GT at the moment, really, even with the BOP, isn't exactly going to be the most competitive car. It's still decent, but it's not really going to ever be up there. So hopefully the Mustang, when it gets introduced, and it will be competitive, because Ford do know how to make cars. They've had really good success in motor racing. So yeah, hopefully it can be quick, and hopefully Fordzilla can actually take it and get themselves into the Ford.
One of the newest members of RaceSpotTV, William Chadwick, is a member of Team Fordzilla. We saw him race in the Bathurst 12 Hours a week ago, as they finished 2 cars inside the top 20. Looks like Pure Sims in the LMP2 down to pit road this time by. That's a short stint for them. I think 22 laps completed. So maybe they've tapped out in terms of going long. and maybe we are seeing now a bit of a change from them. Just going pedal to the metal. Impulse follows them in as well. A couple of P2 pit stops then coming through. We focus back on that damage. You can see on the front right of that hood, the damage to the front nose of this Obsidian 138. Not an easy debut in the championship, Ewan, but they're still fighting.
Yeah, they are. There it is on the right-hand side. Visible from the driver. I think it is a little bit psychological as well when you see that damage. I think that any actual physical damage would have been repaired at the most recent pit stop if there was any. There might have been a second or two, but it still plays on your mind. Not the fact that you can't see over that side of the car, it's not that bad, but it does play on the mind just a little bit, the fact that you have got damage, and obviously reminds you of the incident as well, and it will maybe knock your confidence just ever so slightly. It's not what you want to see, and that's not what you want either. Pretty sure that BMW hit the inside wall going up the inside of the bus stop there.
Did he get away with it? Look at the right side of the car. Looks okay. That car does look okay, I tell you. It's the Pro-Am car, Archer Brothers. Champions in the fall, now still leading this class, but involved in a fight with the Neil Middleton Torque Freak Racing 358. Delta Sport in the P2s come in, and this is another one of those GT3 battles which has been brought closer by the split strategies. No tires taken for the car we're riding on board with. 4 tires taken for the cars in front. Always fascinating to see how different teams approach these races. So let's talk briefly about the rest of the season, because it's calming down very slightly out on track, which is what we want to see. They settle into the endurance racing rhythm. Interlagos will be up next, and Interlagos is always a fascinating track to go racing at, and when you have this much multi-class chaos, it will be even more interesting. But then the chaos will carry forward to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Zach.
Yeah, well, I can definitely speak about Interlagos. I don't really know too much about Road Atlanta, apart from, I think, Sebring, Watkins, and Road America. I'm not too clued up on my American tracks, but Interlagos especially is a great circuit overall. My worry is how well these guys are going to be able to obviously clear the traffic. It's not the longest circuit, and it doesn't have much in the way of straights. Of course, you've got that run from T12 all the way to turn 1. That's all flat out, but apart from that, that tight and twisty infield section could be quite dicey in terms of P2s coming through and things like that. So we'll have to wait and see how they get on, but it is a remarkable track, and we should be treated to some good racing.
I love Road Atlanta. I am a fan. Second best racetrack in the world. The Nordschleife was the best, Road Atlanta second, and Bathurst is third.
Ooh.
I disagree, but okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay, wait. So let's go through. We'll start with you, Zach. What's your favorite track in the world? Best track in the world?
In terms of like prestige or racing?
Anything. I mean, it's a totally subjective thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, see, the Nordschleife is always going to be. It's the Nürburgring, right? You can't knock it. It's arguably one of the most famous tracks in the world. You ask most people, they know what the Nürburgring is, right? Or any racing fan knows what the Nürburgring is. It's so long, it's so challenging, it's got so much history. But in terms of racing, for me, I've got to go with a British bias, but it's Silverstone. I love a bit of Silverstone, and of course Spa as well. All three have history, and all three provide good racing. For me, but again, it's subjective as you say, so don't shoot the gun.
I'll accept Spa over Silverstone, although I was saying this yesterday. Spa has lost its charm for me just because it seems like every week there's something on iRacing that runs it, and at that point it becomes less interesting.
Get sick of it.
Like you just get sick of it, exactly.
Yeah.
Ewan, how about you?
If I was to drive a circuit or race, do a race on a circuit, I would pick Silverstone as well. Personally,
Wow, British bias.
I enjoy. Maybe there's a bit of British bias there, yeah. But no, it's the one that I would drive most. But if I was to watch a race, if you told me at the start of a year you can only watch races that happened at one circuit, you can't watch any others, I would watch the race at Bathurst, because I just think that it produces such great racing, like the 1000 and the 12 hour. They always produce those races. So yeah, I'd probably go to watch at Bathurst.
Gotcha. You're just sucking up to Lewis McLeod with that one. That's 100% guaranteed, and that British bias. Yeah, you want to get in Lulu's good.
If I don't, I will not have a career. So
that's fair. No, that's fair. Silverstone to me, old Silverstone I love. New Silverstone, that basically sums it up.
both are good.
My only memories of racing are at New Silverstone. So.
Yeah, you're too young.
Yeah, I'm too young to really capture it. But Silverstone as well, you know, I've had some decent success around there, and I've pulled off some good moves. So that as well, you know, your personal experiences at the circuit as well, obviously helped me to bring it up.
I'm not going to say who has just provided me this information, but you know who you are, and we appreciate it. I've got a message about what's going on with RSR's potential strategy here, and this is good because we want to just try and understand what's going on here. So the speculation is that potentially, Ewan, they are trying to reduce the amount of tire drag and pace drop-off that they're getting by doing shorter stints, having less fuel on board on that car. So they're not working the tires as hard, and hopefully the pace will stay up compared to the rest of the cars. Now, the question will be, is that going to be worth it compared to the extra time they're going to spend on pit lane? At least for now, the last few laps they've been going a second or so faster than the Maniti car that sits in second. You'd argue that potentially it would, but all it takes is for one safety car to really mix things up.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but the advantage they do have, they kind of cover themselves in both ways. I mean, if this strategy completely falls on its face and this race runs green, then obviously they are screwed, but that doesn't look like happening at the moment. Also, if there's a late race safety car, they've got the short run pace by the looks of things to actually cope with those around them. So I think they've put themselves, they've kind of distributed their eggs into different baskets nicely, and they've got themselves in a very strong position early on in this race. It's working so far. There's no doubt about that. It just remains to be seen how it continues on. But yeah, it's a very clever idea, and nobody else has thought of it. If it pays off, they'll be absolute geniuses.
The way it works out, you're either hero or you're zero when it comes to some of these strategy calls. As there comes the Phoenix Racing Esports car, I believe, onto pit lane. Yep, it is the number 5. Working now up the hill is Pure Sims Esports. Caden Bin has taken over that car from Paulo Munoz, hoping not to get up into the bin. Is this number 16 looking good? And in fact, the last couple of laps have been trading the times back and forth with Delta Sport. That gap is the smallest that we've seen it so far. Look how aggressively he cuts back to the left as he comes down into that bus stop chicane. Oh, look at the understeer he's got as well. Look how much input he's having to throw into that car, Zach.
It's crazy. It's obviously these tires are getting on a little bit, but yeah, just having to really wrestle the car through. You know, ideally you want to put as little lock in as you can. The more you turn the steering wheel, the slower typically you're going to go, and it gets to a point where you turn a little bit too much, that you're exceeding the grip that you've got, and in fact turning more encourages the understeer. So it's that balance. But yeah, he really is struggling. He has to use sort of quick inputs in order to make the car respond. And look at that, over 90 degrees lock to even get it through, and he still uses that typical line we see where you use all the track, and all that is oversteer as opposed to understeer. So to have a combination of the two is horrible.
It's always scary when sometimes it's understeering, sometimes it's oversteering. You never know what's going to come, or predicting what that behavior of the car is going to be is ultimately so difficult. 50 laps are complete here in the 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen, the season opener in the winter for second half of this campaign. Remember, we've got champions already crowned in the fall, 3 races in Europe. They're defending their championships on one hand. They're also trying to fight for the Grand Champions. We'll tot up the points in totality over 6 races. Plenty to fight for across of the 4 classes of competition that we've got 3 wide, as the Hell Racers LMP2 car ducks and dives its way past. We've got some GT3 action as well happening as they work their way in towards turn number 1. That's BMW and Mercedes working their way in towards the S's. That is in GT3 AM. And correction, I did note the comment in the YouTube chat that I got it slightly wrong. It is not actually the Archer Brothers 301 that is leading in that class. In fact, it is the 49 Motorsports car that seems to also have done something interesting on the strategy by going short. In fact, they've gone so short That's a 52-second total time in pit lane. That compares to about 70 seconds for cars that did only fuel. So plenty of strategy games are being played right now, Ewan.
Yeah, it's what we want to see, really. And it's kind of been opened by this 1,000 kilometre race. If it was a 6-hour race, the strategies would be very, very linear, really. 40 minutes for the LMP2s, then they'd be doing, maybe 2 or 3 stints on a set of tyres, and they'd be going to the 6 hours very easily. On that strategy, the GTs will be doing 5 stops, 6 stints of an hour, and then they'll be getting to the end. It'd be very, very easy to work out and figure out what's happening. But the fact that we don't know how long this race is going to be. Quite in time, the strategy is not quite. It doesn't quite work for anybody really. It kind of perfectly. So it does make the maths quite difficult, and also it makes it difficult to work out quite what's happening at any given time. However, it will all converge towards the end of this race. We'll all know what everybody has been doing, and hopefully we get an exciting finish.
IVRA always seems to just produce some excitement across of the multiple classes. This is the Vector by RSR. Mercedes missing the livery. Usually we see them in a green and black little bit. See the Vector by RSR team as well in the Lionheart Retro Series that will kick off at the start of March 3rd, the very first race in the championship there. They'll look to the inside of the Torque Freak racing car that's on old tires. Neil Middleton says, have that, and I'll follow in your footsteps, at least for the time being. That Vector car did take 4 tires as well. We're starting to see those tires really just start to fall off on the double stint here, Zach.
Yeah, they hit a cliff at some point. It's sort of plateaus, gradual sort of decline in terms of their grip, but then you get to a point it just drops, and that's the problem you face with double stinting, is you have to keep it consistent. You have to maintain that gradual decline or plateau, whatever it might be in terms of their grip. You have to maintain that for as long as you can before you hit that cliff, because once they do completely drop off, you have nothing. You're just a sitting duck, and that's really when you need to sort of back off a little bit, preserve the tires as best you can. But it's all about timing as well. When they fall off the cliff, how far away from you from your pit stop? Is it doable? Are you going to lose too much time coming in just a little bit early?
On board with the RSR by Buck Kicker car again. Speculation is that they are doing short stints. Who's that? Oh, that is a car. It might be the Nomad Lamborghini that we still have to take the tow before we even got the green flag out. There was a technical issue there for them. Now, we'll see on the replay what happens here. It is the Nomad.
Oh, the leader. The leader's involved here, is it? Oh no.
No, the leader's gone. Leader will have gone.
That's a relief for Delta Sport, but yeah, just a spin there, but not their day, I think you'd say.
Yeah, they also, I just noted, they've had another incident before this, I think maybe in towards turn 1 potentially. So Tom Stanley, who does race control for IVRA in some of the other series, not having the best of luck. But again, it wasn't his fault that they had a technical issue at the start. He wasn't even in the car. That's the private label Team Hype and Phil Kraus looking for some space on the outside of the penultimate corner. That was brave. But risking it and trying not to lose too much time. Race control again, only monitoring track limit violations through turn 1, so you can get away with stuff like that, Ewan.
Yeah, well, unless you completely abuse it, I suppose. But yeah, it's the kind of thing that happens when you kind of tarmac your circuit all the way around the outside. We're seeing it at the heel of the boot. To be honest, we see it in real life as well. It's not an iRacing thing. We see it in real life. People just completely disregarding the white lines, like they're not even a thing anymore. You run up to the grass there now, as if that's kind of normal, and it shouldn't be really. Probably shouldn't be that way. In real life, they should bring back the grass, because look, nobody is paying any attention whatsoever, and they haven't been for the entire race. But as Zach said earlier, if you give racing drivers an inch, then they'll take a mile, and they are doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that you look at, for example, Circuit of the Americas and how that's basically a parking lot at times. But the argument, and I fully understand it, is that you need to be able to make money outside of just the professional races. The racetrack doesn't just make money one day a year. It makes money year round, and if you're hosting, private league, not leagues, we're watching a private league, you're hosting private track days and whatnot. Rich people don't want their car to end up in gravel. They want the tarmac, right? So it's about providing for both and providing the facilities such that your track's going to be able to bring in money year round to keep it thriving, to be able to renew the spectator facilities, to keep the hospitality areas as spiffy as you can make them. So it's all a balancing act. At least we are going to see Spa-Francorchamps, for example, it's going to be adding back the gravel, not for cars with four wheels necessarily, Zach, but instead because they want motorbikes to come back into the Ardennes Mountain.
Yeah, it's about appealing to the market as a whole. MotoGP around Spa, it's going to be something that would be getting a lot of attention. It's like, whoa, there's motorbikes at Spa now, this is crazy, blah, blah, blah. It's going to get a lot of attention, it's going to bring in a lot of money, a lot of revenue. It's going to appeal to a big market. Also unlocks the Spa into the motorbike world as well. It's not just limited to things on four wheels. So again, making a slight adjustment allows them to run these not only, how to have them benefit them, but also to have them run safely, which again is the most important thing, and it just maximizes everything for everyone. Because as you say, at COTA, if you've got some absolute noddy driving around in daddy's Porsche, it's not safe to have him go straight into the gravel, have no grip, and end up in a tyre barrier.
Shots fired by Zach Sweeney about those with daddy's Porsches. That's what I got from that one.
Other cars are available.
Other cars, fair enough. I thought you were going to say you can also buy your car, but you're digging that grave just a little bit deeper. Getting closer as well, by the way, to the commentary handoff. Zach Sweeney will go off and race some Formula 4s, virtual Formula 4s, in the hopes of driving some real Formula 4s.
It's not happening.
Well, never say never, right? You got to be optimistic. Ewan O'Leary will take a bit of a breather and join us for the conclusion of this race. Jonathan Burke and Lorenzo Bonder will step in for this middle portion alongside myself, Arjuna Kanki-Pati. Sean Campbell for RSR by Butt Kicker is back on pit lane, and while that's happening, we're also watching this GT3 battle. It's between Pro-Am and Pro. The Pro car has been passed though, Ewan, and this is what we love about this split class and the driver rankings that mean that even if you're a Pro-Am, you're still maybe as quick as the pros.
Yeah, it's very close, as we saw a little bit earlier with Sim Republic qualifying in 8th overall in the GT3s, and at the moment the highest Pro-Am car is currently running in 8th place even still, but it's 49 Motorsports on this occasion. So there's a bit of a dive bomb there, and these positions are going to be reversed, but that is the beauty of it, this split class deal we have going on, and it has been a success. It's rife everywhere in sim racing at the moment, this kind of thing, especially in a GT3 category, and it looks like it's here to stay for the next couple of years.
Up the hill, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing still in trouble. Taking a look at the race control sheet as well, as being a couple of penalties or incidents reported, but no penalty handed down to them. Car 262. Now, who is that? That would be the Alpine Stars Geodesic Gold car that's had an issue. Oh, talking of issues, what's happened to the private label Team Hype? Where are they stopped, and what has happened to the car that was running up in fourth? Oh, they've lost it on the straight. Phil Kraus has lost it on the straight. Now, was there assistance, or has he just gone too aggressive? So he's got, I believe that's a GTE machine in front, and that is, well, that is a GTE car just not recognizing what's going on around him.
Yeah.
As simple as that. So watch here from up above. The GTE car, of course, is trying to get past the GT3, but that is not a reason to pull across the nose of Phil Kraus, and that private label Team Hype car is, well, I was talking about in the bin earlier with Caden Bin. That one might be in the bin.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate moment really, because I think the Porsche will probably say that Kraus could have pulled to the more to the right hand side there and let them all go free wide. But yeah, you're right. It's probably not the best idea to pull out on an LMP2 like that. And yeah, unfortunately, it's had really bad consequences for the number 7 team, and they'll be fighting back all day after that now. So that is a shame. But either way, the race will continue on, and that portion will continue on as well. It didn't look like there was very much damage at all.
That was close between Josh Clogg as he tried to get up the inside, coming up the hill in through the toe of the heel, of the boot, not the toe of the heel. My word, I'm losing my mind apparently. Yeah, so as we get ready to switch over, let's have some final thoughts from Zach Sweeney. I mean, haven't seen a safety car, Zach, which is a blessing and a curse, because it means we haven't seen as much chaos as we may have wanted. It also means that it's been quite clean, and we're seeing the strategies play their course, which we love to see. That's what endurance racing is about.
Yeah, the pit lane is half the story. You know, you've got to be good in the pit lane. You've got to make sure you get the strategy right when you're, saving fuel, when you're saving tires, etc., etc. It's one of those things. But yeah, I think if we ever get a safety car, it's we're just shy of a third off the race distance, which is impressive to have gotten this through this far in. I think it's a tribute more to the cleanness of the start, really, and how they got going after the first sort of 10 laps or so. But safety cars breed safety cars. So I think once we have one, it's then going to have that domino, that chain reaction where we're going to have maybe one, maybe two, maybe three, or whatever it is, however many it's going to be. So we're going to have to watch out for that. But so far, touch wood, it's been really clean. Everyone's done a great job. Yes, we've had some incidents, some crashes, but it's not been enough, to trigger the safety car. And I think once it does happen, it will spice up the race more than the race has been spicy so far.
And Ewan will be joining us again, so I'm not going to ask him for too many thoughts, but let's start with some predictions, because it will be Mystic Zach or Mystic Ewan, depending on how things go. We'll start with you, Zach. Let's get a prediction for the LMP2 class.
I think Delta, or Yusims, both of them, at the moment, sort of have it in the back. RSO looked quick, looked to be on the better strategy, but of course those penalties set them back a little bit. So we'll have to, again, wait and see how it pans out, because we don't know at the moment which is the better strategy. At the moment, it was for Delta and Yusims to come in a lap earlier, or 2 laps earlier, in fact, it was on lap 23 on to 24. It's going to play out. I think at the moment they look good, but a third of the way through, it's way too early to tell. We only really get a good, clear picture of that within the final hour and a half of the race. So yeah, we'll see then.
And from your perspective, Ewan, for this LMP2 class, what are you thinking?
I think it's going to be the man we're running on board with now, or briefly were there, Pure Sims Esports, because they've shown in this championship.
Sorry, RSR by butt kicker. What has happened to them? We'll get back to the predictions, but the alternate strategy has seen a driver change take place. Sean Campbell gets out. EJ O'Donnell now jumps in. Doesn't look like there's damage, but there was definitely a moment there for them. They've got the Phoenix Racing GTE in front of them, and it's going to be the curbs. It's going to be the curbs once more, launching it over there in the bus stop chicane. Somehow does not slam into the wall.
Well, yeah, it's not over as long as he doesn't have damage. Obviously, his strategy of saving the tyres and whatever is obviously going to be damaged by the big slide and big flat spots he'll now have. However, he hasn't got any damage from that spin, which is the all-important thing for that 199 car. The dream is still alive for them.
Well, that's going to mean that no prediction times, because I'm going to let Zach Sweeney run off to go race his virtual F4 cars, and I'll let Ewan O'Leary go and catch his breath for a couple of moments. I'm glad to have both of you guys on board, and, well, we'll see you in a bit, Ewan, and thanks for your debut here on RaceSpotTV, Zach. Joined now, of course, though, by Jonathan Burke and Lorenzo Bonder for this next 60-odd laps of this race. And Jonathan, well, it's great to be working with you once more. However, the reality is that when you and I work together, we see chaos, we see safety cars.
Well, some Aurora isn't here, so maybe that will see less safety cars. Because normally us three together, that's the bad safety car spot. But I've seen a few of the chaotic moments, especially early on when that first traffic stint happened. Ooh, that was a lot of chaotic moments, and I'm surprised we still have so much green flag action still.
And Lorenzo, you are known as the commentator that kills with words. Hopefully you're not going to do that today.
You want me to reprise the performance on Monday?
You're not allowed to do what you did on Monday.
I think that's my proudest moment as a commentator in my entire sim racing commentating career. Nah, that's a lie. But I hope this race turns out to be a full green flag racing, because it does make the strategy more on the teams, what they're going to do at the end of the day. Like I said, you can go 7 stints. If you go for 26 laps, basically that's a miracle, because you're doing 26 laps and you can cut a pit stop short. But then again, it's so tricky for you to do that. You need to do that regularly. So it's who goes the longest might be an advantage over here, because a pit stop can shed so much time. Over here is going to be an interesting one.
Plenty of strategies going on as well at this point in time. And again, we're about a third into this race, getting closer and closer to the halfway points being handed out. Remember, 100 points at the end get awarded, so that means 50 to the driver that comes across the line halfway through this race, leading the category. And we've seen in years past that those halfway points can be the difference between winning the championship and finishing second in the championship. Here is, of course, car running net, well, I want to say net first in the GT3 category. 5-Star Motorsports' Adam Isaacson has been behind the wheel since the start of this race. He has Philip Johansson in front, but again, different tire strategies going on between these two cars. You've got the worn tires for Philip Johansson, you've got fresh rubber for Adam Isaacson, and now the track temperature is held fairly steady as well, so it's one thing to note. We are getting closer and closer to now seeing the track temperature start to dip. There's the look at the track conditions, and Lorenzo, we know this. About 2 p.m., that is where the track is at its hottest, the sun is at its highest, and from here it only goes downhill.
It only goes downhill. If it continues to be 25 degrees, it's going to be a really interesting race. So to break down maybe in the final 3 pit stops, because what happens? One of the tricky things for you to do at Watkins Glen is a triple stint. I don't think we're going to see guys risking that triple stint in tires. The drop off in laps is huge, absolutely humongous. So it's going to be an interesting one to see if there's a team who's going to go for that risky strat. But I like what I'm seeing for everybody, just playing it safe for now. Fuel race from start to finish for all the teams, including the GT3s in my opinion.
Absolutely. Back on board with the Pearson 16, of course, the team owned by the 3-time British Touring Car Champion Ash Sutton, who you can watch on Thursdays here in RaceSpotTV. The World Touring Car Championship debuted his new, well, I want to say new livery, but it was a similar sort of a livery that he'll be racing in upcoming. It was the Napa Auto Parts livery, but now, of course, how that Ford Fiesta looks in the real world. And Jonathan Burke, I mean, the fact that we haven't got a safety car is part of the surprise to me. But it's that also that the reality that I think the more we go deep into this race, the less likely I think a safety car is to happen. This is a track where you can get damage and still limp the car around back to pit lane, and we've seen that on a number of occasions with the amount of incidents through the bus stop.
I think it's also like these big groups are kind of like splitting up, like we saw early on, like lap 16, lap 6, when these LMP2s quickly caught the GT3s. Like the GT3s were still all grouped up together, whereas now they're kind of spread out in their own little pods. So it's going to get easier and easier to overtake, and easier to kind of map out those little mistakes. If some guy goes off, he might have some time to get back on the quad.
We've seen as well, I'm trying to think of when the last IVRA race that I've seen has gone kind of like this one, because I did all of the IVRA races basically in 2020 and 2021.
Motegi?
No, I didn't Motegi have some chaos. You're talking about the season finale in 2021, the end of 2021 season. I think you're talking about. Here's the GTE lead. Not much of a fight put up by Johnny Verhoff in the 178 car, German sim racing to the point. Now, of course, this takes off added intrigue because of that incident that RSR by Butt Kicker had, where they lost probably about 20 odd seconds there, where now it's really put these guys in a position where they're not just fighting to see where they end up in strategy, they're fighting to potentially be in front regardless of how the strategy is going to look. I'm trying to think. I remember Motegi having a decent number of safety cars. The 10 hours of Motegi. We're talking about the same race, right?
I think I got confused with the Club Sport one where it went caution free.
Yes, no, Club Sport has always been pretty decent. no, I'm not saying relative, but I'm saying we've always just somehow had these races where we've had less cautions, maybe because of the class combinations and the cars in there, but endurance, I just remember Phillip Island.
I was going to say Phillip Island. We had a car that was upside down on lap 20 win the race for one of the classes.
I still don't understand how that happened. Still befuddles me to this day how they can go from upside down on their roofs in that first safety car. To be fair, it probably helped that in a 4-hour race we had 6 odd safety cars or something like that, but that's why I say you can never in an IVRA race count yourself out, even when you're a lap down, even when you're 2 laps down. You keep fighting, show the endurance racing spirit, and hope that things go the way that you want.
Even when it goes green, like I remember a race last season Mid-Ohio where Alpine Stars GSI came out on top, and that was because of a late kind of caution that threw up the fuel strategy, and they were able to extend it and get a good win and keep themselves in the championship fight in the season before. So that's a race as well where a late safety car, like something you don't even see coming, could even throw a wrench to this. And it's good that we're kind of in this lull of everyone kind of spread out and just really this big fight right now in GTE going on.
Watching now as German sim racing stretch the legs. Remember, we've talked about the BMW versus the Porsche in terms of balance of performance. No changes put forth to that BMW M8 GTE, but a significant change for your the Porsche 911 class with, what was it, about 21 kilos of weight added, so that's going to burn up the tires just a little bit more. Than also a 1% fuel restriction, so burn through your fuel at the same rate, but you have less of it available. All in aid of trying to get the big boy M8 to be a little bit more feisty and competitive in this battle with the rest of the class. Looking forward at the Impulse LMP2 car that now runs behind the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing car to the tune of about 2.5. I will note as well, gap for the lead at one point was down at about 2 seconds, but that's now up at 4 seconds. It's almost doubled in the last 5 or 10 laps here.
Yeah, it's that 33 car just on rails right now. I think the Pure Sims car you guys have been talking about has been like the fastest one, the one to beat, but you never can count out Delta Sport, I think, in any of these LMP2 events for IVRA. You never can count out that team.
Didn't have the best of lucks in the fall. I mean, third was their best finish, which after how that race at the Nürburgring started for them, must have been quite remarkable. But by the same token, Sports Car Open, for example, they've got the pace. They just haven't had any sort of luck that I can remember off the top of my head. And hopefully that's going to be a turnaround in the next couple of races on the horizon in that championship as well. Here's that damaged Obsidian Racing team on their debut in the IVRA series. Chipped away at that damage to the front end, got a bit of repairs, but still not ideal. Now the lap times for them are 41.563 last time by an 8.39 this time, so they're pretty much lock in step with the cars around them. Maniti with a 41.834, RSO with 41.807. It's only German sim racing, in fact, that's going quicker. And the drop-off in lap times for RSR by Butt Kicker is quite noticeable. I mean, Sean Campbell was a rocket ship of a car. It's an understatement. Regardless of the strategy games being played there, he was definitely the fastest car on track. But for EJ O'Donnell, he's been struggling to keep it in the mid 42s, high 42s, low 43s. They're going to be hoping to get the pace up just a little bit more. Lorenzo Bonda joins us once more. Some technical issues for him, and he was just mentioning, we were talking about bad luck for Delta Sport. It's more than just bad luck. They don't even survive often in SEO competition.
Yeah, it's outrageously insane, you know. I know they got the teams, Alexander Grafwheel, Herbinho, Delatraz, really good drivers, you know. They can build up a very solid foundation. Also, the Tulio that did a really good stint in the Nürburgring race that got him into P3 as a guy that we should mention as well. The thing is, if I remember correctly, Rebel Ring, they had a crash on lap 1. Round 2, they had a crash in the first hour. Sebring, they had a crash in the first hour or second hour. So it's like, I said this, I think, in the race clutch once I did an SEO. Find the priest, get yourself blessed, because it's insane the amount of bad luck you get in one league, but in another league it's full 180, right? You do have some stretches of bad luck here and there, but you can get solid results. I think because of IVRA, you have the yellow flag that brings out the equality a little bit more, but Delta Sport has a team to make an impact. I'm not going to say maybe now, but definitely in the near future. I think they're just finding the stridings and seeing where they are in comparison to other like top teams in sim racing.
And one thing to note with the yellow flags is I think if there's any team that doesn't want them right now, it's Delta Sport. They continue to pull away. It's now 4.6 the gap back to Pure Sims behind. Impulse doing a great job of closing on Eric Newman behind the 62, the black and gold Alpine Stars geodesic racing car. Look at how they run wide coming through turn one, keeping two wheels on the curbs to make sure they're not in violation of track limits. Race control keeping a close eye on drivers running too far wide. In the draft, he'll be a little bit too far back this time by, but he's closing bit by bit. And that Impulse car, I'm not sure if it's coming on strong or if maybe the geodesic car is back to the fuel-saving ways that we saw in the first stint, or even if it's maybe the pace delta between Newman and Graham Saunders. But that Impulse car just looking great right now, Jonathan.
Yeah, it could be an also factor of traffic too, because you see we've passed like a Lamborghini or two here and there, and sometimes that 62 car, that was a moment though for that Impulse. Like Lorenzo was reacting to that. That was fast hands right there. But I think that Impulse car I think it's just good, like later on in these runs, like as it starts burning that fuel, it just gets better and better and better. I think that geodesic car is focused on that fuel saving.
Going back to the incident that we saw with the private label team Hype and the Phoenix Racing GTE machine coming out of the final corner on that main straightaway. Slam dunk penalty if you ask me, but it is a 60-second stop and hold penalty. That is not just a slap on the wrist, that is a get in the bin sort of a penalty. Pure Sims will be on pit lane this time by as the P2 pit stops continue, followed in by Impulse Racing, so maybe just the lower fuel that we're seeing there. Orion Race Team and the GTEs have had an issue as well. There have been very small incidents in terms of the number of cars, other than the one, of course, that happened in the first hour down the hill through the chute where the Bo Rigor Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing GTE machine got absolutely clobbered by some of the other cars. But other than that, there have been single car incidents. I don't see anyone else getting mixed up in what happened to Mike Dam in the 144. Still waiting to see these pit stops underway. Wonder if we'll see some driver changes. We are seeing Lee Morris jump behind the wheel of the 56, so that's going to be a full service there. Caden Bean takes just fuel, 33 seconds stationary. He is back and rolling, Lorenzo.
Yeah, not a dramatic pit stop for Caden Bean. You know, I think it's what they're going to be doing is basically some double stints around the car, not waste too much time, try to minimize the time loss right here. So that's the way to go, in my opinion. You really don't want to be, you know, doing some funky strategies, going for maybe single stints at this point of the race, because you're at the risk of finding yourself in the middle of a yellow flag and everything you just worked for gets resetted immediately.
Here comes Alexander Delatraz into pit road. The geodesic car will stay out as expected, slightly off kilter and offset from the rest of the cars in this field. Step by step, closer and closer to the halfway marker of this race. 20 laps to go means that for all of these LMP2 cars, well, we are looking at, though, this is that final stop before the half points are awarded in class. Now, how is that going to factor in? Back on board with Pure Sims. There's the confirmation, 32.9 seconds stationary in the lane. A little bit of oversteer coming over the crest of the hill, but expected. The off-camera nature of the corner, the old tires as well. Track temperature, in fact, if anything, has increased. It's now 37.2 degrees Celsius, Jonathan. We thought it might cool down. It's having none of that right now.
Well, virtual Watkins Glen sounds like a beautiful day to be outside and a beautiful day to be on the racetrack where, you know, it's nice to be in the stands, but these tires are going to be screaming. I think at the end of some of these double stints, it's going to be a lot of wear, especially since there's so many just high-speed areas of this track. VSs, the long carousel, the run down into the boot. Like, there's just a lot of places where you can really abuse the tire if you're not being careful.
Can tell you as well that Phil Kraus not happy with the incident, messaging him, not thrilled.
I don't think any of us in this booth were happy with that.
No, you were commenting about that as well. You were not thrilled. Here's the GTE cars onto pit road. GSR by Hetzner and the T3 Motorsports by Maniti car both pulling in towards pit lane. Looks as well behind them. They're followed in by Obsidian and Team RSO. Geodesic comes into pit road this time by for the LMP2. So not just the final cycle for the LMP2s, but final cycle as well for the GTEs. In fact, excuse me, RSO is actually going to stay out there one lap longer, so they're slightly offset. Edu Morales in that Obsidian Racing 138 is going to be replaced by Sergio Ferrero, as RSO has some lap traffic to deal with in the GT3s. Disposes of them nice and simply. German Sim Racing, no driver change there. T3 Motorsport by Maniti, also no driver change there. Might be a full service as well. T3 Motorsports is rolling, so T3 Motorsports spends 34.6 seconds in pit lane. Indicates to me, Lorenzo, that's fuel only.
Yeah, it does look like fuel only, and I like this strategy from T3. You know, just trying to catch everybody off guard. I don't know what the drop off might be at this time of the day. You guys say the track, I would say it's scorching hot. I would disagree. You know, 36, 37 degrees. I think in a track like this,
It's cool.
it's rather cool.
I did mention it earlier. We've seen during the Watkins 6 hours, the iRacing Watkins Glen 6 hour races, temperatures up to 60, 70 degrees Celsius. So I know what you mean, but at the same time, 25 versus 37 is a pretty drastic swing in, in both the pace and how the tires are going to last.
And they may not be set up for that kind of temperature either, because it is virtual April here. It should be a little bit cooler in upstate New York.
I'd like to be in upstate New York right now. Sounds like a balmy old day. 25 degrees in the air, 36 on the track.
Well, virtual New York. Real New York is covered in snow right now.
True, because it is February right now. April in upstate New York does sound quite nice. I've been up north to Rochester, but I've never actually been to Watkins Glen.
I've never been to New York.
It definitely seems like a fun place to be. I'll be honest, controversial opinion, I don't like New York very much. New York City, I mean.
You know what's the most shocking thing I'm going to give you, Arjuna? The most shocking thing about Philadelphia.
Oh, wow, okay. Shots fired here at Jonathan.
Here we go. Yeah, some shots. It's going to be actually at Jonathan Burke of sorts. I've been in Philadelphia in 2019. I met Dylan Coyle. And Dylan was actually kind of like a roommate, classmate of sorts. Johnny Burke, he didn't meet me.
Wow. Jonathan, how dare you?
In my defense, I didn't know Dylan in 2019 until the very end of 2019. In my defense, I am from Chicago. I just got to Philly.
Fair enough. Jonathan's doing some great stuff at his university with their local. What would you call it? News center, something like that.
News station.
News station. There you go. Temple update. Check them out on social media. Like that little plug, Jonathan?
Oh, they'd very much appreciate that.
I help out where I can. Here is the Team Hoisingveld Corvette, of course, got into an incident on lap 1 of this race, and it's been on the back foot since then. Did hear word that it was contact with the T3 Motorsport BMW that forced them wide into the heel of the boot. But you can only look forward, you can't look back. They're being hunted down by the Orion race team, but Hoisingveld still owes us a pit stop. You can see the damage to the right side of the car. That was when they had the moment with the T3 Motorsport machine.
I'm upset that it's the only Corvette in the field.
Corvette not good. Peter Mackay's going to
straight to the point.
Yeah, Peter Mackay's going to come from ahead. I was saying this earlier. I think the Porsche, the Corvette GT3 car will be good.
Yeah, I think we're seeing like the power of the Porsche right now, where it's being favored in a lot of different categories, and it's just a better all-around race car in many aspects. Whereas this Corvette has kind of fallen off favor, especially in GTE.
Well,
Juno.
yes, go ahead.
The problem is you're not bringing the ire of Peter Mackay. You're bringing the ire maybe of Stefan Schlacker, and also from one Tommy Mueller.
Yeah, that's probably the bigger concern. Peter Mackay and Tommy Milner, not two people I want to have unhappy with me. That was the Vector RSR Mercedes, by the way. Yeah, let's not tell Tommy I said that. How about that? I'd like to say in Tommy's good books. Well, from the RSR, the Vector by RSR car to the RSR by Butt Kicker Machine, the 199 car trying to bounce back after that mistake from EJ O'Donnell. Now they are about 6/10 back from Johnny Verhoff, but they have some fresh rubber in comparison. But we know Johnny, we know his speed in these GTE machines. BMW typically decent when it comes to the fuel, the tire life. The question will really be how is it going to survive in terms of the traffic management, because I think if traffic plays its part, Verhoff might be able to actually fend off the challenge from those behind. And while we have seen pit stops for the LMP2 and the GTEs for the final time before the halfway marker of this race, where those half points will get awarded, GT3 pit stops are imminent, and they'll make their final dash onto pit lane as well very shortly. In the GT3, we've given you updates with the top two classes. Let's run you down GT3 Pro and Pro-Am very quickly. 5-Star Motorsports leads from T3 Motorsport by Maniti. 5 seconds the gap there, with WS Racing rounding out the podium. It's been a great recovery from them after qualifying didn't go their way. They're +7, with Vector by RSR sitting in 4th. And then your AM class leader, the Pro-Am leaders, Archer Brothers, but they are rather offset from the car that was formerly leading this class, the 49 Motorsports Lamborghini 349. So don't count them out just yet, but sitting pretty in second is the 378 Mercedes for T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Also have the Rusty Spatulas, the 313 that was in the hunt for the LMP2 Amateur Championship in the 2020-2021 season. They're sitting on the podium as pit stops are underway in this GT3 class. Vector by RSR, WS Racing, Archer Brothers, all into pit stops. And Lorenzo, quick update on the strategy. What does this mean from the GT3 perspective? They've always been able to go past the hour. They're looking quite good.
They're looking good, you know. If we're going for a probable 5-hour race, it means like 4 pit stops in total. Maybe if someone else goes under the hour, like 5 minutes or 4 minutes under, it's going to be maybe a splash and dash towards the end. But this is the track that I think for the GT3s is highly beneficial. You know, you can basically lift the coast. When you get overtaken by the LMP2s and GTEs, it gets a little bit easier for you to go on that fuel saving. So the strategy is good. You know, I think this more becomes of a track position race than anything else. Of course, we go green all the way. And basically, who finds himself in the best position towards the final pit stop for what it looks like. So far, it's 5-star race to lose.
Now, the question will be, did T3 Motorsports have an issue at some point that's changed this around? Because it was close in the first hour, and I've forgotten off the top of my head what happened in the strategy. Both those cars are down on pit road. Looks like driver changes underway. So Nico Carnemola will jump behind the wheel of the 255. Taking over in the 278 will be Diogo Salipa. The head-to-head battle between the two of them. 5-Star Motorsports will emerge about 3.5 seconds clear in front. We focus back on the Orion race team 144.
T3 GTE just had an issue.
They did. They've lost about 6 seconds this lap. What happened to Johnny Verhoff? I think it was down into the chute based on where they are on the track map. Now, was this a technical issue or was this something else? We'll get a replay. Here we go. RaceSpotTV replay. So coming out of the outer loop, watch what happens to the BMW here. Shoots to the right-hand side of the track. And then, does he brake too late? I think that's what happens, Jonathan. He just commits too deep into the corner.
It's a very rare error from Johnny Verhoff, or even any Maniti driver for these events. And I've done this several times as well. You get in, you shift up right here, and then just didn't lose enough speed. unfortunately, going in that corner. That rear end just did not want to stick.
You can see him trying to slow it down. I think got into the grass as well. What's happened here to the Archer? Oh, it's the Archer brothers, the 301. And it's the curbs again, but this time wrangles it into submission. That was well held. That's the first time that we've actually seen a car be able to do that. Hit the curb and then survive.
Vin Diesel would like to know their location.
You can also see, though, the steering is offset. The steering is about 5 degrees left hand down. Now, you can see the left side of the bonnet is crumpled in. Have the Archer brothers been dealing with some damage throughout the entirety of this race so far? I think they have, Lorenzo.
I'm gonna try to look and see if that actually went in that specific position when they actually had the crash on the bump stop, because this is what I've been dying to ask you to, because we've been covering, I think, a whole lot of races, not only in TCRs but GT3s and also some other categories as well at Watkins Glen. In my opinion, ever since this repavement or new addition of the track, we've been seeing more and more incidents at the bus stop, like cars flying around. I don't know if they actually raise a little bit the height of the bump.
It's because I think people are just being too aggressive there. It's as simple as that. I mean, there may be track changes, but it's driver related. It's not track related. It's driver related. At the end of the day, it's drivers know what they can do to avoid crashing. They just don't do it.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
I mean, I think it's 50-50 because I feel like that curve has been raised a little bit.
Right. No, but my point is, Jonathan, you have to adapt to the changes of the track. Right? You can't just drive like you would on the old version of Watkins Glen. You need to understand what makes this run different, and that's why some cars are not spinning, some cars are.
A part of the reason also for the curve changes is also for NASCAR, because they know, like, those big heavy stock cars will destroy curves.
RSR by butt kicker. RSR by butt kicker again. Oh, is this another mistake from Egypt? It's the same place, and this time there's damage to that car. Oh, and it's big damage. Front hood is gone. Rear end is crumpled on in. And just like that, RSO going aggressive, and I don't think that's the cause of the issue here. It's going to be those curbs once more. Just the line through the bus stop that this car is taking. And, don't watch that if you're an RSR fan. That is hopes of the win up in smoke.
Nice flight.
It's too much curb.
Simple mistake, big consequences. That is going to be at least 2 and a bit minutes, 3 minutes of simple repairs, and then we'll see if they're going to require more of that. Steering looks okay. Doesn't look like it's crabbing too hard either, and that's important. It means, though, again, the focus goes towards T3 and German sim racing, which have had split strategies this time in the cycle. 34.6 stationary for Maniti, 47.1 for German sim racing. The likelihood will be that it was 2 tires taken by the German sim racing crew. Now, was that a good call? Which side did they take? You would think probably the left side tires.
And they've already made up a lot of that gap that they lost. How much was that delta again?
I think the German sim racing car actually had gotten in front before the pit stop cycle.
They did. They got in front, but only by like a second or two, so they still came out about 10 seconds behind. So they've made up some ground.
Yeah, and I mean, Lorenzo, you also noted that for the LMP2s, drivers and teams were told, turn 1 track limits, you'll get 2 warnings. If we catch you being naughty for a 3rd time, it will go to the stewards. Delta Sport, 2 warnings have been given out.
Yeah, and 1 more means a drive-through penalty, and the one thing they really don't want to have at this point of the race, where they're doing well so far, and we're about to hit the halfway mark, so halfway points are being awarded to the drivers, is that track limit drive-through, because you're just driving too aggressively into turn number 1. So Alexander Delatraz, just drive more carefully from now on. I know turn 1 is a little bit tricky under these new Watkins Glen track limits of sorts before the old version. You could go heavy on this.
And now Sim Republic, the pole position winner in the GT3 Pro-Am category. Well, they got involved in a couple of issues early, and now it's another one for them. Managed to get it back up with about 10 seconds lost. But it rains and it pours. Oh, don't tell me they've lost it coming up through the S's. Oh, it's not going to be with the 5-star LMP2 car behind. It is. It is. That is the most dangerous point in the track when it comes to the multi-class traffic, and that's a good job from, I believe it's the Satellite Racing P2 car that slowed down in time to avoid running into poor Blake Bottoms. Get another look at the replay. This is coming into the bus stop, so we'll have to get on the run up to the S's potentially, but...
Unless this is another incident with a GT and a LMP2. Oh, no. Okay.
No, that looks okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
So here we go. We'll get another look at the incident. So Blake Bottoms is just running his line. Now, yes, that is the Satellite Racing car. No, that's not. That's the Apex Tech car, excuse me. It's my fault that we're looking at the wrong car, so I apologize, but now you could argue that the GT car should maybe stay to the left, but I'm going to make the counter argument that the GT3 car is much less controlled than an LMP2 car up the hill at those speeds, Lorenzo.
I'm going to make the argument as well that the LMP2 car should have waited 5 seconds until I got to the straightaway.
It's tricky, man, because you're just coming up to the crest of the hill climb, and it's so easy for you to mismanage the distancing. I agree, you know, you should have given at least a second reminder. Okay, that was a little bit sketchy as we pass the battle for the lead in the GTE class, but I agree. It's tricky for you to judge, but then again, you could have waited a little bit. Oh!
What? Johnny Verhoff.
Yeah?
178 stop and go penalty. This was for the incident with the 13 car, which is the Apex Tech Racing LMP machine.
I don't think we saw that, did we? This came...
No. This is the one that we just saw. This was down the hill at the chute, I believe. This is for an unsafe rejoin, apparently. Yes, it was. Just based on the time step, it was. And RSR by G Performance again. Oh no! RSR by G Performance have had an issue, and Hampus Bars and the Hell Racers Tershine car has had an issue as well. It is starting to intensify once more as we get closer and closer to the halfway point of this race.
The German sim racing car is like, I'm going to take the lead, thank you very much.
Yeah, nicely done to the inside. So let's check. So that car's had some damage repairs, but it's still missing a hood, from what I can tell.
No, they're in the pits now, so I think that this is before they got back into the pits.
No, this just happened. This just happened.
Oh, this just happened again?
Yes, no, this just happened again.
Is it like us adding a salt to injury of sorts?
No, it just looks like he just got on the grass. That's unfortunate.
Ugh.
Oh, and then that's an odd one. We don't usually see LMP2 cars lose it like that down the hill at turn 1. That's just overcommitment into the corner, Lorenzo.
Yeah, going out, I would say trying to break out a little bit after the 200-meter board, and it's so easy for you to lose control as we see Pure Sims. Nice car control.
What did I
Very
say?
nice.
When it rains, it pours.
Pours.
We're just getting more and more of these incidents, and for a second I thought we were going to see another replay there. I'm glad we're not. I'm glad that at least for now we can calm down.
Arjuna, I really am trying to not kill people with words here. I'm trying my best.
You haven't brought out the caution just yet.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna come. I'm fearing.
And for those wondering what we're talking about, because I don't blame you, this past Monday, live on RaceSpotTV, Lorenzo and I were commentating on the iRacing IndyCar Open Series where, how do we put this nicely? Lorenzo literally brought out a yellow flag with his words.
Yeah, I said if this race keeps going, if this race keeps going like it is, like it was, I think that was my phrasing. please no yellow flags. As soon as I say please no yellow flags, I just see a yellow flag on on our timing screen.
It could not have been timed more perfectly.
Yeah, I really want to send this to the not top 10, but can they actually show this as a part of the not top 10?
Well, the problem is the winner of the not top 10 is already guaranteed.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be the Bathurst pre-start.
For those who missed the Friday night preview, which we've been doing for the first two endurance special events for both Daytona and for Bathurst as well, myself and Will Chadwick have been watching IMSA and the VRS Sprint Series for Daytona and for Bathurst respectively. And the race at Bathurst, we didn't even get through the final corner. We didn't even get to the green flag. For literally 80% of the field got mixed up in a huge one. Go to the RaceSpot Twitter, scroll back a little bit and you'll find it. 4 cars got through unscathed out of the 30-something that started that race.
I keep wondering, did anybody say I was just here for the safety rating on that race?
I hope not. I hope not. We're scaring the team manager of Delta Sport, by the way, about this talk about Lorenzo's commentator's curse, because if there's anyone who doesn't want the yellow flag, it is the team that is now 8 seconds clear at the front of the field. I think that's an understatement, Jonathan.
I don't know, maybe they want it, maybe they, get some blood pumping, get some adrenaline. They've got been lonely out there. It's not like the Pure Sims car's been hunting them down.
So when rain comes to iRacing, there will be teams and drivers that are doing rain dances. Do we have a safety car dance as well?
I'm guaranteeing you there's about 60% of this field right now that's doing a safety car dance, because there's so many, like, at least the LMP2 category, there's so many of them that are so spread out. It's like they've already kind of set in stone. All right, we're getting this amount of halfway points. How do we plan out for the rest of the race?
On board with the Quasar Sim Racing Q25 as they're right behind the leaders in the GT3 Pro-Am class. I'll get through, major dramas there from 49 Motorsports, who know that's not where the fight is. The points are paid between Pro and Pro-Am separately, so it's more focused on the 3-second gap that Zach Schaller actually has to the Archer Brothers 301 car behind. Another battle split on strategy between cars on 2 tires versus 4 tires. Lorenzo, correct me if I'm wrong as well, but if I'm done the math correctly, because it's a 181 lap race, the points for halfway will be paid out at the conclusion of lap 91.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have to get to lap 90. Once they start lap 92, the points are awarded.
That Corvette sounds a little bit sick, if I'm being completely honest.
It's doing its best. It's a little spring fever. It's okay.
It's chugging along. Of course, this Corvette will actually be competing in a full WEC season this year, in its efforts to be allowed into Le Mans. That's the way it was trying to phrase that. I don't want to get in too much trouble. Pit stops for LMP2 are underway. That's Phil Kraus who is coming in. Not sure why. Of course, yeah, because they're 3 laps down. And again, you do have to finish this race. I forget the exact number, but 70-80% of the laps to be classified, Jonathan. So it's a series where you have to keep chugging along.
I'm going to double check that one, because they raised it for Club Sport. I remember for Club Sport now it's 90%, which, like, I thought it was ludicrous. But then towards the end, there's a lot of guys, championship contenders, that were a couple laps down that are sweating it because, well, they're a couple laps down and they need to make sure they get there first. So, all right, it is 70% for endurance. All right, 70% for endurance, 90% for Club Sport. They're just making sure that they chug along. And I believe it's the leader of their class as well. So I think the 7's okay for the time being, as long as they don't stay up the road too long.
It's better than, what's the league that we were commenting on? The Euro NASCAR, European E-Racing League, that's what it was called, where you couldn't go more than a certain number of laps down before they got you off the track entirely, so.
It worked for like bottom split, like fixed IndyCar. I mean, that'd be great. I'd love that.
I agree. I know what you're saying, but I don't want to get in trouble with the IndyCar community. I value my head.
I'm not trying to get in trouble. It's just there was an IndyCar fixed race I ran at Richmond the other day that just did not go well, and it was an only split. There was only one only one split, so we had the top and the bottom all together.
Nice.
And it was not good. I got involved in a crash and still finished 4th.
Oh, wow, okay. Means you're racing,
Nice.
Jonathan.
From time to time, I'm a little busy. I found some free time to pull up in the fixed IndyCar series.
Nice, I like that. I like
Approved.
Yes, hashtag approved here on RaceSpotTV. So Lorenzo's also done the quick math. It was likely going to be 127 laps, at least in the prototypes, the minimum lap count to be classified in this race.
It depends from the race control perspective. If they want to award 70% to 126 or 127, because the mathematics are 181 times 0.7 is going to be 126.7. So you can go either way if you want to round up or down.
On board with the Archer Brothers BMW. We were having a great discussion with Tyler Maxson about this very car and the new steering wheel that it has, because we were debating is it ergonomic or not? And Tyler Maxson is not a huge fan. He is not a huge fan, because the main thing, he drove it in the Creventic, the 24 hours of Dubai at the middle of January, the first major endurance race in the real world, and he was saying that because that series has a lot of full course cautions instead of just safety cars, you have to take the place where that button is not the most ergonomic. I'll put it that way. Oh, we'll get back to this one. Lorenzo Bonder, get in the bin.
It is 90. They did change
It is 90%. Yeah.
I went and looked at the regulations.
I knew it was 90. I felt like it was 90. I felt like they wouldn't have two. For Club Sport and Endurance have two different things.
Yeah. So I go immediately in the bin. But if it was 70%, it would have been 126 laps. This is going to be 163 laps.
Gotcha. Okay, so you still got a long way to go.
Yeah.
But for Phil, I mean, how much repairs did that private label like Team Hype car need? Because it got kind of destroyed by that inside wall. And there's a couple, I think, GT cars that might be a little at risk.
Well, Private Label did a regular pit stop, so it was only 55 seconds. That's about on time.
They got a pit stop, right?
Wow, you're going to get in big trouble.
Joshua, I know Joshua is going to come at me later.
Because Jason Brophy, who's on the spotter for that car on the wall, he was very happy yesterday when he did his Daytona 500, because of course it's Speed Weeks in Daytona, and he was very, very happy that he executed 2 green flag pit stops without any issues. For those who are not clued into the meme here, within the iRacing IndyCar community, Team Talent, which is part of the drivers they share with the Private Label Team Hype, they've got a bit of a history. I won't say reputation, I'll say history for having issues on pit lane. We'll put it that way. Oh, there's a swap around for the GT3 Pro-Am lead. Archer Brothers get past the 49 Motorsports car. Doesn't look like there was too much drama there. Paul Petty getting past Zach Schaller. But bit of a reputation, and I've got in trouble for mentioning this reputation maybe one too many times. And so as soon as that Daytona 500 race was finished, which didn't end great, Jason Brophy wanted me to know that he executed on pit lane. It wasn't there that his race ended. Looking forward, while we talked about briefly the GT3 Pro-Am lead, Delta Sport, 12.5 seconds clear. They have been just dicing, slicing their way through the traffic with clinical precision, Jonathan, and now they're not even looking back. They're in almost a different zip code to those behind them.
I mean, this is kind of what we expect from the team that won the 2020-2021 championship, or Delta Sport U4K, as they were formerly known. And being up front, being the ones running the pace, they just didn't have a good last 2 races in that fall season. I think this is them really stretching their legs. I am a little surprised to see that Pearson's car fall off as much as it has over this last 20 laps or so, because it was about only 4 seconds behind. It's just kind of slowly faded back further and further into that second place.
You'd think that maybe Pure Sims would be able to close on in, but at least for now.
Maybe a strategy decision. Maybe they're worried about fuel. Maybe they're worried about
could be, yeah.
tires.
Well, I mean, we're coming to that halfway point. In a couple of laps' time, we will hit it. Delta Sport looking like they'll take all 50 points. once they come across the line. I think is it at the end of this lap or is it at the end of the next lap?
Next lap.
Okay, so it'll be at the end of the next lap. We'll focus in, at least for now, though, on the battle for 5th. And again, these are important halfway points as well, because you just want to make sure you have the most points heading into each portion of the race. You don't want to give up where you can. Now, Adam Crane has got to try and get past the car in front of him. That's Hampus Bars in that Hell Racers Tershine car that we saw have that moment down at turn 1. A bit of a bizarre one, if we're being completely honest. Now, the difference between these two cars will be 4 points in terms of what they get at the halfway marker, but 4 points can be a lot in this championship. Just look back at how VRS Satellite Racing finished 3 points back from Impulse for 3rd in the championship in the fall, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and we have also taken into consideration that basically, I think 2 of the races that the VRS Satellite got good points, that was at the Nürburgring and also at the Rebel Ring, came at the I'm gonna say at the expense of not having the best finish. They had really a good start, but they were actually marred with issues. I think the Nürburgring race, I think, was a perfect example that they got, I think, really good points, top 5 points, but then got thrown the way back. They were thrown the way back at the start and then got into 5th place, if I recall correctly, at the end of the race. So they've been like clawing themselves each and every bit of the race. I think this is the first race they had no issues. Of course, some slight drama at the beginning, but this, I think, might be the first race where they might be in the safe zone of sorts.
See how it actually plays out, though, when all things are said and done. Next time across the line, those halfway points will be handed out. So it'll be Delta Sport taking 50 here in the LMP2. German Sim Racing looking good for 50 in the GTEs, of course, because Miniti had that penalty to be served in this race. In the GT3, 5-Star Motorsports continue to build the gap. They're looking good in GT3, while Pro-Am will go the way of the Archer brothers. Was a moment for the fiercely forward GT machine in the penultimate corner. See if we can get a replay of what happened to that, because it was a almost 15-second time loss for them.
They come down pit, like I was confused for a second because it said they came down pit road. I think that's a terrible time to come down pit road.
So let's see, it might be here. As you've got, oh, that's who I think it is. That's Phil Kraus.
Oh,
that's
Phil.
a rip.
Phil, we need maybe another look from an aerial look and see exactly what happened here, because you can make it too wide, but I think that's just Phil being a bit. Yeah, that's optimistic.
That's on Phil. That's on 100% on Phil.
Oh, he's just mad at the GT cars from earlier, so you gotta get payback. Unfortunately,
Well, he took out his frustration with the GTE on a GT3. Poor fiercely forward. Nothing wrong for Alvar Gomez there. He was doing absolutely nothing wrong. And we talked about slam dunk penalties earlier, Jonathan. That's a slam dunk penalty as well.
It hasn't even been submitted yet, but I'm pretty sure that'll be under review in about 3 seconds.
Count it down. Count it down. But yeah, that for sure is going to be something under review. I am seeing Race Control looking at the 349. That's the 49 Motorsports car. They're also investigating the 13. That's the Apex Tech Racing car. Now, I would suspect those will be for track limit things, Lorenzo. And that's important, at least in the case of the 349, because that's the 49 Motorsports car that sits second in your GT3 Pro-Am class.
Yeah, again, those track limits at turn 1, they're tricky under this new version of Watkins Glen. But then again, man, it's I'm not gonna blame them specifically, but yeah, you just cannot push way too much like you probably want to. Pearson's pitting, is this a regular pit stop from Kaden Pit? Looks like.
Yeah, I think that
short filled.
Yeah, I think they're just about on that number, and now that the points have been handed out, it's not too bad to come on down. They're going to do a driver change as well. Caden will jump out. Paolo will get back into that car. Maybe this is all proceeding on strategy, on course. About 2 hours and 20 odd minutes left in this race if we run green from here. And given how the race has gone, given where the incidents have been, Jonathan, I don't think that's totally unexpected. If, you know, hoping I'm not putting the curse of the commentator down, but we actually might go green from here.
This is a very hard track, I think, late on in races and later on in long runs to really have issues, especially now with some of these extended runoff areas. I think that big calamity we saw with the Alpine Stars GSI car down into the boot in turn 6, I think that was probably the biggest bit of calamity we're going to see unless we do get the random tow from a car with a technical failure that triggers a safety car. Then we'll have, I think, a little bit more calamity. But for the time being, I think we're pretty set to go green here.
Delta Sport also coming down in, so yep, that's the indication of the strategy playing out properly. You always say endurance races are sprints broken up by the safety cars, by the pit stops. Well, tick one of those off. No safety cars as of yet. Benny, the pace car driver, has been rather quiet so far today. Forget who said it earlier, but cautions breed caution, so not complaining. We are not complaining about that, as there is the Delta Sport car. Leo Russell will take over in the 33, so that's their third different driver of the day. Always like to see the different strategies that you'll see up and down through the field. Impulse, Lee Morris, they're coming in as well into the box, and they'll go up on the jacks, you'd think, potentially as well. It's something really different, right, Jonathan? The way that you have to even think about races with safety cars. It's something you see in other private leagues, but for example, this iRacing special events. It's not even a consideration, not a factor in how you plan your race and how you approach your preparation.
And I think that's where like some of the road guys can probably talk to a lot of the oval guys for the special events and talk about like, well, how do you kind of prepare for those, those cautions and stuff like that? Well, you just have to kind of plan your strategy around it, and it makes it worse, I think, for road to try and prepare that type of preparation, at least, because you have a lot more settings, I think, to play with. You have a lot more fuel strategy, especially with multi-class racing. You have a lot more variables around you. But it just comes to getting used to it and getting prepared for every instance. And that's where you see like some of the top teams really thrive here in IVRA. Like Maniti, for example, in the fall, like had 3 of their cars in the top 3 in points. 2 of them are fall champions. And they thrived in those situations where a late caution came out and they were the ones on top of it.
So you're saying thrive in the chaos?
Yes.
That sounds like something out of a Batman movie.
It sounds like someone like me who races too much IndyCar Open and NASCAR restricted plate races that knows that sometimes you just have to survive to get the best results.
You adopted the chaos, but I was born in the chaos. Something like that. Something like that. More pit stops underway as Graham Sanders jumps back into the 62 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing LMP2 machine. Hampus Bars then inherits the race lead in the Hell Racers Tershine number 29. A caution here might even bring into the mix the likes of RSO and Manuel Sudal, so watch out for that. Lorenzo, you've got some news on the driver that's just stepped behind the wheel of that Delta Sport car.
Yeah, Leo Russell is jumping into the car, drove for the CFC TR7 in a Ginetta LMP1. And I kind of remember vaguely seeing that Ginetta, even though it wasn't the fastest looking LMP1 car, but seeing the Ginetta nevertheless kind of brightens my day a little bit. Drove at a certain countryside track in France for 1,440 minutes, and at the 18-19 season also won the ELMS in 2017. So see another real-life driver joining the mix of the sim racers.
More and more of those relationships forming. Update, by the way, on the race control review of the 349 and track limits. They lifted and gained no advantage. That is vital because race control will take that into account. If you run wide at turn 1 and don't lift and you've incurred the wrath of the stewards, you will get a penalty. If you're found to have given up the time, you'll be let off with a stern warning and potentially just a slap on the wrist. On board with this 262 car that's trying to recover its way back up through the field. Riding on board up through the S's with the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car with the Rusty Spatulas just in front. And again, it's a battle not in the class. It's Pro-Am versus Pros, but the Pro-Am car knows that he doesn't want to give it up too easily just yet because you've got the rivals for the podium sitting up the road. But here's where, if you think about the race overall, Jonathan, it's 4.8 seconds, right? The gap between the Rusty Spatulas and the Torque Freak Racing 358. Why not let the 262 tow you forward? Why fight this one this hard?
I think they're just worried about giving up so much track time and position, and they know they're in the same machinery as that Alpine Stars geodesic car behind it. Like, they know they can keep up, and I think that's just the way the Rusty Spatulas want to race. And they're also used to racing some of these types of teams in the AM category when they ran in the 2020 and 2021 season.
Yeah, they were up there in the championship mix. Update from 49 Motorsports. They took off their tires with 18% of the tread left. They are running those tires as close as you can dare to getting a big old puncture, and, well, it likely would end your race because it would happen quite dramatically, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but fortunately for them, the only thing that doesn't happen often in iRacing is punctures. I think I haven't seen a puncture ever since I think I drove an IndyCar race at Laguna Seca last season, I think. Because you have to wear the tire wear to 0% basically. So you have to push the car to the very rim, at least spin 3,000 times, and that is unlikely to happen over here.
We're watching your GT3 leader, 5-Star Motorsports. Down the hill, in through the chute, they lead by about 4 seconds from the T3 Maniti Motorsport car. Diogo Saliba behind the wheel there. And I mentioned this earlier, Jonathan, about how, it's great that T3 Motorsports are partnering with a team and embracing the legacy that they've created for themselves, even in a rather short amount of time, especially in this championship, by running the same car, the livery. They're not changing that. It's just the name, it's the same distinctive big green machines. And it's something that I like as well, now that, we've had BMW, we've had Porsche be really involved in sim racing in the last few years, but now we are also seeing the fact that, Mercedes jumping into the fray. They started on other platforms and other simulators, but now they are well and truly delving into the world of iRacing with official partnerships with the likes of Williams Esports and Urano. All they've really done is rename the cars that are being entered into the team as Mercedes AMG, insert sim racing team name here.
Yeah, I think they don't want to change kind of like the format of the teams or anything, or like flip everything on its head. They want to keep everything relatively, the same. That's what works. And for T3 Motorsports and Maniti, it's one of the top GT teams in this field for the fall season and then for the 6-race season prior. So for them, they don't want to change much of anything at all. So it's nice to see, and it's always good when the real world and the virtual world can work together and they both benefit each other. There's nothing that's being changed that's going to hinder one another. They both mutually benefit and both get along.
I'm trying to think as well, what other manufacturers have made hints about potential interest. I think Lamborghini is another one where I've seen rumblings about them potentially being interested. Of course, Ford. I mean, it's more Ford in Europe. Team
we got to get
Fordzilla.
more Ford. We got to get more Ford.
I know you'd say that, but Fordzilla, they have such wonderful backing from Ford Europe and Ford Spain. Hopefully we see the Ford Mustang GT3 on iRacing in a bit more of a global Ford esports effort, and kind of going in hand with that, Team Fordzilla and Next Level Racing will be hosting a fun little event here on RaceSpotTV coming up very, very shortly. Head on over to the Next Level Racing social media pages. It will be Fordzilla drivers versus the community versus certain Next Level Racing ambassadors in Ford Fiestas, the World Rallycross Championship car, the global rallycross cars that we have in iRacing, at Crandon. That's going to, yeah, right, it's going to be fun. And if you are entered and you are chosen as one of the 35 next level fans to come and race, and you win the race, you got some rather cool prizes on the board as well. That'll be Wednesday, February 23rd. So it's coming up rather quickly. 8 p.m. UTC, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern if you're on this side of the pond where we are racing right now. Definitely get yourself involved. Leo Russo, oh, that's close. That is flirting with disaster as he flashes the lights in frustration, trying to carve his way up through the traffic here, Jonathan.
This is not a play. What on? I don't even know who to blame that on. I don't know who to blame that on. I've been victim of getting punted by an LMP2 car in that corner, so maybe I'm the less biased one. I'm not the best one to have an opinion on that incident.
I really want to say that if the crash happened, I would have said I'm going to be a little bit controversial here, because if you're the LMP2, you kind of can predict he would actually come into the inside, but the GT3s just as being overtaken could have held their line on the outside because they know there was an LMP coming in hot.
And that was a slow Lamborghini. Like there is a speed difference between the LMP2s and the GTs. But it ain't that fast. Like, that was close for both parties, unfortunately.
One thing I'll say is you're 14 odd seconds clear. You don't need to take risks like that. And that's something where I think risk management, especially in top split special events, is something we just don't see properly.
Well, you don't want the LMP2s shoving it up the inside when they've got 20 seconds behind you. I was victim to that. I'm not the greatest road racer, as Arjuna knows, and I was in like a second to bottom split for an IVRA race here, and I did get punted by an LMP2 car twice when I was running a GTE category car, and I'm like, I couldn't even like laugh it off. I was just so frustrated. It's like, you were 20 seconds away from the next position. Why are you shoving it down the inside of me, who's a lap down?
Yeah, it can be frustrating. Getting closer, by the way, to ticking past lap 100. In a good race so far. No safety cars is a blessing and a curse, because we do know and love how things change in cautions here, and we love those chaotic restarts. We absolutely love them. But I like seeing the strategies play out. I like seeing teams have to go on the fly, and once they've committed at the start, you're gone from there. I mean, Lorenzo, that's why the special events are, equally part great, part frustrating, because it's all about strategy and pace. There's none of that random cautions that intensifies things by making the teams that have all the resources, right? They've got so many engineers and strategists behind the scenes working. They don't have to get involved behind the scenes.
Yeah, over here, I think the fact that this is like a shorter race of sorts, this is kind of like a 6 hours of Glen, if we're trying to make a contrast in terms of
there he goes.
racing. Oh, there we go. Adam Crane just going by into the heel of the boot. It's an interesting one for the fact that actually there's something else that might be big over here. I'm gonna let you through because Blake Bottoms got a drive-through penalty.
Oh, Blake Bottoms did get a drive-through penalty. Actually, I think that was it's the 318, so it's actually going to be Zach Broderick who is behind the wheel right now of that Sim Republic car. And that's another drive-through for the pit lane infraction, so that's the second time today that we've seen a bit of confusion between the slow lane versus fast lane. I'm getting more distracted by the incident between the 234 and the 7, which was reviewed, the Fiercely Forward and the private label Team Hype. I think we were all pretty agreed, guys, that was a penalty. Jonathan?
Yes, so I'm confused.
No further action.
Can I report this to the Law and Order Special Victims Unit?
Yes, go ahead.
Please.
I need to see it again. I think maybe was there a flashing of the headlights? Was there a signal? Was there communication?
I just think he was too far back to have gone for the lunge at that point. I mean,
I agree.
Well, because the one before, the 318 and the 55, like there was no penalty for that because they said it was a racing incident on miscommunication. So I wonder, like, was there something that the team said to each other, like, hey, I'll let you by in the next corner or something like that, or just a flashing of a headlight or something?
Possible. But the reality is, it is done.
Just because you're flashing the headlights and the headlights flashing is the universal sign of get out of my way, doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna make the corner. Like, I think we had this conversation when Mike Warner, your corner, Mike Warner. Sometimes I hate that. I understand, but I hate it sometimes, man.
I think the justification from race control is that from an LMP2 car, those last few corners are just kind of a lift and you're back on the throttle and you're going again. For the GTEs, it's a little bit more slower. So I think the justification is, well, the LMP2 is going to go faster in that corner regardless. That's what the wording of the review, that's what it seems like to me. It's also Graham Saunders and the 378 are under investigation. I don't recall seeing that one.
The 378 is the Maniti Mercedes, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Now, I'll go and grab a quick look at when this happened, because that's the beauty. You actually have to report what time these incidents all happen. It makes it just that little bit easier to go ahead and dive down here and figure out what happened. But 378, Stefan Kurzman is behind the wheel now. Now, they are a little bit further down than I thought they were about 10 minutes ago, but didn't necessarily think they had an incident. It was definitely not reported on the timing screen, so I'll grab a look. The Mercedes was looking pretty clean as well, all things considered.
Is the 62 not looking clean? Is that the question that needs to be answered?
That's probably a better point. No, you're right about that. So it happened. I'm pulling up to the incident right now. Believe it was lap 87 for the GT3 car. That GT3 car looks good, and I've taken a look at it. That's just a misunderstanding. That's all it is.
It's mind games by Maniti. It's mind games.
It's a traffic misunderstanding, and yeah, I feel for the Alpine Star car that lost the time. But fortunately, both cars looking good. Oh, that's not looking so good. That's Team RSO, Keith Camilleri.
Yeah, they were just fighting for second place. We were watching it for a little bit until we went to the Maniti machine. What? We were just watching that. What happened between these?
So that's the Obsidian racing car making its debut in the series, side by side into the bus stop, and they somehow make it work initially. Now, RSO's pitch to the curb. They survived the bus stop, so it's through the chute that something happens then.
They did the previous lap too. Like, these two have been going at it for quite some time. Did you just get?
Oh, that. Yeah, there's a healthy dose of air there between the two cars.
I need to see the onboard too to see who. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're staying outside of the exit of the carousel. Like, this is, if I was the Obsidian car, this is where I just kind of ride behind it, because this is not a passing corner. In no machinery on the iRacing service is that a passing corner.
You're just not thinking optimistic enough.
Yeah, or you haven't
Maldonado, please calm down there.
Exactly.
Yeah, or you haven't raced Indy cars enough over here.
Yeah, no, apparently not. Especially if you're doing fix-it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was, I'm gonna say that move over-optimistic, my opinion, from Obsidian.
The steward's room, it probably goes in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, true. Now, in that case, if it's going to be a penalty, it would be the Obsidian car. I'm inclined to see that as a relatively minor one, to be completely honest. Like, compared to some of the other things that we've seen, yes, that's probably a penalty, but 5 second penalty, something like that.
Something minor, because like they're racing hard for second, and I'm also like, you know, that hard battle was going on. It's lap 105, which is why we weren't really hyping it up a little bit, because we're like, it's lap 105. They're not gonna go to the inside of each other and possibly spin each other out, and yet that's what they did. So 5 second, maybe even racing incident, because I don't know, could that RSO machine given a little more room to that inside, or was he just not expecting it? That's the thing. Like, I think personally that is not a passing corner. So if RSO is not expecting, because he's like, yeah, no one can pass here except the LMP2s, and then he sees a Porsche up his inside, he's probably just like, oh, okay, this is not going to go well for me.
The 105 laps about to be in the books. Delta Sport still leads the way. Leo Russell about 12 seconds clear from the number 16 Pure Sims car. Now Paulo Munoz has taken back over, but hasn't really been able to close the gap at all. So full credit to Russell jumping in. And in terms of lap times, he's the second quickest on the track right now. Paulo Munoz only a couple of tenths faster than him. Excuse me, actually, no, he's the third quickest car on track because Phil Krause, whatever damage they've got to that car, they managed to get it strapped back up into a decent racing speed because he is by far the fastest car on the track. Although, just as I say that, Paulo Munoz managed to pull out a 31.999, the first car to dip below the 32-second bracket since probably hour 1 of this race. That's 9 tenths quicker than the Delta Sport car in front.
Even looking at their fastest laps, like the fastest lap of that Pearson's machine is a 31.0, which is almost half a second faster than the Delta Sport machine. So that 16 car can go when it wants to, and I think, I don't know if it was an adjustment last stint or if there was just driver uncomfortability, but something was amiss last stint where Delta Sport got the upper hand there.
Orion Race Team and the German Sim Racing GTE machines both coming into pit this time round. So maybe 2 stops to go from here to the end of the race. A couple more second warnings are being handed out. They include the 178, the Maniti GTE machine. Also includes the likes of the 278, the second place runner in GT3, again the Maniti GT3 car. Impulse Racing, the 56, a second warning.
It would have been really funny if you also said the Mercedes Maniti machine also got one.
Fair, yeah, no. I tell you what, we do have an interview standing by. So let's quickly, as we're halfway through the LMP2 pit stops, let's drag in Manuel Sudau and chat to the Team RSO driver. Manuel, got a copy with us?
Yeah, I got a copy. Hello, good evening.
So, rocket car in qualifying, put that car on pole with a pretty significant margin, but I think it's fair to say from there, hasn't gone that smoothly, Manuel.
Yeah. It's tough to find words, to be honest. I mean, first of all, our apologies to Alpine Stars, to whom we have obviously. I don't know, 2 incidents with 2 different cars, both of Alpine Stars, so that's, just super unlucky. Both situations were like tiny things, but that's how this race is going to be decided, so that put us 2 penalties, like 60 seconds lost. Without that, we'd be in the fight for the victory. The car is just incredible, so like really stunning. Qualifying pace was awesome, but race pace is, in my opinion, even better. So let's see what we can do. If there's no safety car, maybe P5 could be possible, but with safety car, I don't know, things will be getting mixed up.
Talk to us then about that first stint, because I think it was looking good until you caught the traffic. Was it just that the chaos of the traffic that let Delta Sport catch you guys back up and get the pass done? And from there, I think you were always in a position where you had to push fast and push hard to try and get back up to the front.
Yeah, it's really interesting aspect, to be honest. Also, after the race, I mean, Matsi was in the first part of the race, he was leading, so we could dictate a bit the race, and then Delta took a little bit more risk in traffic, did that very nice outside overtake for the lead, and from then on we were maybe a little bit too passive in traffic, and that put us under pressure from behind. And then you're kind of constantly in the mirrors to the front. Then the second or third round of lap traffic, when GTs and GT3 were mixed up, that needs even more concentration. And then like these tiny things happen. Both situations were like misunderstandings, where like the car in front didn't indicate clearly enough, maybe, or last second where they would go, and then these things happen. And then I don't know, difficult to avoid. Luckily, my personal stint, like stint 3 and 4, was quite good. So nothing really happened, could read back some time, and now, yeah, we just bring that race to the end and analyze afterwards what we could done better.
Is it a surprise that we haven't seen a safety car so far, or do you think Watkins Glen is just one of those tracks where...
It's not so surprising. I mean, obviously, one might expect a safety car, but personally, I would have rather thought it would happen like in the early stint or early phase of the race. Now the field is quite distributed. People and drivers know already like where they get past or where you can pass. So yeah, things are kind of into play. So right now, I wouldn't even expect to see another safety car period. But yeah, you never know. It's a long race. It's a very demanding track physically in the simulator, I have to say. So maybe this will also be another aspect in the late stage of the race where drivers might get tired, do mistakes, and I don't know. We've seen some GT cars struggling in the chicane, so this is always maybe something what can happen. So let's see.
And I mean, I think it's fair to say as well, the fall season didn't really go the way that you guys wanted. No podiums. We're looking good at Barcelona, second at the halfway mark, but it just didn't finish your way. It's not a great way to get the second half of this campaign started either, is it?
Yeah, that's true. But personally, that's also part of the race. It's a little bit like in football when you discuss about a series, a negative or positive series would start for a team, and then it just keeps on going, and you win game after game. And it's a little bit the same. So everything we can do is take every little race again as it would be the most important of the season. We prepare the car super intensively. We have a great setup. We understand what we do. We do a lot of practice, and this is what we can do from our side. And then these races bring a lot of external factors, and sometimes you can influence them, sometimes not. And that's kind of the luck aspect in our sports. And yeah, you have to grow strong from it mentally, I have to say. So not think too much about it and just take on the next one. I mean, it's unlucky for the season, yeah, surely. Last season was a vice championship, a super close battle with Delta Sport, but yeah, this season, by pace, we're up there. In the championship, we're not, so we know where the mistakes are, and next race, maybe it's going to be better.
I like the optimism, Manuel. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks a lot to you guys. Enjoy the rest of the race too, and cheers to people who watch. Goodbye.
Manuel Sudout from Team RSO joining us. The RaceSpotTV commentary booth. Again, put it on pole. And it was a dominant lap. Clearly the car was a rocket ship, but sometimes need luck to fall your way, and you don't always make your own luck. There's that famous quote from forget which golfer, Jack Nicklaus, I believe, where you make your own luck by practicing enough, but sometimes multi-class racing, you just need that luck. Delta Sport took the opportunity and have not looked back from there. About 72 laps to go. And the halfway points have already been awarded. Leo Roussel getting back onto the pace and pulling away again from Pure Sims and that number 16 machine. And Lorenzo, I'll talk to you about what's coming up next in this IVRA Endurance Series for the spring, or the winter as it is, as we look back at this battle between 5th and 6th on board with Adam Crane. Interlagos up next. That's going to be crazy.
I pray for the results of the drivers and your families.
Yeah, that infield is going to be an interesting place to watch how different teams are managing the strategy. Here comes Adam Crane to the outside of the Hellracer's car. He is searching, at least for now, not able to find the purchase to get on the power, to roll through the corner with enough momentum. And after that, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Lovely place, lovely track. But Jonathan, with 3 classes, we saw how that worked in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It's always crazy.
I think we saw that work in Club Sport too. Didn't it come down to the end? Here comes that was a dive to the outside. I think these two are going to be quite angry at each other in the next round too if they keep fighting like this.
It's lovely to watch, but it is costing them some time. Now, they are about 31 seconds behind Impulse, so it's not like they're really fighting for much. But Adam Crane, would love to dispatch of that Hill Racer's car. Using the draft, he'll tuck himself to the outside line. Does he have the Apex Tech GTE machine feeding him the hole in the air as well? He does. He's not yet clear He'll clear himself on the entry of the corner. Nicely done and respectfully done by Nicholas Helm, who has jumped in to replace Hampus Bars to leave just enough space, but it's going to continue through the traffic. And the 29 gives up the ghost, at least for now. There was a bit of indecision, a bit of hesitation there to lunge to the inside of that Porsche 911 RSR.
I think that Porsche 911 wanted to go to the inside.
Yeah, no, it was just miscommunication, and fortunately it ended all right. I have to now wait and see if Adam Crane is going to be able to pull away, because both drivers did take full service last time by, so it is a fresh set of boots for both cars, Sean.
Fresh set of boots. These two have been fighting. These two have been fighting ever since I think we switched. I think like they've been inseparable. And unfortunately, due to the way that the field is spread out, like both teams may think without a caution, this may be the highest position you can get as a top 5. Or divine intervention, whichever comes first.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the gaps and I was like, unless we get a caution, it's done. And I do agree as well with Manu Sudau that I just don't think that we're likely to get a caution. Looking back at your GT3s, Diogo Saliba has done some fuel saving, extended the stint a little bit further than the 5-Star Motorsports 255, so he's going to go a lap longer or two. And again, it will be 2 stops after this one for these teams to get to the end of this race. 911 GT3 looking very, very nice. 33 car is potentially going to join us for an interview. There's the lights flashing from Satellite Racing as they try and get Diogo Saliba out of the way. And was a bit unsure about which way to go. Let's quickly talk, though, about your GT3 Pro-Ams here, Jonathan, because we've got a number of cars that have been in the box for a while. It includes Sim Republic, the car that put it on pole in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, there's a report from them in the 322 of the Crescenta Nomad IVRA car. So I haven't think we've talked about the Nomad 322 much so far, but something happened between those two that has caused some concern. If we want to look at that, it was at 2 hours 50 minutes, but GT3 is now coming down pit lane. It's been, I think, quiet in this field ever since kind of like those first 2 or 3 cycles of getting through that lap traffic. Everyone's really, really split up.
Just trying to look right now. I don't really think there's much going on in terms of actual battles between cars really fighting. Of course, we saw Adam Crane get past Nicholas Helm.
There's like the Pure Sims GT3 and the Rusty Specials, but that's not for position.
Exactly, that's a Pro-Am versus a Pro car, so it's not really, you know, a major talking point. It really has spread out right now.
Besides pit stops, I think, for the GT3s.
True.
And that's the only part about this race that's kind of been a little, is that like we've been very spread out, unfortunately, due to this long green flag law, and the different strategies have really put people kind of in different places throughout the race. Also, like this fight is not going to stop, is it?
No, it's not. I think these two are relatively even in terms of all-out pace, and with the draft, I don't think Adam Crane is going to be able to break away. So potentially, fuel saving. Oh, that's close. That is close. Down into the heel.
I think the Swedes are angry.
Well, we've seen them have their fair share of drama. I think that's for sure. As
we've seen weeks, I think, in the IVRA series of both the club sports sides and this side of the Hell Racer. Sometimes have just not had good days. And now that was a Manizzi car going wide. Unfortunately, it's sadly, but she never took evasive action.
So one of the 318 drivers. Ooh, actually, Blake Bottoms is also disconnected. I think that's day done for Sim Republic.
Yeah, we need to find what happened between those two, because that just got reported and is now under review, so I'm wondering if that 318 has got destroyed somewhere.
No, we did. I thought we saw that. I think we saw the incident. I just don't remember when. There's just been quite a few things that have gone on in today's race. Here's a replay of the Phoenix Racing Esport LMP2. Now, that looks like the Impulse GT3 car in front. Bit of miscommunication. I need another look at that one. Was that contact, or was that assisted, or was that a self-mistake? Now this will give us a great view from up above the Stellara LMP2 car. There's contact. There's going to be, yeah, there's contact.
Oh no.
But Lorenzo, I mean, the GT3 is doing nothing wrong. He's always going to track out there.
Yeah, it kind of tracks out a little bit to the inside and just follows the line going into the curb. So Michael Drexler over here, nothing to blame at all. You basically, for him to make it into the inside on the exit, he would have to go really slow on the apex. So that's on the LMP2, man. That's unfortunate. Oh, what happened to RSO?
It's a second incident for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is... Oh.
Kirby.
Is that the 5th? Is that the 6th? Is that even the 7th victim of the curb that we've seen?
We need a race spot counter for how many deaths we have seen around the
Inner loop curbing or the bus stop curbing, whatever you prefer.
Well, so we have some merchandise coming soon for RaceSpotTV. One of them, of course, has to be is Max in the split. Second is the quote that I'm not allowed to say in total because I'll get banned on air, but it's the heck it, let's do it live. You know what I'm saying. Then that's 2. We might try and do some more, but
is the cone murder?
No, we're not doing the cone murder.
Yeah,
I'm disappointed. Hugo suggested.
Me too.
Hugo suggested that we do one of the emojis with my face on it shirts, but I think that was just because he was too lazy to try and do a design.
Considering there's like 5 of those emojis in our RaceSpotTV Discord, I approve of that idea.
You got plenty to pick from. I mean, you could do a shirt that was a amalgamation of all of them if you really wanted.
If it is the WoW emoji that we have on your Discord, then I can agree.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to do that. That might get me in trouble.
Didn't Dylan Coyle run his scheme with your face and Hugo's face on it during...
He did. Oh no! It got Lorenzo ran the scheme with all of my faces on it. Oh
no! Is that friendly fire?
No, it wasn't. That was Hellracers taking out Alexander Kessler in the 202 WS Racing Esports BMW that was running up there in the top 7 in GT3 Pro. In fact, it would be top 6 in GT3 Pro. Does look like friendly fire, but I think Nicholas Helm had lost track of Adam Crane, about 1.4 seconds the gap, and just pushed the issue too far. Let's take a look. The 202 is rounding the corner, and it's a mirror. Okay, that's basically what happened between Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and you know when I was talking about that other one, the 378, the Maniti Mercedes. The GT3 car is trying to stay to the inside and to leave them space. However, the LMP2 car just did not see it coming. So watch rearwards here. You'll see the BMW was always saying to the right, Jonathan.
He's doing what he's supposed to. Like,
no, he's not, because you're meant to stay on your racing line, technically.
But where's the Hellraiser's car going, though? Like, there's just grass there. Like,
well, I think he assumed that he was going to pull.
There.
I think he assumed the BMW was going to go left. Now, again, I'm not defending. I'm just trying to explain.
You're explaining. You're explaining. That's fine. You're not defending. I'm just confused at where was the Hellraiser's car going? Because the grass starts there. Like, unless you're going to start a new rallycross here at Watkins, Glen, which might be exciting, actually. That was not an option.
Well, so I can tell you that the incident reported between the 62 and the 378, that was almost a mirror incident just without the contact because Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing slowed down. A warning was given to the 378 because, and I'll quote directly from Race Control, most class interactions in this corner have LMP2s passing to the inside or the right side of that corner. So the expectation from Race Control is always that the GT is going to stay on its line and leave the space. Space was not left. I think that's on the GT. I think that's going to be that won't be a penalty because it really only took them out, if we're being honest, as Delta Sport comes back in. Oh, that's right on cue, because we've just seen Pure Sims come into the pit lane as well.
This is on cue. This is...
I was like, was there more drama? What did I miss? More drama.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No more
what
drama.
happened?
There's drama there.
That is the Westwood Racing 387, I believe, who I'm reported as slow.
These two are having a good old scrap. I think the 16's just at a pit road.
And if we go look at the replay of what happened there, That's Hell Racers again. Yeah, as Jonathan Burke has pointed out, there's plenty of bowling going on here at Watkins Glen right now.
What if I feel like some... I hope they're listening to the broadcast, and some people have listened to me and said, that's not a passing corner. Although that got ridiculously hairy there for those four. Because you had two LMP2s split a GT car that are fighting for position. Like, that was kind of insane.
That was a strike, if I've ever seen one before. Kamal Hashimi has had an issue in the Apex Tech GTE machine. Now, he was already 22 laps down. Sorry, 12 laps down from the GT cars. But might that be day done in that category? Maximilian Fritz brings the 5-star Motorsports LMP2 car onto pit road as well as we jump on board with the Vector by RSR 272 in the GT3 Pro category. Chasing down a Pro-Am car, that is Don Parks in the Torque Freak Racing machine up the road in front of him. Parks is about 9 laps into his stint, compares to the other GT3 Pro-Am cars somewhat differently because Rusty Spatulas have just come down onto pit lane, Lorenzo. I mean, all of the main GT3 protagonists have been mixed up in something or the other. Archer Brothers, 49 Motorsports, even T3 Maniti in their 378 car.
Yeah, I'm starting to think over here, and this might be a theory of mine. If there's someone without any sort of damage in this race, it will be a miracle. Because I know Watkins Glen can be a track that has some attrition in it. I'm just surprised to see this high rate of attrition happening now instead of the start of the race. We had a few incidents at the start of the race, sure, and it was going to be like that because you're trying to mix the three classes, trying to overtake each other. In here, though, it's just where you think it's going to be a little bit calmer. Would have been the break hours of sorts. No, it is just kicking it up way too much for us to think about it. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised.
Out of the pit stop cycle, Delta Sport still lead by 13 seconds from Pure Sims and Paulo Munoz. Hell Racers in the 29 car yet to have come down to pit, and there was a report for that incident with the 202. Would suspect that there will be more incidents forthcoming as well, but we'll wait and see. The 197 has reported something with the 138. That was RSO and Obsidian. We saw that moment down into the chute. That was the first bit of contact that Niels Carstensen in the RSO car had to deal with, but plenty of chaos have been going on.
That took a while for that incident to report. I'm wondering if they made a strongly worded message or worded it very nicely to race control.
You're right. Yeah. It was quite nice. 255 back out of pit lane and about, what? Whoa, 22 seconds clear of the the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car. Wow. So, it's because double stinted tires for 5-star Lorenzo. Full service for T3 Motorsport by Maniti.
Yeah, those strategies are starting to kick up a little bit now. English, Lorenzo. There is something called English that you need to do sometimes. But I like this one. I think what is going to go for the 5-star, maybe at the final pit stop. If we keep going like this, we have about an hour and a half of racing still remaining, going programmed, of course. Final pit stop, probably a full service. Maybe doesn't need to be full fuel into the car. Maybe 90% or 80% of fuel going into the car. It's a car that would be better on grip and a lighter car of sorts. So it could fight up all the way to the finish with the G3 car. It makes the racing more interesting.
Well, we're getting to the end of the second third of the race, and that will mean Lorenzo Bonder bids us adieu, and Ewan O'Leary will jump back in. Before we let you go, Lorenzo, I mean, thoughts on that second stint of this race and what we're in for to get to the checkered flag here?
A little bit more attrition than I initially expected to in this second third of the race of sorts. I expect the final third to
I really don't want to be as atrocious as it is now, but the one thing I really don't want, and I'm probably gonna now curse this broadcast moving forward, please no yellow flags.
Yeah, no yellow flags. That would be nice. Well, thanks for joining us, Lorenzo. We'll see you next time for more IVRA action, but at least for now, it will be Ewan O'Leary jumping back in alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, and Jonathan Burke. Just seen there was an issue for Antti Tuominen in the 49 Motorsports car. So, not after a spin in the first hour, it was looking like potentially they'd still manage to fight their way back into the race-winning hunt. We'll see if we can figure out exactly why they've lost about 12 seconds, and looks like they're staying out on track as well. 61 laps to go here in upstate New York. Ewan O'Leary has had a nice little fish and chips and is back for the action.
Thanks for exposing my Britishness there. Thanks for that.
Yeah, nice little dinner there, I'm sure. You went down to local chippy, I hope.
Well, no, I got it delivered. Actually, I'm quite lazy.
Oh wow, okay.
Sorry, you're outnumbered by Americans in this call.
I am quite badly, yes.
To be fair, I identify more as British than American. I might not sound it anymore, but I used to.
No.
Closer to British than I am. I'm as far as American as we can get, unfortunately, in this broadcast group.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Ewan, I think you've been keeping an eye out in the second stint of the race. Any major surprises, though, that you're now back with us?
I don't know if I'd call it a major surprise, but I did, or I was trying. Something happened as I was midway through making the point. But what I was going to say just before I signed off for a couple of hours was that I was expecting Pure Sims to get on terms with Delta Sport and maybe overtake them, because they've done it before. They've been here before, winners of the fall season, have won at the Nürburgring. They know what it's like in IVRA in the Endurance Series, so I thought that would kind of make them rise to the fore, but that really hasn't happened so far. And the gap's still around 10 seconds, so I don't know if you'd call that a major surprise, really, because Delta Sport's still a very solid team and do deserve their lead. But I am a little bit surprised Pure Sims haven't been able to at least close the gap a little bit.
You say that now, it is down to, 11 and a bit seconds. I mean, it's not much, but it's going back and forth. Oh, and by the way, we do have word from Race Control. That incident between RSO and Obsidian will see a 5-second stop-and-go penalty for the Obsidian racing car. So,
I like the wording in that penalty.
It's nice and succinct, isn't it? Nice and short.
It's nice and short and straight to the point. And for those that can't see it, the car 138 brakes way too late and pushes car into car 197.
Nice and simple and to the point. Does mean that we are liable to see that car drop down from where it's running right now, which is second in the category. We drop them behind the T3 Motorsports by Maniti car. Wouldn't drop them behind the Hoisingveld 148.
Might drop to Orion, maybe. It's a little far.
No, they'd be in front of Hoisingveld, I'm pretty sure, because it's 30 seconds back to Maniti, a further 34 to Hoisingveld, and the drive time through pit lane is about 30 odd seconds, just under, and then you've got 5 seconds on top of that for the stop and hold. So he should be right behind the Maniti car, about 5, maybe 6 seconds, so it shouldn't be too bad. As the Hoisingveld car is actually down on pit lane right now. On board with the 5-Star Motorsports LMP2 machine, currently runs up in 7th spot. Closest battle in this category as Hellracer's Tershine car comes under pressure. And towards turn 1 they go. Track temperature. Sorry, go ahead, Ewan.
Excuse me, I was just asking, have we got to the bottom of any of the investigations involving Hellracers here? Because if indeed they are still pending, and we suspect they might be getting at least one penalty here, Hellracers, then this battle might not matter too much. But either way, Fritz doesn't look like he cares. He's just going to go straight through anyway.
Yeah, no, there you take a look at the track conditions. I was going to say it's cooled down slightly, but really not that much just yet. Once it ducks below 30, then I'd expect something different. So 2 incidents. One where I think Hellracers, based on the previous report And just based on how I view it as well, I don't think that's going to be a penalty, the one with the BMW in through the final corner. Now, the other incident down through the chute, now that is likely to be a penalty.
Yes.
And that was
Probably
the one that
rightly
was
so,
reported.
probably.
Oh no, it was only the final corner one was reported. Only the one where we thought it was friendly fire. Which, by the way, I think our hearts were in our mouths there for a little bit. We thought that was the Hellraiser's BMW.
Yes. No, we did. It looked quite similar, didn't it?
That would have been a terrible team discussion if it was.
We've seen that before. We've seen some friendly fire last week in the 24-hour esports series, if I remember correctly. Plenty of friendly fire there. Yeah, I'm sure it always makes for an interesting debrief. That's for sure.
Like, remember, we've even seen it in real life. Formula One, Baku, and you were probably running to the back of Max Verstappen. I think all of us, know that one very well.
Yeah, I don't think Red Bull will ever forget that one, that's for sure. So, just under 60 to go. From here, GT3s could one-stop this. GTEs likely also able to one-stop without too much drama. It's the P2s with their slightly shorter fuel tanks that would require an extra stop or two. There is that Obsidian racing car. One thing that I do like, guys, is the first 3 races, all in Europe. Second 3 races, all in North America. I like that. I like the fact that, 2 distinct flavors for 2 distinct seasons. Yes, we've got the Grand Championship across of both of them with, in total the 6 races, but we're also handing out the fall and winter series champions. So I like that we have a different little bit of flavor.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't kid ourselves and call Interlagos in North America.
Yes.
It's the Americas, I
Yes.
guess, maybe. But yeah, I take your point though. The first 3 races being in Europe, there's a totally different feel to this second half of the season, if you like, or indeed the winter season in itself. So yeah, I am a fan of the idea. And obviously you do get 2 different kind of flavours of circuit when you go to these 2 different types of or when you go to different continents, basically, the circuits are definitely different, and that's why, despite the very similar formats, we've seen the World Endurance Championship, which has been based in Europe so there's a lot of races in Europe for that one, and the Inter Championship, despite the fact they run very similar cars, they've got a very different flavour to the racing, and that's entirely down to the continent. I feel like it's less of a thing in sim racing because you don't have to actually travel to these places, then it really would feel very different when you're doing it in real life. But even in sim, the character of the circuits definitely a little bit different, and I do feel like these North American circuits, or at least the 3 we've selected, a little bit less room for error, especially here and Road Atlanta, as opposed to the likes of the Nürburgring GP circuit, especially Red Bull Ring. There's a long way to the barriers there, and also at Barcelona as well. There's they're not exactly tarmac car parks, whatever, like we sometimes see, but they're slightly more forgiving than a circuit like this.
Well, I'll make the argument that Watkins Glen is probably the one which has got the most room for error in terms of, actually no, probably Interlagos, but Watkins Glen and Interlagos, you're not likely to see as many safety cars, whereas, Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, I'd argue that you'd likely see more incidents there that are likely to trigger a safety car.
This is where the runoff area, like where the incident-prone areas are on these tracks, is sometimes better because there is runoff area, there is safety area, there is probably going to be those designated tow zones that we're not allowed to discuss or disclose where they are on the tracks. More of those in a track like this compared to, say, some of the other European tracks that we've been on. I also have to think no one's towed at all in this race.
No, they have.
Been able to limp it back home.
There was one moment where, who was it? The LMP Apex Tech car came out of pit road and instantly realized their car wasn't up to snuff, and so towed from the inside. But that was okay. Race control said you were at a good point. You could tow from there.
It hasn't happened very often though this season.
Nope.
Thinking back to club sport as well, it's not happened very often either. So it is a rare occurrence because we do tend to see the safety car thrown for these things, as you might do in real life, especially the bigger incidents. But yeah, we haven't had that so far. 55 to go, and it's looking more and more like we might get to the end without one. I mean, the last time we were hyping up a safety car all day and then it never happened was Club Sport at Motegi, the first round of that season back in the autumn of 2021. We were saying about how safety cars are going to shape the race and people have got to be attentive, but in the end it just never came.
About an hour and 20 minutes still to go here. Can we get through without the caution?
I need to find all the wood around you.
I wouldn't mind a bit of a commentator's curse. I know that maybe...
I honestly wouldn't mind it either, and I think that some of the teams wouldn't mind, because a lot of these gaps are just huge.
There's a couple of teams that would mind. Delta Sport, German Sim Racing, and even maybe 5-Star Motorsports. They'd all be pretty frustrated.
The battle for third, that's the only battle on track, I think, in the LMP2s, and that's it.
Yep. No, that's basically it. You've got... you do have a battle for second in GT3 AM. T3 Motorsports by Maniti and the Rusty Spatulas, Hammer and Tongs there. Maybe Hammer and Spatulas. Then, like Jonathan, you say, Alpine Star, Geodesic, and Impulse. They're 6/10 separating those two as they battle for the final step of the podium. But it separated out quite nicely. It's what endurance racing is about.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can get a little frustrating for these teams, especially since you'll start to get desperation over those 5th and 6th place that we saw momentarily. And this is going to be a dive. Well, maybe not. Thought about it.
That's Lee Morris hunting down Graham Saunders. So Graham Saunders in the ISOWC last year in an Indy car, but he's pretty handy in whatever Dallara you throw him in.
So he's a tough customer to pass and catch off guard, so I was going to be very surprised if Morris was able to make that move.
Down the hill. In towards the toe they go. Getting on past the Lamborghini without too much drama.
I think the difficult part is, too, especially for these LMP2 cars, there's not really, like, good passing zones, or at least places where you can get a solid pass done. Like, I think turn 1, maybe?
Could be committed to the bus stop as well, like if you're really going hard.
They're kind of both half chances, though, aren't they, really? They're not glaringly obvious.
Because this track just flows so much and you're carrying so much speed in a lot of these corners. It's just... there's no big braking zone. And even going into the bus stop, like I would argue that's not even a big braking zone, especially for these LMP2 cars. More of a lift, flick your arms to the left and right and pray zone.
I think a lot of the fuel saving that we saw early in the race as well has kind of fallen away now. It's not like we're seeing too much. Did also note that there was a second track limit warning going to the Alpine Star 62. Graham Saunders has to be just a little bit more careful. Battle brewing for 5th and P2 as well, as 5-Star Motorsports and Maximilian Fritz gets closer and closer to the Canadian Adam Crane. Here's the look on board with that LMP2 car. Oh. Well, he was committed.
He's fine.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever actually in danger, but he was just committed there.
I think what also is making passing difficult is that GT class, much like the LMP2, it's just so spread out amongst the GTs. And there's just no clumps of them to really bunch anyone together. Like we see in club sport, like the TCRs. Like the TCRs will kind of remain in clumps throughout the race, and GTs, like through strategy and through calamity, they've just been separated.
Love that little bounce of the cars as they come over the curves.
It's always fun to watch them go like through that bus stop, like especially since it's much faster than the Daytona bus stop as well.
Yeah, and well, it's not called the bus stop anymore. It's called Le Mans at Daytona. It's the bus stop, don't worry. But that's the thing with these P2 cars, right? They need to be stiff enough to have a good aerodynamic platform, so they're not being inefficient. But you also need the pliability to really understand. Oh, okay. Well, race control has had its say, and now I understand what's going on. So the 202 and the 60, the 202 and the 29, excuse me. That's the incident that we saw with Nicholas Helm running into that BMW. Unlike what happened before, where the GT was, you know, just on its racing course, as that's Hell Racers getting close once again. This time, that BMW was trying to get down onto pit lane. Now, the LMP2 car did not recognize that, and as a result, that is a 60-second stop and hold penalty.
Oof.
Yeah, because that was actually much further up the road, I think, a little bit too than earlier. And also, this is going to get feisty really quickly.
Outside for Maximilian Fritz. Is Adam Crane going to defend this one too hard? No, he's not. Discretion, the better part of valor as we come to 50 to go. Maximilian Fritz and 5-Star Motorsports that are back in towards 5th position. But yeah, 60-second stop and go penalty, and with the context, I very much can understand why.
Sort of, but I'm not sure how, unless there was actually communication made, not sure how the Hell Racers car is supposed to know that the BMW is going down onto pit lane, unless, I don't know, if they're supposed to be. I do think, though, they're supposed to be, they should have been more careful either way, whether the BMW was pitting or not, because it came tearing into that final corner.
Uh-oh. From the lead of GT3 Pro-Am, Torque Freak Racing, the 358 might be done. There's the smoke, engine is blown, and that is a destroyed Porsche 911 GT3R. Here's the replay. It's into the final corner. You can see the Impulse P2 is coming up from behind. Is there going to be contact?
Ah, it's Impulse. Ah,
my word. Now that is more similar to the previous incident, because it doesn't look like the Porsche is committing to pit lane. It just looks like some hesitancy, miscommunication between the two of them. This will be a good view for onboard the Impulse car, Ewan.
yeah, it's a lack of decisiveness here from Lee Morris, really. One way and then the other, kind of second-guessing each other, these two. As we go through the penultimate corner now, he's looking the outside maybe, then the inside, no, maybe outside, and then the Porsche moves as well. Yeah, it's messy, and the Impulse car, I'm afraid, might well get a penalty for that one, even though there was a little bit of weaving around from the Porsche as well, trying not to get caught up in that incident. There was also a lack of decisiveness from Lee Morris, and you do need to be decisive when you're going through traffic as an LMP2. You've got to pick a line and stick to it, much like we say with the GT, stay to your racing line. If the LMP, you can't kind of poke your nose one way and then poke the other when the speed difference is this big.
Oh, and that satellite bullying the Obsidian GTE machine out of the way might actually slip them into the clutches of, was that Team Hoisingveld that was behind? Yeah. And I see a comment, from the Maniti Pro-Am GT3 car saying they didn't want P1 like that, and I can very much appreciate it, because that now does promote T3 Motorsports by Maniti and Hugo Brandao into the lead of the Pro-Am category. Rusty Spatula sit in second, and Satellite Racing, who at one point were last of the running GT3 Pro-Am cars, have found themselves.
Something went on there.
Samba Racing Team. Samba Racing Team mixed up with Tobias. That's German Sim Racing that has been mixed up in this one. The GTE leaders. Where is the 167? The two Porsches come together now.
What has happened here? Oh no!
Is that going to be a safety car? Can that German sim racing car make it through? Private Label Team Hype is the initial instigator there, along with the Samba Racing Team, and German Sim Racing in the lead, minding their P's and Q's, could do nothing, and then reversing into the path of the Orion Race Team GTE machine. If that's not a safety car, it means that that very damaged 167, Jonathan, will make it back to pit lane.
He's gonna try and limp his way home, I hope. He's trying his best. He got out of that bind, but how much damage is on that German sim racing machine?
Right on board with Rodinick, and you'll just see.
Area of a ride.
Yeah, nothing he can do initially.
It's just a blind corner, too. Like, you can't see it coming.
Now, I don't know if that Samba Racing Team actually reversing, but that is definitely German sim racing reversing.
Yes. There's no question about that one. The first one, sort of questionable, because like the situation earlier, they're not in an ideal place anyway, so they kind of want to not be there anymore, but to also not move into cars coming past. It's a very awkward situation to be in for the Samba car, but yeah, that one from GSI was certainly reversing onto the racing line. You cannot do that.
Well, now that will likely promote, guess who? T3 Motorsport by Maniti into the race lead. Obsidian Racing, they're not completely out of the mix as well.
What a stroke of luck for them in the last 10 minutes, goodness me.
The word, by the way, from the Talk Freak Racing camp is 30 minutes of required repairs.
Oh.
They are out of the equation.
I mean, assuming all that smoke and stuff coming off that race car, 30 minutes I feel like is a low estimate.
It's crazy how quickly things change, isn't it, Jonathan?
That's just required repairs. How much optional repairs do they have? 59 minutes?
It's quite possible.
I was gonna say the race might be over before that car gets fully repaired.
Yeah, no. No, that's not possible. Because we got probably, what, 70 odd minutes left, I think.
No, we're flying.
Whoa.
Flying. Like, those guys are flying.
Yeah, RSO and Hell Racers LMP2, they're trying to find their way through traffic.
The Hell Racers LMP2 has unfortunately found a few more trouble and calamity through traffic than would desire, especially since the car they turned a little bit ago was the one they just passed.
So, let's run you down each of the categories very quickly. LMP2 will do the top 5. Delta Sport 9.5 seconds clear of Pure Sims. That gap has come down. Paulo Munoz is really on the charge, but does he have enough in the tank to be able to wrangle in number 33 car in the fight for victory? Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, final step of the podium, 13 seconds back from second, and only 4 seconds clear of Impulse in the number 56. 5-Star Motorsports and Maximilian Fritz complete the top 5, but they are 42 seconds back from the next car in front. Looks like Marcus Fox in the Element Sim Racing 327 might have an issue of his own as he tries to now get that one back in the right direction. That was the car in the bus stop, I'm almost 100% sure, that we just saw. Yeah, well, we've gone green from now. Is that going to require the safety car to intervene? It is nicely placed right next to an access road, but will that be a tow or not? What happened here? Talk us through it, Ewan.
Well, yeah, you can only presume it's yet another driver losing it over the bus stop curbs. A hop, skip, and unfortunately a fall instead of a jump, and straight into the barriers very hard, and a lot of smoke around. Safety car is deployed for the first time today. This completely changes the game.
And I said things change just like that. Well, Delta Sport not in control, 5-Star not in control, and from here it will be about a 1-hour dash to the checkered flag. Should be just about on cue for LMP2s to make it with just 2 pit stops, including the one they'll take under caution. And you just suspect that potentially there will be a few bold drivers in the GT3 class that try and go to the end from here. This likely helps out the Talk Freak Racing car, because even with 30 minutes of repairs, they might actually still be able to get the minimum laps to score points as we kick off the winter half of the 2021-2022 IVRA Endurance Series.
Something I was going to mention briefly just before that yellow is how, well, it might not be so true anymore, but T3 Motorsport by Maniti, the 178, in terms of the Grand Championship that goes across all 6 races, most of their rivals have had poor days today. You think about Geodesic Racing, and we saw for Beauregard, it's the first team retired in this race. They're out of it. Team RSO as well in the 197 car. They're a long way down as well. In 4th place. It's not a disaster for them, but they're still quite a long way down. And German Sim Racing, the only other team to have won a race this season at Barcelona, they're also now way down. So Maniti were having a fantastic time. just before this yellow flag. They might still have a fantastic time by the end, but they've got a lot more work to do now.
I think it helps out some cars that were slightly off strategy, including, for example, that T3 Motorsports by Maniti 178 car in GTE, because they were very off kilter with the cars around them, and you would suspect that they'll come in and try and figure it out. For those wondering why we have a safety car, why we've slowed things down, it's because we are trying to replicate things that you see in the real world. The comment we see on so many of the iRacing special events is why don't we have safety cars? And well, now that we've got safety cars, it adds that extra strategy element. There are designated places around the track where race control has said would be realistic for cars to be able to leave the racing surface. If you stop there and request the tow from race control, there wouldn't be a safety car. That was not designated as one. So, a big incident. The engine, I think, had surely expired. That's why.
A couple of other things expired in that car too.
Fair. That's why for the first time we are actually under caution in this 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen. Now we have a safety car process to work our way through. It will open up the pit lane for each class individually. It will then cycle the cars around in the correct order as well. But first things first, everyone's going to actually catch up to the pace car, which we are still working on getting done right now. We know, Jonathan, restarts here can be crazy. The one saving grace is the fact that because we'll likely see everyone come down onto pit lane, we are in a position where the classes might actually be separated this time around.
At least in terms of prototype and GTE, yes. I think GTE, I think everyone might come down just to top it off real quick and get back out there, but they'll be separated. But then you have the issue that we had at the start of the race where all the GTE cars are together, and then here come the fast Alars that are all together to lap them, and then we'll get incidents like we saw at the beginning of the race again. Curious to what the GT3 cars do, by the way, because I think you had mentioned it as well. Like they could make it, they can't make it, they might make it. Well, you got to roll the die.
They should be the last to stop as well, which will help them out here. So they might. We've seen them go beyond the hour. We've got 68 estimated minutes left in this race. Now we've seen them do about 30 plus lap stints.
35 was the max I saw.
Yeah. I think you might just be able to make it with how things run. I'm not sure. I think it might be possible. Ewan, in your perspective, do you gamble if you're 5-Star Motorsports, for example? I think you can gamble if you are a Vector by RSR or someone like that, someone who's further down the running order. Do you gamble if you're the car leading the race, or do you just assume that you're going to have to take the tow, the splash and dash at some point?
Yeah, that's the question, really. Do you just accept it or not? You've got to remember, we've got a fair few laps under safety car to come here. I reckon we might go green, maybe 41 to go. It just depends how many times the LMP2s will lap the GTs in that time. Maybe twice, 3 times, maybe more. And then it's getting seriously close. 34 is the maximum we've seen, we think, which is, you know, maybe if you're really pushing it, you can go for 35 because we haven't been in this situation before in terms of fuel saving. But even so, I still think people are going to be a few laps short. As you say, though, some people, especially further down the field, might just accept the fact, or at least do the opposite of what the leaders are. If the leaders start saving fuel like mad, then they're going to push like mad and just accept the fact they'll have to take a splash and dash. And if the leaders go all out, then the guys further back will save fuel. You know, they're just basically going to do the opposite of what most people do if you're a bit further down.
Let's do the math, right? So it's about a 15-second delta per lap between the GT. It's a bit shorter, but just for the sake of the math, let's make it easy. 15 seconds between the GT3s and the prototypes, right? So that means that every 6 laps for the prototypes, they'll lap the GT3 cars. So as pit lane is open, you'll see actually everyone's going to come in. So they'll have to do the wave around separately to get things in the right order. Some cars will get laps back as a result of this as well, which will be very, very beneficial to them. So every 6 laps for the prototypes, they'll lap the GT3 cars. Let's just do the math there. You said 40-something laps to go? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
So 40 divided by 6, right? That's what we want to do. They'll get laps.
Nearly
6.
7. Yeah,
You
6
can
times.
you can make it.
Maybe.
I mean,
Fastest
to be
receiver
honest,
34.
that seems like a lot to me because the guys we were talking about GTE, we were talking about GT. Well, we should talk about both really. The GT3s are 16 laps down after what 4 hours in this race. We're nearly 4 hours in. 16 laps. You know, that's about 4 an hour.
True.
So I'd maybe put it more further towards 4 really.
Well, even if it was 4, 6 means you have to save 2 more than what we've seen so far, right?
Yes, possible.
So the question will be, it's a minimum of 27 seconds to roll down pit lane. Now let's say you need a couple of laps of fuel. That's add 5 seconds. Let's make it easy. Let's just say add 5, even though it's realistically going to be a little bit longer. So that means you can't lose more than 35, 36, maybe 40 seconds saving the fuel compared to those going full flat.
Just a question of how good are you at fuel saving, really.
Yes.
But in GTE, things are a lot more spread out, really, because there's only 2 cars on lead lap. Obsidian didn't even come in either. So Obsidian, I think that might be not be a bad choice.
I don't think GTEs can make it because they've just been the wrong side of the hour more often than any time.
Yeah, I think Obsidian staying out here was a good choice because they'll come in. They won't come in that long after this yellow flag is pulled in. Not long after green, but they'll only be making 1 more stop, and that is, I'm almost certain of that, whereas Bonga might well have to make another stop. Admittedly, it's going to be a lot shorter, but even still.
The question will end up being how far away are they once we do the needful and we go through the entirety of the caution procedure here, because that will be the determining factor in how things are looking heading into the closing stages. That's just the reality. It's hard to know until we finish things up because the lights won't go out on the pace car for a while until we've cycled everyone in front of the leader, I believe, through. I'm having to refer back to the caution workflow that we've seen because it's been a while.
Yeah, in club sport, we always get the overall leader to start the race at the front, but something in the back of my mind is telling me that in the endurance series we don't always use the overall leader, just whichever class leader is closest towards the front. So it's I don't know why there's no continuity there between the 2 series, but either way, I prefer this rule, the way we have it here.
Couple more cars coming into it this time by Hoisingveld, followed in by Nomad, Sim Racing, and the RSO car as well.
Hoisingveld realised that they weren't going to get the wave around back onto the lead lap because the leader of GTE stayed out. Yeah, because of Obsidian. So they're like they might as well come in, I suppose.
Do you think that's the move by Obsidian just to make sure they don't have that many GTE cars back on the lead lap? Because if so, that's kind of funny.
I mean, maybe, but I think the reality is, as well, if they understand the safety car procedure better than we do, which is not hard, let's be honest.
You'd hope they do.
Yeah, so no, I'm trying to read. So
well, I think
the safety
Ewan might
car
be right on the math front for the GT.
No, so let's quickly read through the procedure so that people who are watching and are new to the series understand as well. So the safety car comes out of the pits and collects the overall race leader on track. Any car who is in front of their class leader will be given a wave by before the pit entry then gets opened. The pit entry is manually opened by race control. Any car who is in front of the class leader after the pit entry has then been opened is given another wave by, and it doesn't then say which leader it picks up to finish off the race. And now I'm having to delve even deeper into the instructions.
The way we have it at the moment with just any class leader does abide by those rules. there's no, it wouldn't be, I don't want to go into breaking safety car rules, really, in the current climate. But
sorry, wait.
Go on.
I found it. This is not in the regulations. This is in the supplemental instructions given to the teams. I'm just trying to now make sure to read that I understand this, because this is going to be important, because there's a lot of information in this, and now I need to make sure I understand.
It is a 5-page document for those of you that can't see, so it is.
Yes.
It's quite thorough, which I also appreciate, because that makes
Okay, no. So to clarify, everyone who is in front of the overall leader should get a wave by here.
Okay.
Which would actually mean that Obsidian is even further clear of the field.
Well, not
Yes.
this. Well, I would argue the safety car lights are off and we're about to go green with the GT leader at the front.
That's because you can only trigger the caution once you get close to the end of the lap.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they gotta manually do that.
Well, we're about to find out.
Well, I was going to say, you think they'd do that now?
I mean, you may have a point. They are getting to the end of the lap.
Yeah, I'm sure I remember at the Red Bull Ring the GT leader taking
I agree with
flag.
you. I'm not doubting what you're saying, but I'm also reading the instructions handed down to the teams, and that indicates to me that the overall leader is always the one that gets to control the restart. But I think you're right. Lights are still off on the pace car.
We just got a message that said wave rounds are per class, so I think we're about to go grab with Obsidian in the lead.
Here we go.
So we've got about 65 minutes left in this race.
Oh, no.
And already Impulse has lost it, and that might cause some chaos, but they're to the inside. They're blocking pit entry. We're underway, funneling ourselves 2, 3, 4 wide down into turn number 1. This is where now it's the scramble for Delta Sport to stay in control of this race, because Delta Sport will feel the pressure from Alpine Stars Geodesic. They'll feel it from Pure Sims as well. We'll take a quick look at what happened on the replay, but up front already Pure Sims and Delta Sport trying and find their way past the last bit of traffic in front of them. Just cold tires, not feeling the tires in the right place. Alpine Stars Geodesic only half a second back here, Ewan.
Yeah, it's very, very close up towards the front, and those GTs haven't really wreaked very much havoc at all in the LMP2 field. They might do a little bit further down, but up towards the front, it's kind of single-filed its way out nicely, so that we've got these nice clean battles straight away rather than a complete chaos restart. It's worked out quite well, but Delta Sport under a lot more pressure than they were 20 minutes ago, we'll put it that way, and yeah, they're going to be biting their nails off really with Geodesic. These guys, by the way, will just be pushing to the end of this race, absolutely pushing with one more pit stop to make, and then that is going to be it. This is the kind of stuff that's happening a bit further back. It is a bit crazy further back.
The 27 on the curb by himself, I think there, loses it. Rusty Spatulas has to get on the anchors, and good job to lock that car down just in time to avoid running into the wall. Meanwhile, out front and in control, Alexander Gravui still leads from Graham Saunders. 1.6 back is Caden Bean in the Pure Sims Esports 16 machine. 5-star is in the mix as well. Satellite Racing falling off very slightly. 41 to go. And I think given where we went green, GT3 cars 100% will need to come back in, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think for both GTEs and GT3s, they're all going to have to come back in. There's going to be one more stop at least for the LMP2s. So it's going to be interesting to see like where they place that stop as well. Can they short pit, maybe maximize the amount of time they're on track for that final stint? They're going to have to be trying to game plan here, especially once these LMP2 cars reach the back of this hornet's nest over here.
Look at this on the entry into the bus stop. Maniti to the inside of one car. Phoenix Racing in their GT entry. The GT3 entry getting a little bit scared. T3 Motorsports leads the way. They've taken advantage of this to cycle in front of 5-star Motorsports. But again, the pace from Adam Isaacson has been superior over the course of the race. It just requires the next 30-something odd laps for the GT cars to get to the checkered flag in what will be likely a 2-horse race, as that's almost Maniti friendly fire. The 278 almost runs into the 378. That was about as close as you can get. Remember, the 378's in a battle of its own here, Ewan, with the Satellite Racing and Rusty Spatula GT3 Pro-Am cars.
Yeah, oh goodness, and there's GTEs coming down the inside as well. It's all going on here, but yeah, all of these cars got loads of different battles going on. The Pro-Ams, the Pro-Am GT3s are the ones that have found themselves at the front in terms of ahead of GT3 Pro and GTE. So they've got a lot of being overtaken to do here, really. And yeah, the GT3 Pros are just trying to mind their own business as well. It's a really crazy part of the race, as we expected it to be. And yes, there's a big battle going on up the front of Pro-Am, as you can see in the foreground of this shot. Rusty Spatulas versus Satellite Racing versus Maniti as well, if that Mercedes can get involved.
Maniti is not too far back. They have lost a bit with the traffic, really slowing down Hugo Brandao. 4 seconds back is the 49 Motorsports Lamborghini, so still in the mix of the podium if things work in their direction. Jumping on board with the 367, the VRS Satellite Racing Porsche 911 GT3 car. Got the Phoenix Racing GTE on the inside. Up front, the gap between Graham Saunders is about 0.8 of a second to Gravui in front, now opening up to a full second. Delta Sport have the afterburners set to maximum attack. They've got the clean air as well. 49 Motorsports have had an issue. I was just talking about how their hopes of the podium might not be completely done, but Antti Tuominen, well, another issue for that Lamborghini. Has got it back in the right direction. Doesn't look like there's too much damage, but at the tail end now of the cars on that lap, it's going to be into the bus stop. They got the Quasar Lamborghini just behind them. Now, is there contact? Because the Lamborghini does go for it. And that's just a freight train. The hoisting belt Corvette is the one that initiates it, but that is just messy.
Too many cars in one space, and also with like a safety car, like you get some of these guys that are a lap down, several damage, like that 27 that we saw go off in the bus stop. There's already several laps down, and that was just a too much going on and a misjudgment.
Absolutely. And, well, it's the 49 Motorsports car that's the bigger loser there. Back towards the front of the GT3 Pro class. Looking rearwards from Adam Isaacson, who's got 1.5 seconds back to the next car in line. That's the Hell Racers 229 Porsche 911. Out front, it's about half a second, between the Porsche, between the Lamborghini, fighting for the win. They have managed to get around the chaos for the GT3 Pro-Am lead, and that Maniti Mercedes is actually closing on the Satellite Racing car for second, so that might swap around as well. Maniti might actually just move their way up into second in Pro-Am, so there's plenty of excitement going on. They'll tuck back in line for now. Both class battles in the GT3s. Hammer and tongs, wheel to wheel. And this is where, if you're that Pro-Am car, Jonathan, you use those pros to try and ratchet up the pace.
The same with the other pros. You use those Pro-Am cars to set picks and get some nice drafting down these straightaways.
We'll try and monitor all the different battles going on. Gravui still 9/10 clear of Graham Saunders. They've run away very slightly from Caden Beam.
Here it is for GTE Pro-Am, GT3 Pro-Am, excuse me. Outside line for Satellite, but it's a long way around there, and they're not quite able to do it. First real opportunity, though.
He was just letting past the pro cars, not entirely unexpected. Now might open up the door. Brandao looks to the inside, door open, but not wide enough. 2-horse race for the GT3 Pro win, 3-horse race for the Pro-Am win. 38 laps to go for the prototype cars. Everyone in this mix will require a splash and dash. If I'm that Maniti Mercedes, why not save some fuel though, Ewan? Why not try and minimize the time I spend in pit lane?
Well, they might not be coming back to pit lane. No, we don't know. We just don't know, and I just don't know how tight it is. Whether they've just decided, this is not happening, I'm going all out, or whether they're actually more comfortable than we think. It really is a coin toss.
One thing that I think we've missed until just now is Rusty Spatulas are 25 laps into the run. That does, of course, include those safety car laps. Satellite Racing, they're 33 laps into their run. They will be due for a pit stop in maybe 5, maybe 6 laps or so, depending on how much they were able to save under the caution. So I think advantage in favor of the 378, but the traffic might play a huge factor here. There's going to be more traffic for your LMP leaders as well as they come up the hill. Delta Sport might catch that GT machine at just the worst possible time. That's the Vector by RSR car. You hold to the left-hand side, let the Delta Sport car run on through. Gap down to 3/10, Jonathan.
Whenever you get a late caution in one of these races, you can't count out that 62 machine.
And Graham Saunders saving some fuel there on the entry into the bus stop. I think he's doing what I was just mentioning with the 378. Save some fuel, and even if you can't get the move done on track, you were talking about how difficult this place is to get the pass done in the LMP2s. Maybe you get it done on pit road.
Yeah, maybe, although I'm a little bit curious as to why I wouldn't go all out at this stage, but yeah, you're right, he can certainly save that little bit of fuel, and maybe that opportunity will present itself through the pit stop phase. Delta Sport really got their hands full here though, because yeah, it's going to be a big fight. It really is towards the end of this race, and given the fact they came in on the same lap under that safety car, I really don't see the fuel being too different between the two of them. But you never know. The geodesic car has been pretty good on fuel all day.
Through the penultimate corner they go. It's opened up very slightly, but not very much.
Grab Wade's just feeling a little bit of pressure as well too, because for much of this race, that 33 machine has not had much company, if any.
Well, you say that. The first 2 hours they had pressure, even if not company, they had pressure.
I mean, the latter 2 hours though, like we've been in this state of, he's taking a nice Saturday stroll in upstate New York, and now he's got a very angry and aggressive Graham Saunders who clearly has that car trimmed out on the straightaways because he's flying down them.
Maximilian Fritz closing in on that final step of the podium, as well as Caden Bean starts to feel the pressure. A little bit wide as he curbs, just pushes that 5-Star Motorsports car through the bus stop chicane. No harm, no foul, still in the draft and closing as they come down the hill. In the GTEs, it's 8 seconds the gap between Maniti in the 178 up the road, then Obsidian Racing. Of course, Obsidian due for a pit stop earlier, but how much earlier will be the question. Should also note that we started with 47 cars, only 37 still out there and running. Only the GT classes have felt the pain. It will make it a little bit easier for the prototypes working their way through lap traffic.
Yeah, it certainly will, and it feels less busy than it did for the first run through traffic, for example, the first 20 laps or so, which were very, very chaotic indeed in this race.
Right now?
It's not really.
Are you sure we're about to?
Well, yeah, it is about to get quite chaotic, but not quite as bad as it was in the first 20 laps.
Here we go. They've caught the traffic. Delta Sport ducking down, blocking off any move potentially from the geodesic car. They'll sweep to the outside as well. That will get them the momentum out of turn number 1 as they climb up towards the S's. That's the Pure Sims Lamborghini in front of them. Can they catch it at the right point? Delta Sport to the inside. Geodesic will follow. This is where that traffic management, traffic efficiency will start to come into play.
4 wide back there.
Impulse gets past. Sorry, Pure Sims gets past by Impulse. Oh, the 5-Star Motorsports car, excuse me. Don't think the 16 really put too much of a fight up there, but I think you were right. They were going even more crazy in the background here. Take a look, Jonathan.
I got 3 GTE cars, and I think the Pure Sims car sticks it on the inside, gets stuck behind the BMW, moves around. It's just good timing, I think, from 5-Star. Perfect to get it through that window.
Carries the momentum, splits the difference, and from there, 16 knew that it wasn't worth fighting. Try and follow in the footsteps of a number 55 car up the road. Look at the Hornet's Nest. Look at the Hornet's Nest. Has it broken up the gap very slightly? No, it's just brought it back in between 5-Star and Alpine Star's Geodesic Racing. The gap has closed by about half a second this lap alone. Third being brought into the equation. They've cleared a whole bunch of traffic, still more to go, and Delta Sport gets blocked off by the 5-Star Motorsports Lamborghini, who goes up into the wall, and here may come the potential move. Satellite Racing coming down to pit in the GT3 Pro-Am category. Can Graham Saunders get the run up the hill? Oh, there's almost contact with the Maniti GT3 car.
Very close.
I'm pretty sure they touched.
Yeah, well,
There's no way they didn't touch, right?
It was very close between the two, if not too close. But yeah, Sanders not able to make his way through, and It was a good defensive job really from Delta Sport in the end, because that was, oh dearie me, as we'll get very close through the bus stop. This is nervy moments for everybody.
This is when...
Did you want to relieve those early moments, Ewan? Here we go.
Well, this is still less crazy than it was in that first pass through traffic, if we're being completely honest. This is where, if you're a team manager watching on, you're just hoping for calm. You're not trying to talk too much to your driver. You might want to leave him to his devices if that's what his mental state requires. But look at how third and fourth have been brought into the mix, Jonathan.
I'm going to say this, Fritz and Ben have been really, really good fighting each other, getting through traffic, and they've really taken advantage of it. Even though they swapped places, they're now under 2 seconds, and they could easily get the win. It's going to matter where they put their last pit stop, because all 4 of these cars still need to make one more stop.
Up the hill they come into the penultimate corner. 34 laps to go, about 50 minutes left in this race. One more stop required for all of your prototype contenders. And we saw the Satellite Racing GT3 Pro-Am car peel down to pit lane. They were able to short fill very slightly to the end of this race, but it will be an even shorter stop if Maniti does have to come down onto pit road. That's the thing to keep in mind. In GT3 Pro, it's also close between Maniti and the 5-star Motorsports Lamborghini. Bit of give and take there, back and forth.
Look at Fritz.
Yeah, here comes the momentum from Maximilian Fritz, and I don't know if Saunders wants to fight this one and let the Delta Sport car run away. What a charge it is from Maximilian Fritz in that 5-star Motorsports car. He's now up to second, searching for the race lead.
He's a man on a mission at the moment. There's nobody faster out there than him. You saw the way he got through into third place. They're ducking and diving up the hill through the S's between traffic, going every which way to try and get that lead or try and get that position. He's just done the same to the former second place car for Graham Saunders in the geodesic car, and now he's looking at the lead. Looks like nobody can stop him.
Where has the pace come from in that car? By no means has he been the fastest car on the track here. He's been consistent for sure, but never have we seen that car be such a rocket ship. Now looking from the last car in the line, 4 cars split by 1.2 seconds. It really could go any way, Ewan. And I tell you, if I'm Delta Sport, I'm trying to now think about how I can try and use the traffic to get a little bit of separation the next time you pass on through them.
Yeah, you've got to. I think what they have to do is just focus on what the things they can control, which is getting through on traffic as fast as you can, really, rather than thinking about what effect that has on the 3 behind you. I know it's a difficult thing to do when you've got those prototypes in the mirrors, but you've just got to focus on how you're getting your car through the traffic as quickly as possible, and then the rest will come from there, really. So that's what it looks like they've done, really, getting a few car lengths over the 5-star Motorsport car with that little bit of traffic there. And the Pure Sims car got really, really halted there.
Pure Sims might fall into the clutches of Team RSO after putting it on pole position. They got passed around the outside through traffic by that Delta Sport car that leads the way. 2 penalties. It's not been an easy day for the German outfit. The top 5 finish with all the drama. They'll be delighted with that. 1.1 seconds the deficit now. That 5-star Motorsports faces to the Delta Sport car in front. I did mention using the traffic to carve a little bit of an advantage. They're not totally out of drafting range just yet, but with that Maniti BMW just in front, this might be that opportunity to break the draft, Jonathan, and try and stretch their legs.
Yeah, now Graf Weiss has got to look forward and try and get as much out there, especially since that bulk of that crazy GT traffic is now behind them. They have plenty of space now to really get moving, although it did cost them a lot of exit speed under that last one. I don't know which GT that was that got in their way.
It's a Satellite Racing GT3 Pro-Am machine that now lets those 2 go on pass down into turn number 1. Got back to just over 1 second. Back to the GT3 battle, and you heard it there. On the clutch was the 5-star Motorsports 255. And that is going to be vital because I know you were saying that maybe we don't see these GT3 cars back onto pit road. I would be shocked if they don't.
Well, these 2 certainly. It is Maniti and 5-star. I believe that. Oh no, that's it. The Pro-Am cars. Excuse me, I'm getting my classes mixed up now. Yeah, it would be a surprise, but then again, you can see Isaacson there taking it easy into turn 1. You know, is he trying to save those last drops of fuel to make it to the end? I would be surprised as well, but I was absolutely gobsmacked with the end of the Club Sport race the other week, because some drivers were able to eke an incredible amount of fuel out of the laps that were remaining in that race. So I'm not sure I'm going to really rule anything out just yet.
I think now you want to be in that position of the Lamborghini. It's kind of flip-flopped of what the first hour of the race was, when the Porsche for Maniti was the one following in the footsteps, doing the fuel saving, being conservative. Now, roles reversed. It's the Lamborghini that is doing that saving. And even if they require a pit stop, it could be the second and a half that they'll gain in terms of the fuel fill time that might make the difference in this category. It's close in this, it's close in the GT3 Pro-Am. The only one where it's not necessarily as close as the GTEs, where Obsidian have already taken their pit stop. Maniti in the 178, Ruben Bonga has come down for what should be the final time in this race. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing see the gap opening up to the Delta Sport car in front. They fly on past 5-Star Motorsports. The gap between first and second, though, Jonathan, 1.4.
Yeah, I think the damage has already been done with that 55 getting through. And the 62, it's fast down the straightaways, but it needs a little bit of a toe, I think, in order to get really, really close to Delta Sport.
The Maniti 178 is rolling off of pit lane, and with just an 11-second stop compared to a 48-second stop for the Obsidian Racing 138 car, he has flown into the race lead. He is 27 seconds clear. And we were talking about in qualifying, Ewan, about how the BMW wasn't maybe as fast. It needed some BOP assistance. They haven't always been the fastest race car. That caution has worked a treat for them, especially with that issue for the German Sim Racing 167.
Yeah, I do feel like it definitely wasn't the fastest qualifying car here at Watkins Glen, but over a race distance it is very, very strong indeed. And we saw this at the Red Bull Ring as well, where they took their first and so far only victory in this championship. Yeah, let's see. It could be a second victory of the season for them, and they could even get one in GT3 Pro as well. So yeah, they're doing fantastic in IVRA at the moment. On Maniti, they're contending for Club Sport titles. They won the HyperX GT Sprint Series as well in at least the full season part of that the other month as well. So yeah, Maniti having a fantastic time at IVRA at the moment.
Pure Sims now closing on the 5-Star Motorsports car. Did Fritz go too early? Is he now having to back the car down for whatever reason? Gap between first and second has closed very slightly again. They've caught traffic once more, and Delta Sport has caught it at the worst possible time. Geodesic, you can see, looking to the inside, trying to get past one of the GT machines. They'll do so. 5-Star find a way past. Pure Sims go the long way around up the hill. Traffic gives, the traffic takes. Could it be execution on pit lane that determines it all? Alexander Gravui in the lead of this race, with maybe 7 laps to go before we see them down onto pit road for the final time today. Meanwhile, in the GT3 Pro-Am, let's give you a quick update. 2-3 Motorsports in their Mercedes have actually gotten past the Rusty Spatulas, who should be down onto pit road themselves in a couple of laps' time. They're reaching lap 33 on their stint in the Porsche. Now the gap back to the Satellite Racing 367 car, which they're fighting for the class honors with, is about 60 plus seconds. So it's going to be close between the Rusty Spatulas and the Satellite Racing GT3 AM car, but that's going to be the indication of where the T3 Motorsports machine will cycle out in comparison. The T3 Motorsports car is the fastest car in the Pro-Am field right now. Hugo Brandau wringing the neck out of that big old Mercedes AMG GT3 machine. Calmly up the hill for the Rusty Spatulas, Jonathan, in a series where we've seen them had plenty of chaos. They know that keeping a calm head is something all they need to do.
Yeah, but I think that the biggest worry right now for that T3 Motorsports Mercedes is that they're not really going to know until they see the pit deltas, like where they're going to come out. Because Satellite Racing, I feel like they're geniuses here, because they could put it on the jets. If they got full service, fresh tires, they could really start flying.
Oh, Pure Sims Pure Sims lose it by themselves. It becomes a 3-car fight for the lead. And for Caden Bean, that's actually going to be another position loss to Team RSO as Manuel Sudau gratefully clutches at now 4th position. He was just pushing, and Ewan, he got on the grass.
Yeah, it's everybody's just absolutely all out at the moment, trying to get through on Maximilian Fritz here, and doesn't want to run into the back of him either here. And so, yeah, well, we say that he didn't get on the grass at all, just locked the rears entirely. Didn't want to rear end the 5-star motorsport car completely there, and so chose his own half spin instead of that. So, yeah, at least he's still going, I suppose, but down to 5th as well.
That's an interesting one. I've experienced that myself, the braking instability of the car, but not. Oh, as Paul Darling tries to find a way through on some GT3 and GTE machines. That's good, respectful racing, even though the Satellite Racing 64 was trying to hunt down the Pure Sims car for a top 5 finish. That's what multi-class racing is meant to be about. Up front, it is closed in once more. 2 tenths as Delta Sport loses out in the traffic again, Jonathan.
Yeah, I don't know if this car is just not good in the traffic, if it's getting a lot of disturbed air, if it's just catching in all the wrong places, and it may just be all the wrong places because we're losing so much speed coming out of these corners, and the 62 car is flying down some of these longer straightaways.
62 is doing a lot of fuel saving, though. I think that might prove to be vital in the overall mix of this race. Now, for the car that qualified down in 7th, has worked its way up to 2nd. We saw them be good on fuel in the first hour of the race. Delta Sport goes aggressive to the inside, but nice and cleanly done. They might get checked up very slightly on exit with the Maniti Porsche that leads in GT3. The top 2 working their way now clear of Maximilian Fritz. The gap there, 2 and a bit seconds between 2nd and 3rd, as here comes the Rusty Spatulas onto pit road for the final time in GT3 Pro-Am, Ewan.
Yeah, and that will be a normal stop for them, probably just over a half tank, you would say. And yeah, this battle for the lead's continuing on, isn't it? Goodness me, that 62 car has very good straight line speed, as we were saying earlier, and that move was very nearly on into the bus stop. But does he want to go for it before these pit stops? They're not too far away for these LMP2s. Oh God! They're not too far away for these prototypes whatsoever, and so he might as well just wait, save that little bit of fuel, maybe jump him in the pit stops. If not, come out right behind him and then go for it in those final laps.
Rusty Spatulas have done a driver change. They are rolling now, 33.2 seconds in the box, and it does look as though they will emerge in front of the Satellite Racing 367. It was 6 seconds shorter in the box itself, and that gap seems to have held on to the track as they release themselves. Remember, live timing and scoring available at timing71.org. You can dive into the race post-race as well. Look at the full race replay, which is a great way to see how the gaps were moving over the course of these 1,000 kilometers. You can also get a pretty insightful view into how the pit stop strategies were working. Trying to break the draft is Gravui. Dick sensed the deficit. Got some more traffic coming up now in front of them as they'll come up the hill in towards the S's once more. And I think we are seeing that. I don't know if it's the draft or if that the geodesic car is just trimmed out a little bit more, because I think you guys are both right. It does look a lot faster in a straight line, even when that Delta Sport car gets a modicum of draft from those in front, Jonathan.
I think it's trimmed out more. There's definitely no way that it's gaining that much on the straight, but I've also seen Delta Sport was able to pull away, like in this section right here. That's a lunge, a thoughtful lunge at least, but Delta Sport's able to pull away a little bit in this section right here where you need a lot of downforce and these corners kind of flow a little bit. So I'm wondering if this is a trimmed out kind of setup for Graham Saunders, and he may look for a lunge after the pit stop, going into turn 1 or even going into the bus stop.
I just think that he needs the traffic to be able to close that gap up, and then once the gap is closed, he seems to fall back just 10th by 10th over the course of the lap. Last time by, Saunders was 3/10 slower than Gravui, Ewan.
Yeah, it's a strange battle at the moment, really. It's hard to read, almost, but yeah, I'm basically copying Jonathan and saying that this car's more trimmed out. I've got to be honest. It certainly looks that way, though. We'll get a real view on that in the bus stop. I think it's just been highlighted there a little bit as well, really, through that flowing section of the boot and then the final couple of corners as well. See those car lengths opening up ever so slightly. If these guys were on the same downforce package, I feel like that wouldn't have happened. But it has done through those more flowing corners, so more and more indicators suggesting that this geodesic car is more trimmed out, but it's about to be just slowed by the traffic here quite badly. This is going to cost him.
That's the Satellite Racing Pro-Am, and that is a big checkup through the bus stop chicane. It's now 1.2 seconds, and again, Delta Sport has a little bit of separation, but the last time this happened, it was brought back in straight away. Now the pit stop window should open in 2 laps time. You might see cars coming down early, maybe seeing if they can cycle into some clean air, and then trying to see what they can do. But these cars are rocket ships on low fuel, so do not be totally surprised if we see... Well, I don't even know how you approach this one. I am totally flummoxed, Jonathan, and that's what I love about this. There are so many different ways you could approach this. Ultimately, only one will end up in victory lane.
Big little break here by Gersums, but yeah, like they're great on low fuel, so that's why, like I'm thinking, like as soon as you get in that window, why not come down, get your service, and you're going to be quick at the end, and you're going to be flying towards the end, or be quick in this middle stint and then short fill to minimize the time on pit road. I don't know, there's like 2 or 3 different ways to combat it. It's just, where are you most confident with your driver? Are you confident with them on low fuel towards the end of a race, being able to close and make moves? Or are you confident with their consistency in and out laps? Like it's a head scratcher no matter what team you're on, because it all depends on kind of your driving strength and your car strength.
Pearson's closing down on Team RSO, 7/10 the advantage. Not far behind Maximilian Fritz in the 5-star Motorsports machine as well. In the GTE battle, it is 30 seconds between Ruben Bonga and Obsidian Racing. That is basically done and dusted. Maniti trying to just hold on for the next 30-odd minutes to get into towards the checkered flag and win once more in the IVRA Endurance Series. The battle in GT3, 5-star Motorsports still content to ride where they are. What's the maximum that we've seen? 34 laps from the GT3, right guys?
Yes.
So, they've done 20 laps so far. Let's say that we got 30 minutes left, and they're doing 1 minute 45s. I'm going to have to do some really quick math here, which is an issue.
Yeah, it's not looking great, I've got to say. But you've got to remember those laps under caution as well. And you don't know. From just listening to this 5-star Motorsport car here, it doesn't look like Isaacson is really saving that much fuel. I would expect a lot more fuel saving at this stage if they were going to the end on this tank of fuel. And if you remember, I know I keep going back to this Club Sport race a few weeks ago, but if you remember back to that, even with, 40 laps to go at Road Atlanta, they were saving real big time. So, and that's just not happening right now. So either we have miscalculated this badly, or they're just going to stop.
Yeah, I think you're right. So 13 laps in 1 minute 45, which is maybe a bit optimistic. Even if you bumped it up to 1 minute 46, you're still looking at a maximum of 23 minutes of drive time with the fuel they've got in the tank. So, I mean, let's say best case scenario, Isaacson saved enough for 14 laps, still looking at only 25 minutes. So we're basically guaranteed a splash for everybody who has not yet pitted in the GT3 Pro and Pro-Am field. So the question will really be, how short is that stop going to be? Delta Sport up the hill, working themselves back onto the regular layout. Team RSO have come down to pit for what should be the final time, although, so I didn't get a great look at what happened between Impulse and on that restart. RSO has been penalized with a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for contact with that 56 car, I believe.
It looked like as well. From the onboard shot that we briefly saw with Lee Morris, there was a lot of other stuff going on at the time, but it looked like that was the case from the onboard, from the impulse anyway. There was no speeding up and slowing down from Morris at all. He just, I think it was him. Anyway,
Yes.
yeah, Impulse Racing got turned around and didn't seem to be doing anything wrong, so I'm not at all surprised.
I retract. Again, I wasn't paying full attention earlier. I was trying to figure out the strategy.
There's a lot going on at once, so we have.
Yes. We were also trying to figure out if we were going green or not. I'm just defending myself. Racing driver excuses, well, commentators have them as well. So that's why Manuel Sudow's final pit stop of this race is about 60 seconds because he took the fuel, but when you take service at the same time as a penalty, it adds a little bit more time to that penalty to compensate for the fact that you're doing them at the same time, and that's why the long pit stop for RSO. That's now the third penalty that the German 97 car has had so far today. Delta Sport working their way through a bunch of traffic quite nicely. They've actually used it to open the gap very slightly. It's now 1.8 seconds as Sanders gets stuck behind. And Delta Sport, I think, is coming in. Yes, they are. Geodesic, as expected, will go one lap longer, but I think it's already done you. And I think Delta Sport has enough of an advantage that they should hold on to the lead here.
Well, quite possibly. It just depends how many more laps Geodesic can stay out for and how much less fuel they think they can take for this final run. Delta Sport know they only need 20 laps of fuel. Geodesic needs 19. How much time is that actually going to save them? That is the crucial thing. And of course, the in-laps and out-laps are going to be a massive factor here too.
So, into the box for the final time. 30 minutes left on the clock. Alexander Gravui should not be taking tires. It should be fuel only for that car. There's the 5-Star Motorsports Lamborghini. Still in the draft. Just about in the draft. It's about 1.1, 1.2 seconds in these GT3 cars, the drafting range. And so for Adam Isaacson, he's done a good job to hold just close enough. Diogo Saliba working lap 22 of the stint. Should be okay. Where is Delta Sport feeding out after a 28-second pit stop? I think they've got some clean air. That might be vital to be able now to push on this lap. And Graham Sanders likely will come in. He's 24 laps into the run is Graham Sanders. There's Gravui coming into the bus stop. Sanders is coming into the final corner and looks like he's going to come down onto pit lane. This is where execution on pit road might make the difference. Nice and tidy on the entry for the 62 car. It was a 28.4 second stop for the number 33, about 5 seconds shorter than some of the longest fuel-only stops that we've seen. Is it going to be enough? The gap was about 51 seconds, Jonathan. I don't know. I think that Gravui, 57 seconds total in pit lane, might have this one done.
It depends how confident are Alpine Stars Geodesic and maybe short filling that car to try and get in front of Gravui and force him around. They might have confidence in Sanders' fuel-saving ability.
That traffic might not help them. There's the look at Graham Sanders. Already 20 seconds and counting in pit lane for him as Gravui for Delta Sport comes through the final corner. Engine begins to rev. It's a short run down into where he'll release the limiter. It might be neck and neck. He might even have it. There comes Delta Sport. Now, how close is it going to be? Geodesic, with a monster of a final stop, are in the lead. But now, Ewan, they have got to hold on.
They absolutely have. They've got that straight line speed advantage, of course, to help them. But they do have the lead on the track position with only 19 laps to go. Very importantly, this one is going to absolutely go down to the wire.
We might be in for more drama. German sim racing is stopped on track. The 167 is stopped on track. Again. Are we in for a final caution? There it is. There is where the car is. He is being given permission to tow back to pit lane. We will stay under green, but how close was that to more drama in this fantastic 1,000 kilometers? Watkins, safety car! Oh, safety car!
Wow. Well, GT3 Pro just got sorted out, and we're going to have a grandstand finish there as well.
Unbelievable. The first 4 almost odd hours of this race, caution-free. The last hour, 2 cautions, and they've got major implications. That German sim racing Porsche 911 RSR had major damage to the rear end, and it's another moment up and over the curbs, and that is a huge shunt, and I'm not entirely shocked that brings out the safety car once more.
Looks like he was trying to limp it home, and maybe just stopped because he felt like he was doing the right thing. Oh no, he crashed again.
So, not sure exactly what happened there, but not awful. Not an awful call to park it and make sure they're not putting at risk anyone else in trying to bring that car back to pit lane. Now, this will mean the LMP2 battle is going to be neck and neck. It will also mean that in the GT3 Pro-Am, T3 Motorsports by Maniti, in effect, has got to make it to the end of the race from here. Now, we'll have to wait and see how the wave rounds are going to go, but I believe we will restart this race with likely 13, maybe 12 laps to go, Ewan.
Yeah, just over 10 laps to go, probably. And that's not very many, really. It's going to be an all-out brawl to the end because most of these guys are going to be right together in terms of the battle. The LMP2 battle is certainly going to be right together. The GTEs don't have to pit here at all, but they are going to be a fair distance apart. They were 30 seconds apart, so the amount of cars in between, because there's Bongo, look, going through our shot now. The Obsidian cars miles back, so they're not actually that close, unfortunately. The GT3 cars will come in here, but there's only 5 of them on the pro lead lap. Most of them are going to be in, so they're going to provide a very, very exciting finish towards the back of the train. And then that's before we've even figured out what the AMP cars are doing. Probably a couple of cars, Maniti and Archer Brothers, might well go at it as well. There's a few cars between them, but there's potential there as well. So at least half of these categories are going to be settled here, and I would lay money on the fact that half of them are going to change the lead in these final moments. At least once.
At least once. I think that's the operative thing. And if you are Delta Sport, I think you have to also realize now that you might get 1, maybe 2 passes through the traffic, where we know that Delta Sport has maybe a little bit more downforce to be able to be a bit more aggressive through the corners. We'll wait and see now just how much more trimmed out that geodesic car is, Jonathan, because if Delta Sport aren't able to close on the restart up the hill into the bus stop chicane, that gives us the best indication that we're going to get.
And it's also just, well, now they can save fuel too, so they're going to be flat out.
Yes.
So maybe,
without a doubt, yeah.
Yeah, now look, that restart's going to be the best indication of who's got the best car this period. We don't know if Sanders was conserving himself or even fuel. We don't know if Grevry was doing that, conserving tires. Like, I think you're going to be told if you have 15 laps to go and you're going back to green for a win at the start of a new split in this season, you're going to just go floor it and hope for the best.
Barney is getting a workout, and Benny, our poor pace car driver, was waiting patiently for his opportunity to shine, and he was not called upon just once, he was called upon twice. So the first wave buys have happened. Now we'll wait for the pit lane to be opened as well. And as Lorenzo Bonder does point out in our YouTube chat, if you want a second screen experience for the ages, Graham Saunders very likely streaming on Twitch. Go ahead and check out what he's got in store for you for these next 12 odd laps, something like that.
But make sure you keep watching us as well.
Yes, no, I specifically second screen experience. In fact, he's not even streaming. No, stick right here. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
That's how focused he is. He's not even streaming. He's like, I lasered it.
It's serious now.
Heart rate monitor as well for these prototypes.
It's funny that you mentioned that. My favorite ever moment in an iRacing special event now is hours 6 through 12 of this year's iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, where we basically were just following Pablo Castro's heart rate monitor on his Twitch, because he was bouncing between 150 and like 165 beats per minute for like a good solid 2 hours.
Yeah, that's proper kind of workout heart rate, isn't it? For a long period of time, whilst just sat still as well.
Well, our producer Tyler Maxon noted in our iRacing Daytona 500 coverage, excuse me, that you know, he's someone that's got plenty of real-world experience, races in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge in the real world, and commented that he finds that his heart rate in the simulator is actually higher than it is in real life.
Yeah, I feel like because in real life you've got the physical aspect of things kind of distracts from the kind of mental. So sim racing, very little physical kind of ability. Yes. It's all very mental strength kind of thing, and you're using a lot of brain power, and that you can get quite worked up about that with heart rate, as opposed to when you're making a physical effort in a real life car, in a real life race. It can often take away from the nerves sometimes, maybe.
There's no way, like when he got his first pole for the Daytona race, right, that his heart rate wasn't lower, wasn't as high as it was, right? There's no way. Like he can't. Look, we have to make sure. We have to ask him that.
By the way, let's talk about strategy. I agree with David Barraclough that I don't think that the GTs that pitted under that last caution are guaranteed to make it to the end from here.
Oh gosh, no.
Well, that's why I'd be in here, and I think that most of them will be. I'd be very surprised to see any prototypes in. I'd be shocked, in fact, but the GTs, most likely, GT3s, yeah.
Yeah, GT3s in particular, that's the one that we're going to watch out for. So let's watch for potentially the Maniti car.
Oh, Impulse.
They are coming in. Impulse leads out down the train, but like you said, GT3s en masse descend on pit lane, and that is a shame for the Maniti 378 Pro-Am car that now has an almighty task on its hands to try and find its way back into the conversation of a class victory. Race off of pit road, Maniti in the Porsche is going to win, so it is going to be an all-out brawl between...
You say that?
Oh, Hell Racers, yeah!
You say that? Well,
don't hurt each other.
And there's bumper cars. That's still playing bumper cars. Now, who has gotten damage from that palaver of a moment? Reminiscent of Canada in the mid-2000s when Kimi Räikkönen was taken out in Formula 1. We almost just saw a huge incident there.
Yeah, it was very nearly a huge thing, but Pro-Am, and even more interesting development really, is the guys that stayed out. Rusty Spatula's Satellite Racing and 49 Motorsports have all stayed out, so Maniti and Archie Brothers have actually got a lot more work to do than we initially expected. And so it might well be between those three, because they're locked together at the moment. In GTE, the cars are quite far apart, in all honesty. And LMP2, obviously, we're right all together at the front of the field. So, yeah, we are set for a fantastic final few minutes.
Yeah, I said the satellite racing team, I thought were geniuses, because maybe they would get out with low fuel towards the end of a green flag run, but now they're even better geniuses, because now they have track position before the run even ends.
Grandstand finish on the horizon here. The IVRA Club Sport Race at Road Atlanta was good enough for an iRacing top 10, Ewan. Think we can match that?
Well, it's quite possible. I feel like the circumstances surrounding that one a little bit more dramatic, because we had a very long, I think we had about 2 hour green flag run very nearly towards the end. So the kind of closeness of the finish was arguably more impressive because of the length of the final green flag run. However, this has still been a very good final hour to this race. Safety cars have totally changed it from a very normal endurance race with a recognisable rhythm to a bit more of a stop-start one with a very fast finish, which we're about to get.
Though the lights are still on the pace car, so I'm assuming at best 14 to go, which is right about on cue with what the expectations were for this likely final restart of the day. I don't think we've ever had an IVRA race finish under caution, but
we were close.
Yeah, we've been close, but there's always a first time for everything. Now, I'm going to quickly go ahead and grab a quick look at the damage that each of these GT3 cars that we saw in that kerfuffle, what they took. So, Maniti looks okay from what I can see. That's probably good news. The splitter's a little bit dented, but not too bad. The rear end of the Hellraiser's car looks okay. The 5-star doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. The rear end is definitely in for a bit of a complete rework at the end of this race, but the front at least looks okay, which is probably the best thing. And now the Impulse GT3 car that's somehow been thrown into the mix. That's the one that looks the worst. If we can get a shot of that, you'll see that is a bundled up front end on that Lamborghini Huracan. The lights are still on the pace car, aren't they?
Yeah, there's time yet, Phil. There's time for them to go up. I only really noticed it in the very final sector of our final lap when it first went. So there's still time. I'm still holding out hope. I'm not. There must be somebody out of position if that's the case.
Usually when we have the automated race control, as in, on ovals when we're just relying on iRacing to do things, at least when I've seen it in IndyCar, usually as soon as you cross the line with one to go. Yeah, there you go. That's the level of damage that Impulse car is now dealing with.
I ain't even straight. The headlights aren't straight now. They're at the ground.
Yeah, that was a crunch. But yeah, so like I was saying, usually as soon as you cross the line to mark one to go, the lights on the pace car would go off. So that's where my logic is going to be rooted. And I think we're likely only getting 13 laps to finish this race off. But I wouldn't bet on it.
It's true what you're saying, but that's traditionally on ovals, which is a lot shorter of a lap.
Right, yes. No, but the counterpoint as well, like to add to that, is usually in IVRA, at least... oh, lights are off. There we go. It's because they changed it manually, that's why. Race control doing a good job, so we will have 14 laps. 14 of the craziest laps on the horizon here at the Watkins Glen International, America's road racing mecca. Let's do some quick predictions because we love to have some fun. Geodesic or Delta Sport? Ewan? Give it a gander.
Well, I'm going to say neither. I'm going to say Maximilian Fritz. He's very punchy on these restarts.
What about you, Ewan? Which way would you... sorry, Jonathan. Which way are you thinking?
I was going to say...
Ewan squared. I have to think Sanders. Like, Alpine's our geodesic cars. One race is in this condition. Late race cautions like this.
So we've got about 78 kilometers to go. Let us know who you think's going to win this one across of all 4 of the categories. Will you be right? We're about to find out. 50 miles, 78 kilometers. It comes down to this. Green flag ready to be back in the air. It's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in control. We're racing for the sprint to the checkered flag. It's a good launch from the Geodesic car in towards turn 1. 5-Star Motorsports hot on the heels of the Delta Sport car. Now we'll see the various levels of downforce trim that these drivers have put into their cars. Delta Sport looking good. There's been a crash in the background, and it involves 5-Star Motorsports and the Lamborghini. The GT3 race for the win has gone up in smoke for them, but to the outside, Delta Sport. Oh, there's almost contact. A Delta Sport shortcuts the chicane, almost rejoins into the path of 5-Star Motorsports. Sanders controls the lead.
Just about, didn't clatter into anybody, and Fritz is still looking for a way through. This has really helped Graham Sanders because he's got a huge lead now ahead of all of the rest. Everybody is here. It's all one big line, but we have a very defined leader in Geodesic, and there's fighting going on behind.
And that is big drama, I can tell you, because 278, the GT3 Maniti car has gotten a 5-second stop and hold penalty. So that means they're effectively out of the mix for the win here. There's more drama that went on down into turn number 1. We're going to have to go see what happened there if we can. because it involved the Rusty Spatulas. So the Pro-Am victory race has changed completely. Satellite Racing now in control of what's going on. 13 to go this time by. The gap up front is 9/10 of a second. Here's a look at what happened. We'll get a look at it in just a moment's time. Here we go. So this is the LMP2s. We'll grab the GT3s in a second as well. So up the hill, working nicely, Jonathan, and then it kicked off.
Yeah, I can see the draft kicks off for the battle for the lead. And then now we're going to go to...
Oh my.
Ooh, that's
Yes.
a lot of
So
calamity.
that is the pile-up I'm referring to. So just watch this, because this is important. This involves cars fighting desperately. So the 312, the Rusty Spatula's car, to the inside of the GTE machine. That checks up a whole bunch of cars. Isaacson gets mixed up in that one in their Lamborghini 5-star Motorsport. They're out of the mix. Hell Racers are now clear of everyone else. Only Maniti is hunting them down, and we know that Maniti has got a penalty for something that has occurred recently. It was the incident with the 138, the Obsidian GTE. I don't know if we saw that one necessarily. That is the that's the Obsidian car.
Ah.
Oh, that must have been after the pit stops. I
No,
think.
this is on the
Restart.
restart. Yeah, this is on the restart.
Well, the incident that got reported must have been after the pit stops. That car is in terrible shape.
No, you're right. The incident that was reported was actually about 10 minutes ago or something like that. 20 minutes ago.
So, yeah, the Obsidian car clattered into the side of the 5-star Lamborghini there, and you can see it's not gone in at a good angle because the angle of that car is now not quite right. As you can see, there you go, he's going to smash into that Lamborghini there.
So from 3 potential T3 Motorsport class victories, it is now just down to the GTE one, where they are 12 seconds clear of the Phoenix Racing 114. One more look at this, and there you can see Isaacson, nothing he could do. Incredible. Meanwhile, back live, 1 second splits first and second, a further 1.3 back to 5-star Motorsports, who's now getting the pressure from Pure Sims in the 16. Satellite RSO also embroiled there. There's a 4-way scrap for the final step of the podium. On board with Paul Darling. What a restart, Ewan, and I mean the prototypes, not as much drama necessarily, and it's crazy saying that given what happened on the run up to the bus stop.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very chaotic bus stop for these guys, but other than that, it was very calm. All this has allowed GT3 Pro to be taken over by Hell Racers Gluttony somehow in the 229. They've got a 7.5 second lead over Impulse, Pure Sims, Vector by OSR, all in a train battling over second. Well, here they are a little bit further down. Well, here's the leader anyway. He's got a big lead at the moment, and remarkably in GT3 Pro-Am, I just want to say, Satellite Racing are obviously in the lead at the moment, but the Nomad car, the 322, had a terrible time of things earlier, really awful. 5th place on the lead lap, outside chance of a race win, a really weird race.
It's how IVRA goes. Never give up. Things are still always possible. It's 11 to go, as Graham Saunders is now trying to run away. The battle is potentially then for 3rd in the prototypes. But Pure Sims has just gotten up past the 5-star Motorsports car. And they might still be side by side on the entry into the bus stop. I can't exactly tell. Looks like Pure Sims is going to hold on at least for the time being. As we continue to watch your GT3 Pro leader, who is 7 seconds clear of any of the various rivals around him. He's just set his one of the fastest laps that he's done all race.
Yeah, my prediction of Fritz is not turning out well at all. He's not been particularly great on this restart, I'm afraid. It's dropping back. He's still dropping back, actually, battling with Paul Darling now as well, and Team RSO car.
Looks like Paul Darling's off the road. That Satellite Racing machine, not sure exactly where, so that's why he's now dropping down. Remember, live timing and scoring available at timing71.org. Some technical difficulties that we're just trying to work through. Give us a couple of moments, guys. Again, Timing 71, you can follow what's going on There is the Satellite Racing car, who's now down in 6th, with Hell Racers not far behind. Up front, it's RSO putting the pressure on towards the 5-Star Motorsports car. Now again, Delta Sport is clear, 1 second up front, but 2.6 further back. They can only focus their attention forward, as who was that running wide? Into turn 1, we just saw the rear end of that car. Up front, here is the look between RSO and 5-Star.
Didn't we interview this RSO car earlier and it have 3 penalties, and Manny's shootout was just kind of like, we'll see how it goes. That man's about to get a podium.
There's a chance.
It's an easy chance. Like he's got 2 cars that reported each other for a possible penalty under review right now, right in front of him. He's flying.
8/10 the gap out front as well, coming down bit by bit. Gravwee last time was half a tenth slower, but has managed to find some time this time by. Winding ourselves to a photo finish potentially here. It's been a helter-skelter of a race. It will be 9 to go this time by for the leader. As there's a first warning for track limits down to the fiercely forward number 34. There's the look at the gap for the race lead. Between Gravwee, between Saunders, down to 0.8 of a second.
Now that Gravwee has a little bit of the draft on the straightaway, he might be able to close up a little bit, but that 62, it's just fast in the straightaways. He needs to find some time, probably in the boot. That is his best section, and when he gets to traffic. If remember, you know, I think you did the math, we might get through GT3s twice.
Yeah, but looking at the track map,
the fighting amongst themselves may have helped, and maybe it's only once.
They definitely will. They 100% will get into that main pack. Well, they're coming up on the stragglers. They've got the main pack still to come through, Ewan, and that's where this race will be won or lost.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not all going to be down to the driver's skill either. You do need that little bit of luck in traffic as well as the skill. As we look at Fritz, who's continuing to fall back in this one. I'm afraid RSO are through now, and thankfully the guys behind are not quite on the bumper of the 5-Star Motorsport prototype, so these guys should be okay. But yeah, Geodesic versus Delta Sport is really the big fight at the front of the field, and yeah, it remains to be seen. That's a lap car getting out of the way, everybody. It remains to be seen who's going to come out on top, really. As you say, traffic is going to define the day, has done throughout its entirety, but when it's so concentrated, like it will be, yeah, we're set for a very, very exciting final 8 laps or so.
Looks like Saunders might have got checked up just a little bit, coming past one of the BMW GT3 machines. Gravwee shouldn't have any major dramas, has closed the gap down to 0.6 of a second, and once more just comparing the top speeds. Even though Gravwee has the draft, he's not as much faster as you'd expect compared to what we've seen before. More traffic in front, and Saunders catches it at the worst possible time into the outer loop. Delta Sport to the inside, fighting for the lead. Oh, and there's contact. Delta Sport turns around Graham Saunders, and poor Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. The race is lost just like that.
Oh, it unfortunately ends in disaster. 3 wide moment coming into the chute there. Is this move on, or does Sanders come down on him? Oh, it's so close between them. There's too many cars in a very small space, and it's a very, very hard one to call. This one will be talked about for months and weeks on end.
Saunders, I think, is just trying to use that GT car as a pick. So watch here. Saunders left space initially. Jonathan?
I don't know.
We might need
is the only...
I think an aerial look might give us the best vantage point for that one.
I don't even think that will help. Like, there's just...
Saunders did gather it up. He is down in 5th, though. Might have a chance for a podium if there's not too much damage to the car. We'll get one more look from up above, and this is going to be important. This is going to be vital to be able to see exactly if Saunders comes down, if Gravwee just comes up a little bit. So there's the initial run. Saunders gets checked up massively. And then, from that angle, I don't think Sanders does much wrong. I also don't think Delta Sport does much wrong, but the margins are so fine in a battle like that with so much on the line, Jonathan.
Yeah, with so much points on the line, and those two have been championship rivals before, so they know what's on the line. But now, I think 5-star needs to be careful. That's an angry Graham Sanders and an Alpine Stars Geodesic car you don't want to mess with right now.
Well,
he may still get a podium, but that RSO car is also fast and chasing down the Pearson's machine.
He's managed to get up into 4th. He's got 1.2 to close to Manuel Sudau. Now, does this mean, Ewan, Pure Sims might just take the victory? Who did you think was going to win this race again? Halfway through? Or third through?
A third of the way through. Oh, whoa, that's a dive from Fritz. And, Sander, and around goes Fritz in the 5-star motorsport car. Very nearly. He gathered it up, and he's still in 5th place. But this was a late dive, by the way. But yeah, I did say with about 60 laps in, Pure Sims might win this one. I didn't expect it to quite happen like this, but it's certainly starting to fall into place a little bit for them.
Oh, well, that's just poor luck on Fritz's part, because I think he wanted to go for the dive. There was a hole, and then he just got loose trying to commit too deep, and from there it just spiraled out of control very slightly. On board with Sudau, who's actually now closing on Pure Sims. Now, this might be the fight for the lead. What a redemption arc it would be for the pole position winners, who have had multiple penalties in this race, to find their way back to the checkered flag as winners, Jonathan.
Remember when he interviewed him and he was just sounded like, we just need a safety car. Well, you got a safety car, and welcome back to the podium, Manuel Sudau. And he's quicker than that 16. He's been quicker than the 16.
5 to go this time by, and that Pure Sims car squirrely up through the toe. Caden Bean has not been the fastest in that 16 car all day long. Can RSO find the move? I can tell you that there are a number of things under review from race control. I have no doubt that the 62 versus the 33 is going to be the one that they focus on first, because they would love to get that one determined before we reach the checkered flag, so that at the end of this race we know, Ewan, who is the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. They do want to make sure that the team that crosses the line first does not have their glory stripped away from them, and those who deserve to win don't have that moment stripped away from them, if you like. So yeah, it's a very difficult time to be in race control, because there's only 5 laps to go. They're kind of in a race against time in this one of the most 50-50 incidents for a race victory in these kind of circumstances I think I've ever seen, and they've only got about 8 minutes to sort it out.
Here comes Sudau to the outside, into the bus stop. They'll try and stick it side by side, but Sudau, at least for now, holds station.
Good defense there from Ben.
All the while, race control working away in the background to figure this all out.
There have been 15 reports to race control in the past 15 minutes.
They're going to have a busy post-race meeting. That's without a doubt. The hope is that we get at least the one that we want the most, the response that we need the most to determine the winner of this 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen. The YouTube chat is somewhat split, Jonathan. I mean, there's a lot of people saying that, it's Delta Sport's fault and they're, doubling down on it. Then there's another group that is saying that, well, Geodesic could have left a little bit more room. They're wondering if it's legal to use a car like a pick like that. And to that latter point, I think there's nothing wrong with using the car as the pick. That's what multi-class traffic is all about.
That's the essence of multi-class racing. And I think, they said, that's a big crash.
Deary me.
That's Luke Krause that got mixed up in the Fiercely Forward car, I believe. Nacho Yarnos in the Samba Racing Team machine as well. There is that number 34 Fiercely Forward machine. Let's just watch here, coming through. Oh, and it's not even Luke Krause that's responsible. That's 5-Star Motorsports on the outside there. Now, there's also a fight brewing in the GT3 AM that we have. There's just so much chaos, we don't even know exactly where to look. We'll look on board with Maximilian Fritz, but I can update you, the 378 T3 Motorsports by Maniti, Mercedes is in the lead from that angle, it almost looks as though that pink and black Porsche wobbles itself on the curb and then spits itself outside, but it's always hard to see from the onboards exactly what happened there. My oh my. 4 to go. Race changing things happening in all the different classes in these last 12 laps of the race, Ewan.
Yeah, Ross Booth at the moment has lost the GT3 Pro-Am lead in the recent moments, by the way, to that Magneti Mercedes just up in front, and it doesn't look like this gap is really coming down either in these final 4 laps. Looks like this race victory might just slip away from Satellite Racing, which is a real shame for them because they've not had the best time of things. A second place at the Nürburgring, a third at the Red Bull Ring, a disaster in Barcelona. They'd love to get that race win, but it just doesn't look like it's going to be their day again. They're going to hit the post again, as it were.
Nice little football pun there. Here comes the draft from Manuel Sudal up the hill, and I think he should have it this time. Look at the overspeed. Not sure if Caden Bean didn't get the best run out of the corner, but now Sudal gets the draft from the BMW of Magneti. Covers the move as well. Manuel Sudal from 0 to hero. Team RSO, if things stay as they are, should be winners of this 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen, because we do expect some sort of penalty to come down on the 33 car. Incredible. And that's the reminder that, Jonathan, never give up when safety cars are involved.
10 seconds, 33 car, 10 seconds.
Wow.
And that is a stop and go penalty of 10 seconds. So it's going to be more significant. That will likely actually drop them to 8th or worse in this race. And let's give Delta Sport full credit. They were immense when it came to the pace today. Immense. That safety car, that first safety car that we got, Ewan, that is what changed the game for the 33 car.
Yeah, absolutely. You could argue that they deserve to win this, and the safety car has ripped it out of their hands and put them into situations they didn't want to be in and made them do things they didn't quite want to do. And in the end, they've come in the pit lane and had to leave their race lead in really heartbreaking circumstances for them. I hope that they will come back stronger and maybe convert one of these race victories, because they've driven very, very well here today and didn't deserve to have it ripped away from them. But it's the way it goes. And now it's up to RSO and Pure Sims to battle this one out. It looks like RSO has stolen a bit of a march here.
That is a decision that is going to cause consternation across of the paddock, and I can already see in our YouTube chat mixed opinions on the incident, mixed opinions on the penalty as well. I think Pure Sims is out of the equation. Full respect to Caden Bean. I think from what we've seen in GT cars, he's always on the pace there, but his teammate Paulo Munoz has been the lead driver in this car today, Bean playing much more of a supporting role in the crash. In the crash. I'm still hung up on that one. In that car, he's not been that far off the pace, but in a competition like this, a 10th here, a 10th there, it all adds up. And Manuel Sudal is about to come across the line. Just take the white flag, final lap of the race. In your GTE class, T3 Motorsports by Magneti, 17 seconds clear of Team Hoisingveld. The two cars that came to blow on lap number 1, the two cars that will finish on the top steps, the top and the second step of the podium. Meanwhile, in GT3, it's been a comfortable 12-odd laps for the Hell Racers 229, as that penalty for the Magneti 278 car really did mean it was a drive to the checkered, a Sunday drive to the checkered for Philip Johansson. 378 of Hugo Brandau. What a monster drive to use the fresh tires to, oh, not fresh tires, but better tires to work their way to the front. An incredible day. Final lap of the race. It's now 1.1 odd seconds. Pure Sims have lost any chance, Ewan, of winning this race.
Yeah, they surely have, and that little bit of traffic through the bus stop almost seals it. Well, off the road, don't want to be involved in this, but yeah, Pure Sims just don't have the pace quite at the end of this one to be able to do this. We saw that RSO would have fantastic short run speed when they took the pole position a good 5 or 6 hours ago now, and they've proven it here once again. The amount of penalties they've had today, though, have been quite staggering, and for them to come back through all of that to be able to take a race victory is magnificent.
And again, it shows why, when safety cars are in the mix, never say never And when we talked to Manuel Sudal a couple of hours ago, he was in that mindset and ready to push to the end. They put the car on pole position, they slid backwards after that. 3 penalties, seems like it was the nail in the coffin, but Team RSO have bounced back and they will win for the first time in almost, who knows, 12 months in this IVRA Endurance Series. They win the 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen. A blockbuster of a race ends in a drama-filled finish. Then in the GTEs, for T3 Motorsport by Maniti, that BMW has just not had the raw speed, but the cautions fell nicely. Their competitors fell by the wayside, and there to pick up the pieces was Ruben Bonga, with those Bonga drums swerving to celebrate victory in the 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen. Then in the GT3s, for the Hell Racer 229 car. It looks like it would be a drama-filled race for them to the end. 4 cars might have had a chance of victory with 12 laps to go. But a bit of a stack up on pit lane, and then a stack up through turn 1 on the restart, and then a penalty to the 278, left just one man standing, one team standing. It was Hell Racers Gluttony in the 229. It was Philip Johansson, and they will come across the line to not just take their first win of this 2021-2022 IVRA Endurance Series, but their first podium as well. Get the champagne out and celebrate this one in upstate New York, and not far behind them, winners in GT3 Pro-Am. It's the Mercedes for T3 Motorsports by Maniti. My word, take a breath and reflect on what we've just seen, Ewan. A fantastic way to kick off 2022 for the IVRA Endurance Series.
Yeah, great race to end that one off. Possibly the most exciting we've had so far out of the 4 races in this championship for 2021 and 22. Yeah, very, very exciting finish. Drama right the way towards the end, but deserving winners as well. It just shows that in endurance racing, you've got to have long run pace to stay up there at least throughout the early portions of this one, but also have that short run kick as well. That's exactly what Team RSO had to be able to overhaul Pure Sims in the end in that one. It was between those two, and RSO have claimed their first victory nearly a year since they last won in the Endurance Series.
I was right. I just wasn't convinced I was right. Last time they won was a season finale of 2020-2021. A long old wait, but it was well worth it. Caden Bean for Pure Sims, second for them. They've always been up there in the mix today. Second will be just rewards for the pace that they've shown as they look to carry forward their championship form from the fall of 2021. Graham Saunders, well, he only got 3.5 seconds back at the end. After what that car had to deal with in those final 10 laps, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Impulse will come across the line in 4th after having their own bit of drama on the initial caution that we had. Hampus Bars rounds out the top 5. A good day for the Hell Racers team. VRS Satellite Racing 6th with 5-Star Motorsports 7th. What a rocket ship that 55 car was in the final hour, just not able to convert. A couple of incidents late in the day. Delta Sport will feel aggrieved, but ultimately the reality is the pace was there, and that is the best sign for the 33 and for Alexander Gravwy. Definitely looks like race winning potential here today. Luke Kraus and Fiercely Forward, the only car 1 lap down, while the Phoenix Racing Esport number 5 car rounds out the top 10. Connor Harrington and the private label Team Hype 11th, with Apex Tech Racing surviving to finish 12th, along with the Element Sim Racing Fire Team 13th position. And in the GTEs, Ruben Bonga on those Bonga drums, qualified just inside the top 5, and he worked his way to the front late in the day to finish in victory lane. Jan Sentikowski made contact with that T3 Motorsports car on lap number 1, but that Corvette never gave up, and it's a good second place finish for them. The Phoenix Racing Esport 114 plus 7 from where they qualified. They finish on the final step of the podium, while the RSO 197, the first car 1 lap down, while the Orion Race Team, Obsidian Race Team, and Samba Racing Team all multiple laps down, with RSR by Buttkicker, the pace setters early in the day, finishing in 8th after a couple of incidents for them. German Sim Racing by Hetzner 9th, with the Apex Tech Racing 133 down in 10th. Bo Rigor, the first retirement that we saw from this race, rounds out the GTEs. Then in the GT3s, that mishmash of Pro and Pro-Am cars, the top 8 all pros, but it's Hell Racers on top of them all. 13 odd seconds clear of Impulse Racing, and they're battered and beaten to 57. Pure Sims make it 2 podiums on the day for the team, with the 216 finishing in 3rd, Vector by RSR in their Mercedes 4th, top 5 sees Maniti finishing there. WS Racing Esport and Quasar in the 225, the only cars 1 lap down, while Raf van der Linden was in 8th position after an incident in the first hour of the race, sending them backwards. Then winners in Pro-Am, it's Maniti, it's T3 in the 378. Hugo Brandau late in the day working his way up into victory lane. Ross Booth for VRS Satellite Racing just could not hold on with slightly worn tyres. Dylan Archer rounds out the podium for the Pro-Ams, while Nomad Sim Racing and 49 Motorsports top 5 in Pro-Am. Westwood Racing in 14th in the GT3s overall, with the 5-star Lamborghini that looks like it had the pace to win down in 15th. What a disappointing day it was for them. Rusty Spatula's Element Sim Racing, Torque Freak Racing should all be classified, and then we get to the non-classifiers, where Sim Republic fiercely forward, round out the top 20. Arbensis Racing, German Sim Racing, and Virtual Motorsports, the entirety of the field. Couple of stats for you before we get into our post-race interview. The first Endurance GT win for Hell Racers. Pure Sims, their second straight second place finish. The first Alpine Stars LMP2 finish since December of 2020, while Team Hoistingfeld finally get back on to the podium steps for the first time in just over 12 months. It's our 10th different winner in that GT3 Pro-Am category, and the 9th first back-to-back win in the category as well, if I'm reading the stats from Jonathan Burke as well. Well, let's take just a little bit of a break right now, take in some fresh air, and let's join ourselves with the winners in your LMP2 category. We chat once more with Manuel Sudau, and Manuel, from hero to zero, from zero to hero. When we talked to you a couple of hours ago, you were just trying to fight to stay alive. Now you are winners once more for the first time in a long, long time.
Well, thanks a lot. You tell me how this happened, please.
I still don't know. I'm still trying to figure that one out.
I don't know. Honestly, it was the most crazy finish I ever drove. Sorry, I think I was in P8 or something when we had this ultimate stop and go penalty, which was, I think, for the first restart, where I didn't even rewatch it. I don't know why I got this penalty, so there was a little bit of checkup which I couldn't avoid. We thought the race is over for us then, basically, so P8, and then another safety car, which was obviously super lucky for us, and then I think we've been in P6 or 5 or something, and then I could catch up. As I said before in the interview, our cars rocket. Also in the race, here's the proof.
What does it feel to finally have this win under your belt? Because it's been up and down for you guys since that last time you've won an IVRA race. I mean, in the fall, no podiums to your name, and to bounce back like this after all of the stress of today as well. I mean, it just shows what a solid team and foundation that you guys have across of the entire roster.
Well, what can I say? I mean, for example, the first race of the season in Nürburgring, I think we threw it away ourselves. Also there, I think we had the best car, and so the races where we could have been the best, we threw it away. And now this race, where we got 3 drive-and-through penalties, is the race we win. So it's quite random. I have no explanation, to be honest. I take it. It's great. It shows that we are still among the top teams in this series, and that we are never giving up. And congratulations to Mats, who did an incredible job also after the first difficult double stint.
Well, congratulations, man. What a roller coaster, and best of luck in about 3 weeks' time when you'll do it all again, this time in Interlagos.
That's right. But first, we have a beer.
More than one, I have no doubt.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Also for the broadcast. I know what I'm doing now, watching the last hour. So let's see how that race happened.
He will get the understanding of what went on there in the crazy final 14 laps, final hour as well. We now drag in the man with the bonga drums, Ruben Bonga. And Ruben, I mean, congratulations on the win. Don't get me wrong. I want to talk a little bit about that BMW, though, because it looks like it just didn't have the pace. And qualifying, not where we expect to see you guys. You worked your way forward in the race itself, but it always looks like you were wrestling that car to be as fast as you could make it.
Yeah. First of all, hello. But yeah, I really wasn't expecting this win at all. Really was expecting a Porsche to win. In qualifying, I had no chance. In the race, I was surprised I could keep up at first, but in general, the BMW is really sluggish here, really understeery. So yeah, really happy with the result. One thing I did notice, I think the BMW is a bit better over the chicane, the first curb. I saw quite a lot of Porsches crash.
That explains a lot then, because we were kind of wondering why. It was deja vu, the number of Porsches that we did see spin there, so that explains a lot. I mean, though, this is the reality of a class like this with multiple manufacturers and the fact that you've got the BOP that plays a factor. Was there any thought in your mind about maybe switching away from this BMW that we've seen you guys in so many times to move to the Porsche or something else, or were you guys set on this car?
I think in general we were pretty set. We know the car really well, done a lot of races in it. If we would have had to switch now to the Porsche, I would have had to learn the whole car again. And me and Johnny are BMW fans, kind of, so it works out like this.
Well, congratulations, Ruben. Great drive, and best of luck in a couple of weeks' time when, again, we do this again from Interlagos.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Ruben Bonga, the man with the bonga drums. And now winners in your GT3 category, the GT3 Pro. In a drama-filled ending, it was a 2:29 for Hell Racers, and Ewan O'Leary is standing by with Wilman Weberg.
Yes, I am indeed, Will, and welcome to the broadcast booth. It's good to have you here. A victory here at Watkins Glen for the 1,000 kilometres. You and the team must be very pleased. Just talk us through the emotions you're feeling after that very long and difficult race for everybody.
Yeah, it's really awesome to come home with a win. It was some time ago we took home a win in the IVRA or GSI Endurance, so it feels really good. It was really unclear or like uncertain until the end. It was basically the last restart. That's when it all happened, and then when we saw the commotion behind us and the 278 got the penalty as well, then we felt that it might just go. It might just work this time. But it's always nervous. Like you can't count on anything until you actually pass the checker flag.
Yeah, of course, and obviously, arguably the decisive moment in that race was the final restart. About 12 laps to go, all kinds of chaos was happening. How much of that did you actually see and pick your way through? And what was going on for you, particularly going down in towards turn number one, that very final restart?
Yeah, we didn't get great restarts, so I think we were basically right next to T3 Motorsports into T1. And then I think Philip, who was in the car, he chilled a bit and went behind them. And I think that might have been our saving grace, because it was like to the leftmost part of the circuit that everything happened, and we were sort of taking it to the right. So we saw like the spin and everything, but then we didn't really see what happened behind us until I looked at the replay and saw that a bunch of cars was caught up. And as you say, it was the decisive moment, because we got like 7-8 seconds room until second place. So
absolutely, and able to take it home as well. So congratulations to you on that one. We'll let you go and enjoy the victory. Thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thank you for the broadcast.
So winners then in your GT3 Pro. Hell Racers for the first time in series history and their team history. Now, though, we are joined by the big green Mercedes. 3 drivers took the T3 Motorsports by Maniti 378 to victory in the Pro-Am category. And Jonathan Burke is standing by with Hugo Brandau, Stefan Kurzman, and Ivo Duberoy.
Hey guys, do you guys have a copy?
Hell yeah. Hello, guys. Good evening.
All right, my first question's got to be to Hugo. That final stint after that restart, what was going through your head trying to drive it to the end and make sure you got back around that satellite racing machine?
Hey guys. I didn't know if the guys in front had good tires. Our strategy was really good. Thank you to Marius from our team. And that final lap was full sanded and try to have a good pace to catch the other guys. Then after 2-3 laps, I saw that we had the pace and we had the better tires than the other guys in front. Not making mistakes and just pushing and try to bring the victory to home.
My next question to you, what was it like in that middle stint where even us in the commentator booth thought it was kind of a lull? Everyone got split up. Was it hard to kind of gauge where you guys were compared to your other teammates?
I don't know. Maybe a bit. We lost a bit reference on my first stint, but we know that we had at the pace at least to have top 10, and of course we pushed to try to bring P1 and try to finish on the top 10, and that's we achieved that, so we are happy for that.
Well, absolutely, and I would like to add something because I actually am still speechless that we finished at podium at P1 because I was expecting that with all the traffic and everyone fighting for the win in the last few laps that it was going to be really hard, but Hugo was hyper and pushed it really hard till the end there.
And then, Stefan, what was it like just sitting on the box watching these two in those final few stints, through all the chaos?
It was chaos pure for me. After the last full course yellow, I walked out to get a drink. So after we are coming back and I saw Hugo is flying around the track. So I think the main point is we are the one and only AM car which has no really bad damage. So that was maybe the main point we win this race.
All right, well, congratulations all of you for the win, and we'll see you guys next time out at Interlagos.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Wild race. And that concludes our post-race winners interviews. Guys, I mean, wow. It's great to be back watching IVRA with safety car action, and again, we're not far away from doing this again. I mean, it's not long. It was a long break between the race at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya and this one, but it's only a couple of weeks. 12th of March, we head to Interlagos. Ewan, what are you expecting from this one?
Well, more of the same, hopefully, in terms of the good racing that we've had and the drama that we've had throughout this one. It's going to be a difficult circuit for everybody to manage, but nothing's easy, so it should be entertaining. 12th of March, and we're looking forward to it, definitely. Indeed, we've had 2 IVRA races in 2022 so far. They've both been thoroughly enjoyable. We've got 2 more tomorrow as well in the HyperX GT Sprint Series on RaceSpotTV. So, and I'll be there, so make sure you tune in for that. Cheeky plug. Make sure you tune in for that. But no, I've thoroughly enjoyed tonight, and I absolutely can't wait for the next endurance race.
Jonathan, we worked together and we didn't put too many safety cars out there on track. Overall, a pretty solid day.
Not a lot of safety cars, but a lot of drama, a lot of high intensity action, and it was a very enjoyable race, especially towards the end. It's just there's going to be those few moments that are going to live in our heads and live in some of these teams' heads for the rest of the season.
Well, that wraps things up here then from upstate New York, the 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen. It was looking good in terms of going safety car free until the very end where 2 late race dramas. We'd like to thank Gomez Sim Industry for powering IVRA in this endurance series for 2022. They're the makers of high-end esports equipment and controls. Go check out their full lineup of sim steering wheels at GomezSimIndustries.com. We'll see you on the 12th of March. On behalf of our entire team at RaceSpotTV, for Dougie Beard providing our cameras, for ATVO powering our live timing and graphic software, for Ryan Bauer in the production truck controlling the action, for the co-commentators, Lorenzo Bonder, for Ewan O'Leary, for Zach Sweeney, for Jonathan Burke. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. We'll see you next time. Congratulations to all of the winners in a wild race at Watkins Glen.